My family broke into my multi-million-dollar lake house. So, I called the police, and let my firm's ruthless corporate legal team obliterate their entire lives. Original post. I am Ethan, 35 years old. For the last 6 years, I have worked grueling 70-hour weeks, sacrificing my youth, my social life, and my sanity, pouring every single ounce of my corporate salary into a deeply personal dream. All of it was stolen in a single afternoon by my own brother. While I was sitting in my downtown office finalizing a massive commercial real estate deal, my parents and my older brother were popping expensive champagne in the living room of my secret lake house. My brother actually stood on my brand new, custom-finished hardwood floors, raised a crystal glass to our extended relatives, and said with a completely straight face, "We deserve this upgrade. After years of struggling while others had it easy, it is our time." They laughed, they cheered. They claimed my property as their own. But there was one massive, life-ruining detail they did not know. That house was not just a vacation home. It was the centerpiece of a 50-acre corporate development project, and they were trespassing on multi-million-dollar commercial territory. And now, they are facing a lawsuit they can never, ever win. Let us go back to the exact moment the security alert buzzed in my pocket and changed my life forever. It was a Tuesday afternoon in early October. The kind of crisp, brilliant day where the autumn sunlight hits the glass of the high-rises just right, making the whole city look like it is coated in gold. I was sitting at my mahogany desk on the 38th floor of my firm's headquarters in the financial district. The air conditioning was humming quietly in the background. I had just received a major promotion to project director the week prior, a title that came with a heavy equity stake and a workload that would break most people. I was in the middle of reviewing a quarterly financial report tracking the zoning permits for our latest acquisition when my phone vibrated violently against the polished wood of my desk. I ignored it at first. I am a man who lives and dies by his schedule, and my focus was entirely on the numbers in front of me. But then it buzzed again and again. 3 rapid, aggressive vibrations that signaled a high-priority alert. I glanced down, expecting an emergency email from my lawyer regarding an upcoming contract negotiation or a frantic message from a junior analyst. Instead, the screen displayed a notification from the state-of-the-art security system I had personally installed exactly 48 hours prior at the Oak Ridge Valley property. Motion detected in the primary living sector. Multiple heat signatures identified. My brow furrowed into a deep knot of confusion. The contractors had completely finished their work. The professional cleaning crew had left yesterday afternoon, handing the master keys directly to me. I had personally locked the reinforced doors and armed the perimeter. Nobody had the access codes to that gate except me. I picked up the phone, my thumb hovering over the screen for a fraction of a second before tapping the notification. The video feed buffered a spinning white circle on a black background before the high-definition, full-color feed flooded my screen. My blood turned to absolute ice. The air in my lungs simply vanished. Balloons. Large, obnoxious metallic gold balloons reading "Welcome Home" were bobbing gently against the vaulted cedar ceiling I had spent months agonizing over with my architectural team. Below those balloons, a crowd of people milled about my sanctuary. I zoomed in, my fingers shaking just slightly against the cold glass of the screen. I recognized the back of a head, I recognized a jacket, and then he turned around. It was Connor, my older brother Connor. He was wearing a crisp, unnecessarily expensive polo shirt, holding a crystal champagne flute, my crystal, from the sealed boxes I had not even unpacked yet. Beside him stood his wife, Mia. She was leaning against my custom marble kitchen island, a smug, satisfied smile plastered across her face as she sliced into a massive sheet cake. The cake literally had the words "The Bennett Family Estate" written on it in thick chocolate frosting. The audio feed kicked in a second later. The sound of my family's laughter, loud and completely unbothered, echoed off the walls of the home I had built specifically to escape their toxic shadow. I sat paralyzed in my ergonomic office chair, watching the surreal nightmare unfold in real time. My mother, Helen, walked into the frame. She patted Connor on the back, her face glowing with a profound pride she had never, not once in my entire 35 years of existence, directed at me. My father, Robert, was holding a digital camera, taking pictures of the stone fireplace as if he were a proud patriarch documenting his legacy. "To our perfect new home," Connor announced, his voice booming through the tiny speaker of my phone with sickening clarity. "It is about time our luck turned around. No more cramped apartments, no more struggling. This is our fresh start." I gripped the edge of my desk so hard the wood groaned in protest. My knuckles turned completely white, the tendons in my hands aching from the pressure. Luck? He actually called it luck. He did not see the 6 years of grueling overtime. He did not see the canceled dates, the sleepless nights, the holidays I spent eating stale takeout alone at my desk to secure my corporate standing. He did not see the relentless discipline required to amass the capital for this exact property. He saw a beautiful, expensive house, and his immediate, unfiltered instinct was to simply decide it belonged to him. I did not scream. I did not throw my phone against the wall. When you work in high-stakes commercial real estate, when you navigate rooms full of cutthroat investors and aggressive legal teams, you learn very quickly that emotion is your biggest liability. Anger makes you sloppy. You do not get mad. You get leverage. You secure your assets. I closed the security app, letting it run in the background to record every single second of their intrusion. I opened the heavy bottom drawer of my desk and pulled out the thick manila folder I had brought from the bank that morning. It contained the original deed, the certified wire transfer receipts, the property tax documents, and the commercial zoning maps. My name was the only one on every single page. I shoved the folder into my leather briefcase, snapped the brass locks shut, and stood up. I straightened my tie. I walked out of my private office. My assistant looked up from her monitors as I marched past her desk. "Cancel my afternoon meetings," I said, my voice completely devoid of inflection. "Reschedule the zoning board call for tomorrow morning. I have a severe pest control issue at a private property that requires my immediate physical presence." The elevator ride down to the parking garage felt like an eternity suspended in time. Every ding of the passing floors echoed like the ticking of a bomb waiting to detonate in my chest. I reached my designated parking spot, threw the briefcase into the passenger seat of my car, and gripped the steering wheel. I was about to put the car in drive when a memory hit me. A memory so vivid and painful it knocked the breath entirely from my lungs. A brutal reminder of exactly why I could not and would not show these people a single ounce of mercy today. Growing up in our household, the dynamic was established early and enforced brutally. Connor was the golden child, the radiant sun, and the rest of us were just insignificant planets forced to orbit his perceived brilliance. If Connor managed to get a B on a high school history test, my parents threw a celebratory dinner. If I brought home a flawless report card with straight A's, I was quietly told to put it away and not to brag because it might make my brother feel inadequate about his own struggles. I learned very early on that my assigned role in the family was to be invisible, silent, and compliant right up until the exact moment Connor needed something fixed, paid for, or covered up. The most defining moment of my life, the trauma that forged the impenetrable armor I wear today, happened when I was 21 years old. I had been working 3 different jobs since I was 16 years old to build my college fund. I flipped burgers in a greasy kitchen until midnight, mowed lawns in the sweltering summer heat, and did basic bookkeeping for local small businesses on the weekends. I saved every single penny, denying myself basic teenage experiences. I had over $35,000 sitting in a joint savings account at the local credit union, an account my mother was still technically a signer on from when I had opened it as a minor. Connor, meanwhile, had predictably dropped out of his second attempt at college to start a custom apparel business. He convinced my parents it was the next massive industry disruptor. He maxed out both of their credit cards, leased a commercial warehouse he absolutely could not afford, and within 8 miserable months, he was facing total bankruptcy and a massive lawsuit from unpaid suppliers. I will never forget walking into the bank branch on a rainy Tuesday to withdraw my tuition money for my junior year of university. The teller looked at her computer screen, frowned, and then looked at me with a deep horrific pity in her eyes. She softly informed me that the account balance was zero. My mother had walked into the branch 2 days prior and legally drained the entire $35,000. I drove home in a state of blinding, suffocating panic. When I kicked the front door open and confronted them in the kitchen, my mother did not even have the decency to look guilty. She was calmly stirring a pot of chicken soup on the stove. Without breaking eye contact, she told me that family helps family. She stated that Connor was in desperate, life-ruining trouble, and since I was the smart one, I could easily figure out how to get student loans to cover my education. My father chimed in from the dining table, his voice dripping with condescension, telling me that I was being incredibly selfish for caring about a college fund when my brother's entire future and freedom were on the line. They treated my life savings like it was their emergency fund. I packed my bags and moved out that exact night. I took out crushing high-interest student loans to finish my degree. I survived on cheap ramen noodles, tap water, and pure unadulterated spite. Years later, when I bought a vintage car as a tangible symbol of my survival, my parents demanded I sell it to fund Connor's mortgage. When I refused, they called me a disgrace. I vowed then to build a fortress so high they could never reach me. And I did. I bought the Oak Ridge Valley property in absolute secrecy. I gripped the steering wheel as I turned off the main highway. As I pulled up to the property line of my estate, the fragile peace evaporated into the cold autumn air. There were 6 different cars parked haphazardly across my pristine, freshly seeded front lawn. Deep, muddy tire tracks violently gouged the soft earth I had just paid a premium landscaping crew thousands of dollars to perfect. Connor's oversized, lifted truck was parked aggressively right by the front door, crushing a bed of newly planted hydrangeas. I did not pull into the driveway. I parked my car horizontally across the main gate entrance, effectively barricading them all inside the property. I reached into the glove compartment, pulled out my phone, and dialed the local precinct. "Dispatch, this is Ethan Bennett," I said, my voice dangerously calm. I am the legal owner of the property located at 42 Oak Ridge Valley. I have a break-in in progress. There are multiple hostile trespassers currently occupying my residence. I need sworn officers here immediately. I hung up the phone, grabbed my heavy leather briefcase and stepped out of the car. The familiar, comforting scent of the lake water hit my nose, but it was immediately ruined by the smell of a cheap barbecue grill being fired up on my custom cedar deck. They were cooking meat on my deck. I stood perfectly still at the edge of the driveway, the cold wind whipping at my trench coat, waiting until I saw the flashing blue and red lights of the police cruisers turning down the narrow lane. 2 patrol cars pulled up rapidly, their tires crunching loudly against the gravel. A veteran officer whom I had spoken to a week prior stepped out. I handed him the heavy manila folder containing my state identification and the finalized closing documents. They bypassed my security. They broke in, I stated firmly. The officer checked the dates, verified the signatures, and nodded. Understood. Let's clear them out. I walked up the front steps of my own home, the gravel crunching aggressively under my expensive dress shoes. I bypassed the smart lock by punching my master passcode into the keypad, pushed the heavy oak door wide open, and stepped directly into the grand foyer. The wall of noise hit me instantly. Shouting, obnoxious laughter, and loud pop music blaring from a portable speaker. Connor was standing right by the grand staircase. When he noticed me, his confident smile faltered for a fraction of a second before he replaced his shock with a mask of forced arrogant joviality. Ethan, you finally made it. Connor shouted over the blaring music. Mom said she couldn't get a hold of you. Welcome to the new family compound. Come on in. He took a step forward, intending to pull me into a fake brotherly hug. I simply stepped back, creating a path, and allowed the police officers to walk past me into the bright light of the foyer. The music was suddenly cut off. The silence that fell over the massive room was deafening. 30 pairs of terrified eyes turned away from the champagne and the cake, staring in utter shock at the uniforms. Evening, folks, the officer said loudly. Who exactly claims ownership of this residence? Connor immediately puffed out his chest. I do, officer. Well, technically, it is the family home. We just bought it. He lied to a police officer with the terrifying smoothness of a lifelong con artist. The officer looked at Connor with pure disgust. Sir, I have the verified legal owner of this property standing right beside me holding the deed. And he states that you are trespassing. Connor let out a loud, obnoxious laugh. Ethan own this place? You've got to be kidding. My little brother is an office drone. My parents bought this house for me and my wife. My mother pushed her way to the front. Ethan, what on earth do you think you are doing, calling the police on your own brother during a family gathering? Stop this embarrassing nonsense right now. I slowly opened the manila folder. I looked dead into Connor's eyes. This is a legally binding property deed, I said, my voice cold and sharp, paid for entirely by wire transfer from my personal corporate accounts. You have no lease agreement. You have no keys. You forced the side window lock to gain unauthorized entry. In the eyes of the law, that is a felony. Mia, Connor's wife, marched up, her face burning red with rage. You selfish prick, you have all this hidden money and you kept it from us while we struggle? Family shares. Your parents explicitly said this is a family asset now. We need the space for the kids. My parents do not own my bank accounts anymore, Mia, I replied, my voice dropping to a freezing whisper. Not since they stole my college fund when I was 21 years old. There is no inheritance for you here. The officer stepped aggressively between us. Mr. Bennett has provided unquestionable proof of legal ownership. Every single one of you has exactly 10 minutes to gather your personal belongings and vacate these premises, or you will be placed in handcuffs. Absolute chaos erupted. Relatives started murmuring in panic, frantically grabbing their coats. My father turned a deep shade of purple, pointing a shaking finger at me. You are kicking your own flesh and blood out onto the street over a pile of bricks. You are dead to me, Ethan. We will sue you for everything. You died to me a very long time ago, Robert, I shot back, intentionally dropping the title of Dad. As the crowd humiliatingly shuffled toward the front door, Connor passed by me, bumping my shoulder. I'll hire a lawyer tomorrow. I'll sue you for half the value of this place. It's family property under verbal agreement. I whispered back, try it. But as the room cleared, I caught movement near the kitchen. My younger cousin, Zoe, was frantically trying to slip out through the back patio door. I had let Zoe live rent-free on my couch in the city for 2 months last year when she was facing eviction. I stepped quickly into her path. Going somewhere in a hurry, Zoe? She looked down, her face burning with guilt. Ethan, I'm so sorry, I swear I just came for the free food. How did Connor know the exact address? I demanded. My title company is bound by a strict NDA. She started to cry desperate tears. He paid me, Ethan. He gave me $1,500 in cash. When I stayed at your apartment, I saw the emails with the luxury realtor on your laptop. I'm so sorry, I really needed the money for rent. She sold my sanctuary to the wolves for a miserable $1,500. Get out of my house, I said, my voice lethal. If you ever come within 50 feet of me again, I will have my firm's legal team charge you with wire fraud and corporate espionage for accessing my private devices. She ran out the door, sobbing. I locked the heavy front door behind the last of them. There were cake crumbs mashed into my expensive marble counter and muddy footprints tracked all across my floors. They truly believed they had the divine right to take everything I had built simply because we shared the same toxic blood. Update 1. The next morning, the storm made landfall with devastating force. I woke up on a cheap air mattress in the center of the master bedroom. My phone screen lit up with 74 unread text messages and dozens of alerts. My Aunt Beatrice, the supposed family peacekeeper, had started a massive group chat bombardment. How could you humiliate your brother? You need to apologize and let them move in. My father left a venomous voicemail demanding I hand over the keys or face a lawsuit for a shared family asset. Then I opened Facebook. Mia had posted a massive, tear-stained essay complete with a highly manipulated picture of her kids looking destitute. She called me a monster, a greedy corporate sellout who abandoned his family. I meticulously took high-resolution screenshots of every post, comment, and legal threat. I compiled them into an encrypted digital file. At 9 a.m., I drove straight to the top floor of my corporate headquarters. I walked into the secure glass-walled conference room where Julian, the lead corporate attorney for our firm, was waiting. I saw the Facebook post. Julian said, "Your brother is an absolute idiot." "I don't care about Facebook drama, Julian," I said, connecting my laptop to the screen. "I care about the physical perimeter of the property." The heavy mahogany door opened, and Vance, the CEO of our firm, walked in. Vance was a terrifying, brilliant man who had built his real estate empire from nothing and had zero tolerance for parasites. "Ethan," Vance said, taking his seat. "I hear you had a severe pest control problem at the Oak Ridge Valley site yesterday." "I did, sir. My family broke into the primary residence. They are officially claiming a right to the property and threatening a lawsuit for ownership." Vance chuckled, a dry, cold sound. "Fascinating. Tell me, Ethan, do they know that the house they are fighting over merely sits on Lot 1 of a 50-acre commercial development owned entirely by this corporation? Do they know that you are the lead project director and hold a 20% equity stake in the entire surrounding valley?" "No," I smiled, feeling the heavy armor of my reality lock into place. "They think I am just a selfish brother who bought a nice vacation home with his salary." My father literally threatened to bring a local family lawyer to claim an oral agreement. Julian laughed out loud. "A local family lawyer? Going up against our corporate litigation team? We will bury them in so much legal paperwork they will go bankrupt, just paying the retainer fees to read it." "We secure the perimeter immediately," Vance ordered. "Julian, authorize the corporate security team. I want 24/7 armed patrols at the main gate. If your family steps one single foot on that soil again, they are actively interfering with a multi-million-dollar corporate asset. We will hit them with commercial damages that will ruin them for generations." I drove back to the lake house. The corporate security team had already set up massive unmarked black SUVs near the reinforced steel gate. As I pulled up, I saw my parents' beat-up sedan idling dangerously on the shoulder. My father was angrily pacing, screaming at the stoic security guards. When he saw me, he slammed his hand against my window. "What the hell is this, Ethan? Armed thugs? Give me the gate code right now. We are not leaving until Connor has a set of keys." I rolled the window down exactly 2 inches. "You are attempting to trespass on a private, highly secured corporate zone." "Corporate zone?" My father sneered. "Stop playing games. Connor needs this place to raise his kids. You are single. You owe us for raising you. I've already spoken to a lawyer. You owe. Verbal agreements are legally binding. Tell your cheap lawyer to bring a very big briefcase," I said softly, "because he is going to need it to carry the countersuit." I rolled the window up seamlessly, and the heavy steel gate closed behind me. I thought the overwhelming security presence would be the definitive end of the nightmare. But toxic family dynamics do not operate on logic. Exactly 4 days later, the perimeter alarm chimed. I switched my primary monitor to the high-definition front gate feed. What I saw made my jaw clench tight enough to grind my teeth. It was a coordinated caravan of sheer audacity. Connor's lifted truck was parked aggressively right up against my corporate gates. Behind it was my parents' sedan. Behind that was a flashy, tacky cherry red convertible. And parked horizontally behind that convertible, blocking the entire public access lane, was a massive rented commercial moving van. A fully loaded moving van. They piled out of their vehicles looking frighteningly confident. But the most concerning detail was the unknown woman stepping out of the cherry red convertible. She was dressed in an aggressively bright yellow pantsuit, holding a bulky briefcase. She had the distinct swagger of a strip mall lawyer who spends her career bullying unrepresented people in small claims court. She was barking orders at my parents. My desk phone rang. Mr. Bennett, the head of security said, his voice laced with heavy professional annoyance. Your family has returned in force. They brought an unidentified female claiming to be their retained legal counsel. She is waving unfiled papers and demanding we open the gates under threat of a lawsuit. Furthermore, they brought a moving van to establish physical occupancy. They were actually trying to establish squatters' rights. They thought if they got their cheap furniture onto the grass, the law would magically protect them. Do not open the gate, I am coming down there, I ordered. By the time I reached the towering steel gates, it was a full-blown circus. Connor was unloading heavy canvas camping tents onto the grass. Mia was screaming at a security guard. When they saw me, a cheer of vindictive triumph went up among them. My father gripped the steel bars. It is over, Ethan, we brought actual legal representation today. Open this gate right now, or we will take everything you own in court. I bypassed my screaming family and looked directly at the woman in the yellow pantsuit. And who exactly are you supposed to be? I asked. Yes. She stepped forward confidently, sliding a flimsy business card through the gaps. I am Roxanne Thorne, attorney at law. I officially represent Robert, Helen, and Connor Bennett. My clients have formally retained me to enforce their absolute legal right to this residential property, which was purchased using funds heavily subsidized by their years of providing for your education. Verbal agreements are completely actionable. We are officially filing a lawsuit for 50% ownership, plus punitive damages for emotional distress. Emotional distress? I repeated slowly. You mean the emotional distress of not being able to steal my hard-earned salary to fund another failed business? Connor violently shoved his way to the front. You owe us your life, Ethan. Mom and Dad completely drained their life savings for my business. If you don't let me move in today, Roxanne is going to tie this place up in probate court for the next 10 agonizing years. My mother dabbed her perfectly dry eyes with a tissue. Just give your brother the guest house and the garage, Ethan. We don't want to fight you in a dirty courtroom. We just want what is fundamentally fair. I looked at all of them. They had relied on weaponized guilt for so many decades that they genuinely believed it functioned as a legally binding contract. Miss Thorne? I said slowly, entirely ignoring my family. Before you drove out here today, did you actually pull the commercial zoning records and the corporate ownership structure for this specific GPS coordinate? Or did you just lazily look up the simple residential deed I filed 3 days ago? Roxanne frowned, her arrogant smile slipping. I pulled the residential deed, obviously. Which makes it a personal asset directly subject to our family lawsuit. I see, I replied calmly. Then you are a very terrible, negligent lawyer, and you are about to lose your license to practice law. Before she could object, a low, incredibly heavy rumbling sound echoed down the narrow road. Coming down the lane, systematically blocking the moving van and Roxanne's convertible from the rear, completely cutting off any possible route of escape, was a convoy of 4 massive, fully armored black SUVs. They moved with terrifying military-like precision. The heavy doors opened simultaneously. A dozen large men in immaculate tailored dark suits stepped out. They were the elite corporate crisis management and litigation team from my firm. And stepping out of the lead vehicle was Vance, the CEO of my company. He had arrived, and he brought the absolute, unyielding wrath of a multi-billion-dollar corporate empire with him. The arrogant shouting from my family died instantly in their throats. Roxanne visibly took a staggering step backward, her eyes darting frantically between the imposing armored SUVs and Vance's cold, predatory gaze. She suddenly realized with horrifying clarity that she was swimming with actual leviathans. Vance walked smoothly past the rented moving van. 2 of our top corporate litigators walked precisely 1 step behind him. I gave a subtle nod to the security guard. The heavy steel gate slowly hummed open. I stepped out onto the public road and stood shoulder to shoulder with Vance. We formed an unbreakable wall of corporate dominance. Ethan, Vance said, his voice dripping with absolute authority, I see the local pest problem has inexplicably multiplied. It appears so, sir, I replied smoothly. My father desperately tried to muster his bravado. He pointed a shaking finger at Vance. Who the hell do you think you are? Are you this boy's boss? You need to tell your arrogant employee to hand over the keys before my lawyer sues him for everything he is worth. Vance did not even look at my father. He turned his cold gaze directly onto Roxanne. You are the legal counsel representing these individuals? He asked politely, though it sounded like a loaded threat. Roxanne swallowed hard, clutching her briefcase. Yes, I represent the Bennett family in a civil dispute regarding the rightful occupation of this residential asset. Vance simply snapped his fingers once. The lead corporate litigator stepped forward, clicked open his leather briefcase, and pulled out a stack of legally bound documents as thick as a metropolitan phone book. He handed the massive stack directly into Roxanne's shaking hands. Miss Thorne, Vance said smoothly, I am Vance, CEO of Vanguard Holdings. What you are currently holding is the finalized master deed, the approved commercial zoning permits, and the highly confidential corporate equity structure for the Oak Ridge Valley Commercial Development Project. Roxanne's hands were trembling so violently that the papers rustled loudly. Her eyes widened in pure, unfiltered horror as she scanned the bold legal text. I strongly suggest you read those documents carefully before you speak another word. Vance continued, his voice dropping to a lethal quiet calm. Because you have made a catastrophic, career-ending error. This house is not a simple personal residential asset. It is the designated primary on-site management facility for a 50-acre commercial development. The entire valley surrounding this house, including the very road your clients are currently blocking, is private corporate property owned entirely and exclusively by Vanguard Holdings. Connor let out a high-pitched, nervous laugh. What is he talking about, Ethan? Stop with the fake legal mumbo-jumbo. It's just a lake house. Shut up, Connor, Roxanne hissed violently. The bright color was rapidly draining from her face, leaving her looking ghost pale and on the verge of physical collapse. Furthermore, Vance said, turning his piercing gaze to my parents who physically recoiled. Ethan Bennett is not merely an employee, he is the lead project director of this multi-million-dollar development, and he personally holds a 20% equity stake in this specific corporate subsidiary. The residential deed he filed was a mere legal formality. By attempting to lay claim to this property, by repeatedly trespassing, and by threatening to tie it up in court, you are not threatening a family member. You are actively, illegally threatening a massive corporate initiative. The silence that followed was absolute and deafening. My mother's mouth opened and closed repeatedly like a fish suffocating on dry land. For 35 agonizing years, they had treated me like a useless wallet, an invisible stepping stone meant only to facilitate Connor's supposed greatness. They truly thought I was just a guy with a decent salary. They had absolutely no idea that I was sitting on a throne of corporate equity, wielding financial and legal power they could not even begin to comprehend. Our lead corporate litigator spoke up, his voice utterly unyielding. Because your clients have repeatedly harassed a senior corporate executive, trespassed on a secure commercial site, and threatened frivolous litigation to extort corporate assets, my team has already drafted a comprehensive countersuit. If you and your clients do not withdraw from this property in exactly 60 seconds, Vanguard Holdings will sue Robert, Helen, and Connor Bennett for commercial interference, criminal trespassing, and attempted corporate extortion. We will legally seize Connor Bennett's remaining business assets. We will place a massive financial lien on Robert and Helen Bennett's primary residence. We will bankrupt them, and we will take the house they sleep in. The litigator took one aggressive step closer to Roxanne. And as for you, Miss Thorne, if you file one single solitary piece of paperwork regarding this matter in any court in this state, we will immediately report you to the State Bar Association for gross professional misconduct. We will bury your pathetic small practice in so many legal injunctions, you will be forced to sell your car just to pay the filing fees to defend yourself. Roxanne dropped her briefcase. It hit the pavement with a loud clatter. She looked at Connor, her eyes wide with unadulterated terror. I am officially dropping you as clients. She practically screamed, throwing her hands in the air. Consider our legal representation permanently terminated. Do not ever contact my office again. She spun around, sprinting to her red convertible. She started the engine with a roar, aggressively navigated around the armored SUVs, and sped away, leaving my family completely abandoned, utterly humiliated, and entirely defenseless. Connor stood completely frozen on the grass, his mouth hanging open. Mia looked like she was about to vomit. My father's false bravado had completely shattered into a million pieces, leaving behind nothing but a terrified, weak old man who finally realized he had picked a fight with a god. I stepped forward. You wanted to use the law against me, Robert? I asked, my voice echoing with years of suppressed anger. You wanted to play the legal game and steal what is mine. Welcome to the major leagues. Now, pack up your pathetic camping tents and get off my corporate property before I have the security team physically restrain you for criminal extortion. Update 2. The immediate aftermath was the most immensely satisfying display of cowardice I have ever witnessed. The very second Roxanne's car disappeared, the crushing reality crashed down upon my parents. They were staring directly down the barrel of a multi-million-dollar corporate legal team that had just explicitly threatened to take their home and their retirement. In the blink of an eye, the unbreakable family loyalty they constantly preached evaporated. Ethan, please. My mother suddenly sobbed, taking a desperate step toward me. Real tears were finally falling. We didn't know, Connor lied to us. He told us he had a legal right to be here. We would never try to steal from your company. Please don't take our house. Connor whipped his head around in horrified shock. Mom, what the hell are you doing? You literally told me to fight him for it. You said he owed me this house. Shut your mouth, Connor. My father roared, his face turning a dangerous shade of purple. But this time, his fury was aimed entirely at his precious golden child. You are a complete fool. You almost cost us our only home with your stupid, entitled schemes. We should never have bailed you out. My father quickly turned back to me, attempting a sickeningly sweet smile. Ethan, son, you have to understand. We don't understand these complex corporate structures. Let's just go inside, have coffee, and talk about how we can fix this as a family. I looked at them with freezing disgust. The moment they realized I possessed the legal capacity to completely destroy their comfortable lives, they instantly threw their beloved golden child directly under the bus. Do not ever call me son again, I said, cutting through their pathetic apologies. And there will be no coffee. You have exactly 30 seconds to move your vehicles, or my security team will impound them. Ethan, you can't do this. Connor yelled, panic bleeding into his voice. Mia is already threatening a divorce over the debt we took on for that lawyer. If you sue me, I'll lose custody of the kids. I will literally have nothing left. Then you finally have exactly what you earned in this life, Connor, I replied coldly, nothing. I turned my back and walked back through the heavy steel gates. The next morning, I went aggressively on the offensive. Julian and I systematically filed formal, permanent restraining orders against Robert, Helen, Connor, and Mia. We presented the high-definition security footage, the audio recordings of their extortion threats, and sworn statements from the corporate security team. The judge took one look at the evidence, shook his head in disgust, and granted the permanent restraining orders immediately. The fallout for Connor was absolutely catastrophic. Without my parents' ability to bail him out financially, his fragile finances collapsed. Within 2 agonizing months, Mia filed for a highly contentious divorce, citing his reckless behavior and the massive hidden credit card debt he had accumulated to pay Roxanne's retainer fee. She took primary custody of the kids, leaving Connor completely isolated, living in a cheap rented motel room, forced to sell his prized oversized truck just to pay his aggressive divorce lawyer. My parents tried repeatedly to send me handwritten letters begging for financial help, to cover Connor's mounting legal fees. I returned every single letter unopened, marked forcefully with a red stamp, returned to sender. 6 months later, the Oak Ridge Valley Commercial Development Project officially broke ground. It was a massive, unprecedented success. To celebrate the milestone, I decided to host a lavish housewarming party at my lake house. I did not invite a single blood relative. Instead, my home was filled entirely with the people who had actually supported me. Julian was there, laughing loudly on my custom cedar deck. Vance made a rare personal appearance, shaking my hand warmly. It was a beautiful evening of genuine warmth and profound, uninterrupted peace. As the sun began to slowly set, painting the calm surface of the lake in brilliant shades of orange and deep purple, my personal encrypted phone buzzed softly in my pocket. I stepped away from the loud music and walked out to the quiet edge of the upper balcony. It was an unknown number, but I instantly recognized the area code from my hometown. Guided by a morbid curiosity, I answered it. Ethan, is that you? It was Aunt Beatrice, the supposed sweet, gentle family peacekeeper who had bombarded me with text messages calling me a monster 6 months ago. What do you want, Beatrice? I asked, my voice completely flat, automatically hitting the record button out of pure ingrained habit. Ethan, please don't hang up, she pleaded, her voice trembling with theatrical distress. I know the family is broken. Your parents won't even speak to Connor anymore. He's living in a terrible motel. But Ethan, I desperately need your help. My landlord is aggressively raising my rent next month, and I simply can't afford it. You have that massive beautiful house. Can't you find it in your heart to let your poor aging aunt stay in the guest room just for a little while until I get back on my feet? I stood in the cool evening air and let out a slow, dark, humorless chuckle. You want to live in the exact same house you aggressively demanded I hand over to Connor 6 months ago? I was only trying to keep the family peace. Beatrice cried defensively, pivoting instantly to play the victim. Connor promised me. Connor said it would be better for the entire family if he had the space. Wait, I interrupted sharply, my eyes narrowing as I stared out at the dark water. Connor promised you what, exactly? There was a long, terrified silence on the other end of the line. I could hear her ragged breathing. Beatrice, I warned, my voice dropping to a lethal whisper, tell me the absolute truth right now, or I will block this number forever. She finally broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. Connor promised me that if I helped convince your parents to force you out of the house, he would let me live in the guest house rent-free for the rest of my life. I can't afford a decent nursing home, Ethan, I just wanted a nice, safe place to live. I helped him plan it so I wouldn't end up on the street. The final, sickening piece of the puzzle clicked perfectly into place. The sweet, caring, innocent Aunt Beatrice was not a peacekeeper at all. She was the hidden architect. She was the one who had intentionally manipulated Connor's endless greed, stoking the fire of his entitlement so she could secretly secure a luxurious, free retirement for herself on my dime. You are truly incredible, Beatrice, I said, feeling absolutely zero pity for the crying woman on the phone. You coldly orchestrated the theft of my home, the destruction of my peace, and the manipulation of my parents entirely for your own selfish retirement plan. Listen to me very carefully. You will never, ever step foot on my property. I will not pay a single cent toward your rent, and quite frankly, I will not even attend your funeral when the time comes. You reap exactly what you sow. Do not ever call this number again. I hung up the phone. I permanently blocked the number. I stood completely alone on the balcony, the cool evening breeze coming off the lake, listening to the joyful sound of laughter and clinking glasses coming from inside my home. My true family. The greatest lesson I took away from this exhausting nightmare is that you absolutely cannot heal in the exact same toxic environment that broke you in the first place. You have to be incredibly willing to walk away from toxic people, even if society constantly tells you that you owe them your life just because they are family. Your success is your own, your peace is your own. Protect it with everything you have. Top comments. User 1. The absolute whiplash of your parents throwing Connor under the bus the millisecond they realized their own house was on the line is pure cinema. They created that monster, and the moment he wasn't useful, they abandoned him. Perfection. User 2. Aunt Beatrice being the puppet master all along just to score a free retirement home in your guest house is the most unhinged plot twist I've ever read. Good on you for recording that call and cutting her off forever. Enjoy your peace. User 3. The lawyer trying to use verbal agreement against a multi-billion-dollar corporate litigation team is hilarious. She really thought she was Elle Woods until the CEO pulled out a binder the size of a phone book. Well played, OP. You stole his future. Mom screamed when I revealed my $28 million tech sale. Then she tried to hack my bank. What my lawyer did next made them lose it all. Original post. My name is Liam. I am 31 years old. For 3 decades, my family made it painfully, undeniably clear who the golden child of the household was. But last Christmas, when I firmly refused to hand over $17 million of my own hard-earned money, my 3-4-year-old brother collapsed, sobbing hysterically on the hardwood floor while my mother screamed that I had stolen his future. While I sat there quietly digesting my holiday dinner and my family's sheer, unadulterated entitlement, my parents declared I owed my brother my entire life's work. They shamed me in front of a dozen extended relatives right there in the dining room. But there was one crucial thing they didn't know. I had already secured the most ruthless corporate lawyer in Boston, and I had a digital paper trail that was about to expose the darkest, most pathetic financial secret they had been desperately hiding for years. To understand the sheer insanity of that Christmas dinner, you have to understand the suffocating shadow I grew up in. In my family, my older brother Noah was the blazing sun, and I was just the cold, dead rock orbiting somewhere in the dark. The favoritism wasn't subtle. It was broadcasted loudly every single day. When Noah sneezed, my mother, Margaret, would rush him to the pediatrician, convinced he had a rare ailment. When I was 10, I fell out of an elm tree and broke my collarbone. The bone was literally tenting my skin. I walked into the kitchen crying, clutching my shoulder. My mother looked up from her iPad, sighed heavily, and gave me a 10-minute lecture about how reckless I was and how unexpected medical copays were going to ruin their monthly budget. When Noah graduated high school with perfectly average grades, my parents threw a massive catered party. They drained their savings to cover his out-of-state private college tuition and paid his rent for a luxury downtown apartment. Meanwhile, I attended the local community college. There was absolutely no college fund left for me. I worked brutal night shifts at a greasy 2-4-hour diner just to afford my textbooks. I lived in a cramped studio that smelled like mildew, eating generic ramen noodles for years. Whenever I asked for a little help, even just a $200 loan to fix the alternator on my beat-up Toyota, my dad, Robert, would give me a stern speech about building character. Noah floated through life on a cloud of unearned privilege. In his late 20s, he got involved in a shady crypto pyramid scheme and racked up $45,000 in credit card debt. Did he get a speech about responsibility? No. My parents swooped in like superheroes, took out a second mortgage, and cleared his debts completely. By the time I turned 30, I received a store-bought birthday card in the mail containing a crisp $20 bill and a sticky note from Mom. Don't spend it all in one place. I remember sitting on the edge of my mattress, holding that 20, laughing until my ribs physically ached. I stopped expecting fairness. Instead, I channeled every ounce of that simmering rejection into my work. I taught myself complex coding at night after my diner shifts. I noticed a massive gap in how commercial real estate firms handled their supply chain logistics, and I started building a software solution. It was grueling. There were nights I slept on the floor of my tiny office because I couldn't afford to keep the apartment heater on. I pitched my software to 50 different firms and got 50 rejections. But I didn't stop. Finally, a mid-sized Boston firm took a chance. It worked perfectly. Word spread. Suddenly, I had 10 clients, then 50. I scaled quietly, pouring every cent of profit back into the business. My family had absolutely no idea because they never once asked about my life. Fast forward a decade, a massive tech conglomerate approached me, wanting to buy my software outright. The negotiations took 6 months. When the final paperwork was drawn up, I sat in a sleek boardroom, gripped the heavy pen, and signed my name. The deal closed for $28 million. I didn't buy a yacht. I drove back to my modest apartment, sat in the dark, and stared at the digital balance of 7 zeros. I had one, and I made a conscious decision to keep it a secret, just to see how long it would take for my family to notice I was a success. They never did, until that fateful Christmas dinner. The house smelled of roasted turkey and pine needles. Noah was sitting at the head of the table in an $800 cashmere sweater, his wife Chloe nodding along to his stories about his demanding corporate job. I was in the overflow seating near the kitchen. Then, Aunt Diane, the family wildcard who didn't care about Mom's image, leaned across the table. "So, Liam," she smiled, "I heard a rumor from a friend in the tech sector. How's the software business? Word is you closed a massive deal." Massive. The clinking of silverware stopped. The entire table went dead silent. Mom blinked, her fork paused halfway to her mouth. Noah tilted his head, a condescending smirk on his lips. "What deal?" "Liam just tinkers with computers." I set my water glass down. My heart was thumping a heavy rhythm against my ribs, but my voice came out completely calm. "I sold my company last year," I said simply. "The acquisition went through 10 months ago. It sold for $28 million. The warm, cinnamon-scented air was instantly sucked out of the room. Aunt Diane beamed, but Mom's face contorted into a mask of pure horror. Noah went pale. The smirk vanished, replaced by a flushed red that crept up his neck. 28. What? He stammered. "Million," I repeated. It was a detonation. Noah started shaking his head. He let out a breathless laugh, his voice pitching up into a frantic whine. "That's not fair. You can't have that kind of money." He pushed his chair back so violently it nearly tipped over. He stood up, hands trembling, and then, my 3-4-year-old brother collapsed onto the floor. He dropped to his knees, buried his face in his hands, and started sobbing. Deep, chest-heaving sobs like a toddler. He looked up at me, tears streaming, pointing a trembling finger. "It is not fair. I did everything right. You need to give me at least 17 million. I deserve it. You owe me." Before I could even process the hallucination unfolding before me, Mom slammed both hands flat onto the dining table. The crystal wine glasses rattled. "You stole his future," she screamed, her eyes bulging. "You robbed your brother of what should have been his. How dare you keep this money a secret?" I didn't say a word. I stood up slowly, picked up my coat, looked at my father who was cowardly staring at his plate, and walked out the front door into the freezing December air. I thought the worst was over. I was so incredibly wrong. Edit. A lot of you are asking why I didn't just call the police immediately when the fraud happened. I wanted to, but my lawyer advised me to gather undeniable, airtight forensic proof and trap them in mediation first. If I just called the cops, they could have played dumb or hidden assets. I needed them cornered legally where they couldn't lie their way out. Update 1. 2 days after Christmas, Mom called me, demanding I transfer the $17 million because Noah was having a mental breakdown and I owed them for raising me. She ended the call with a desperate threat. "If you don't do the right thing, there will be consequences." An hour later, an automated alert popped up on my phone from my primary wealth management bank. "Suspicious login attempt blocked." My stomach dropped. I logged into my secure portal. Someone had tried to log in 4 times and initiate a massive wire transfer. The destination routing number? Noah's personal checking account. They used my old security questions, my first pet, the street I grew up on. I grabbed my keys and drove straight to my parents' house. I pulled into the driveway and froze. Sitting right there, gleaming under the winter sun, was a brand new, slate gray Aston Martin Vantage. It had temporary dealer plates and a massive red velvet bow on the windshield. Noah walked out the front door, jingling the keys, a smug grin plastered across his face. Mom was right behind him. "Nice ride, huh?" Noah called out. Figured I deserved a little pick-me-up. Mom and Dad helped me get a head start on my inheritance. "How exactly did you pay for this?" I asked, my voice deadly quiet. "I know you're drowning in debt." Mom lifted her chin with cold defiance. "You refused to act like a brother, so we expedited what is fair. Consider this car in advance. You'll pay us back for it." I peered through the window at the dealership paperwork sitting on the passenger seat. I saw the logo of a high-end downtown dealership, and I saw the edge of a signature line. I pulled out my phone, walked down the sidewalk ignoring my mother's screams, and dialed the finance manager. I claimed suspected identity theft. After checking the file, the manager told me the horrifying truth. My name was listed as the primary guarantor on a $165,000 short-term bridge loan. They had received a digital DocuSign from my verified secondary family email address that morning. When the bank hack failed, my mother had used an old shared family computer, accessed an old email I rarely checked, and forged my digital signature to buy my brother a luxury sports car. I walked back up the driveway. "You forged my signature on a loan document," I said softly. Mom's eyes flickered with panic before she masked it with anger. "We did what we had to do," she shouted. "Enjoy the car, Noah," I said, turning my back, "because it's the last thing you will ever get." I drove straight to Victoria, the corporate attorney who handled my acquisition. She is a shark in a tailored suit who drinks black espresso and views human emotion as an exploitable weakness. I showed her the bank alerts and the loan documents. She hired a forensic accountant and a private investigator. Within 48 hours, we moved all my assets into blind trusts, changed every password, and secured the IP logs from my bank, proving the hack originated from my parents' Wi-Fi router. We also got the metadata tying the forged DocuSign directly to my mother's iPad. Meanwhile, Mom launched a vicious smear campaign, telling the extended family I had lost my mind and was bankrupting my brother. My cousin Mark invited me for coffee, pretending to be supportive. I noticed his phone glowing face down on the table. I flipped it over. He was recording me. Mom had bribed him with mortgage help to act as a spy. I dropped his phone into his latte, told him to tell Mom she hadn't seen anything yet, and walked out. I told Victoria to file the papers. We were going to mediation. Update 2. Mediation day arrived in late January. A bitter Boston winter storm was brewing. We sat in a freezing, glass-walled conference room on the 42nd floor. I wore dark jeans and a plain button-down. I wanted them to look at me and remember the kid they starved of affection. Mom walked in wearing a designer camel hair coat, radiating self-righteousness. Dad trailed behind, looking like a man walking to his execution. Noah strutted in wearing a custom midnight blue suit, flashing his expensive watch, looking like the rules of the universe didn't apply to him. Their sleazy lawyer, Vance, started the session with unearned swagger. Vance demanded a $6 million private settlement to resolve my clumsy misunderstanding of our fictional verbal family inheritance agreements, claiming Noah needed the money to maintain his high-stress corporate career. Victoria didn't even raise her voice. She simply unlatched her heavy leather briefcase with a sharp, echoing click. Your framing of these events is entirely fictional, Victoria said smoothly. We are here to explicitly discuss a systematic, highly documented effort to defraud my client. She slid Exhibit A across the mahogany table, the certified bank security logs tracing the $17 million wire transfer attempt directly to Mom's router and Noah's checking account. Mom scoffed loudly. We are his parents. We have a fundamental right to manage his estate. I am 31 years old, I interrupted, staring a hole through her. I don't have an estate for you to manage. You tried to steal my money because Noah threw a temper tantrum. Victoria then dropped Exhibit B, the forged Aston Martin loan documents and a sworn affidavit from the dealership manager confirming the financing was approved solely based on my forged liquid assets. Wire fraud, identity theft, grand larceny, Victoria listed coldly. If we leave this room without a full unconditional settlement on our terms, I will hand this binder to the district attorney. Your clients will face severe federal indictments by Friday. Vance, their slick lawyer, visibly fractured. He looked at the IP metadata, realized his clients had lied to him, and pushed the folder away. He knew a losing hand. But Noah wasn't done. He slammed his fist on the table, his face twisted in cornered rage. You're bluffing. You have $28 million. I have a high-level corporate salary to maintain, a pristine reputation. If you take that car, my network will think I'm failing. You owe me. I looked at Victoria. She gave a single, sharp nod. The trap was set. It was time to drop the nuclear bomb. Let's talk about your high-level corporate salary, Noah, Victoria said, her voice dropping to a clinical register. She pulled out a thick manila envelope and spread official HR documents across the table for the judge to see. According to the subpoenaed employment records from his former firm, Noah was officially terminated for cause exactly 8 months ago for gross negligence and expensing luxury personal vacations to a corporate card. He is utterly bankrupt. The silence in the room was absolute. Dad's head snapped up so fast I thought he'd get whiplash. Terminated? Dad whispered in horror. You put on a suit and leave the house every morning at 7:30. Noah was trembling violently, looking like a trapped animal. But Victoria wasn't finished. A man without a salary cannot maintain a suburban mansion and an exclusive country club membership, she continued, turning her piercing gaze to Mom. Evelyn, desperate to protect the golden child's image, decided to secretly fund his lifestyle, but living on a fixed retirement, she didn't have the cash. Victoria slid a final document directly in front of my father. Robert, I suggest you read this carefully. 3 months ago, your wife fraudulently forged your signature to take out a massive equity line of credit against your primary home. She remortgaged the house to the maximum limit and has been funneling the cash to Noah. Your entire family is irreversibly bankrupt. My father let out a breathless, agonizing gasp. He picked up the document with violently shaking hands, staring at his forged signature. He slowly turned to his wife of 40 years as if she were a terrifying stranger. You remortgaged our home behind my back? He roared, standing up so fast his chair scraped loudly. How were you going to fix a $500,000 debt? Mom finally broke. She burst into hysterical, narcissistic tears, pointing a shaking finger directly at my chest. Liam was going to fix it. She wailed. He has $28 million sitting doing nothing. He was supposed to pay off the mortgage and give Noah the rest. He owed us for giving him a life. The terrifying sickness of her twisted logic hung in the freezing air. She had destroyed her own life, ruined my father's retirement, and enabled my brother's total failure, all under the psychotic assumption that my bank account was her personal unlimited insurance policy. Noah slumped forward, weeping openly, the grand facade of the untouchable older brother violently ripped away to reveal a pathetic fraud. Victoria delivered our non-negotiable terms. I pay $0. The Aston Martin is surrendered back to the dealership today, with Mom and Noah personally responsible for depreciation fees. Finally, they must sign an ironclad no-contact order and a strict NDA regarding my finances. If they ever contact me or speak of my wealth, the criminal wire fraud charges get filed immediately. Vance didn't even argue. He placed his gold pen on the table and told Dad to sign it or watch his wife go to federal prison for 3 to 5 years. Dad's fight was completely gone. He signed his name, severing his right to ever ask me for a dime. Mom glared at me, mascara running down her face in ugly streaks. "You are destroying this family," she hissed. "I didn't destroy this family, Mom," I said, projecting a coldness I didn't know I possessed. "You destroyed it when you decided my sole purpose was to serve as a backup plan for Noah. I'm just holding up the mirror." "Sign the paper." She aggressively scrawled her name, throwing the pen across the table. It hit Noah in the chest. Silently weeping, Noah signed his fictional inheritance and his luxury lifestyle away forever. I stood up, buttoned my blazer, and walked out the glass doors. I didn't look back. The exact moment I stepped into the hallway, a crushing, invisible weight I had carried for 31 years evaporated. I felt a profound, unshakable sense of absolute freedom. The fallout was merciless. The next morning at 8 a.m., a heavy-duty tow truck arrived at my parents' house. The gossiping neighbors watched in shocked silence as the Aston Martin was unceremoniously dragged out of the driveway. I then did an exclusive interview with a tech journalist about my startup journey, detailing my brutal night shifts, my lack of family support, and my total self-reliance. The article went viral. Aunt Diane shared it. The truth about Noah's firing and my parents' secret mortgage leaked through the family grapevine, and their carefully constructed facade collapsed overnight. It's been a year. Noah's wife Chloe divorced him and took the dog. He now rents a cramped one-bedroom apartment on the bad side of town, working a miserable telemarketing job to pay off his crushing debt. My parents were forced to sell their suburban home to cover the secret second mortgage. They downsized to a tiny 2-bedroom condo in a cheaper county, completely exiled from their old social circle. As for me, I bought a sprawling piece of heavily wooded land in the mountains and built a custom sanctuary with massive floor-to-ceiling windows. But more importantly, I started a mentorship foundation for young, underprivileged entrepreneurs from broken homes. I sit with kids who have been told they aren't good enough, and I fund their startup ideas. I give them the one crucial thing my family intentionally withheld from me: unconditional support. I survived the toxic shadow of the golden child, built an untouchable empire in the dark, and when they tried to drag me down, I locked the door and threw away the key forever. Top comments. User 1. The absolute audacity of your mother to forge a second mortgage on her husband's house and then casually assume you would foot the bill because you owed her for giving birth to you. Victoria is a terrifying, magnificent queen. Good on you for walking away and never looking back. User 2. Noah throwing a literal toddler tantrum on the floor at 34 years old tells you everything you need to know about how they raised him. He never had to face a single consequence in his life until that mediation room. Enjoy the mountain house, Liam, you earned every single cent. User 3. Dropping your cousin's phone into his latte is the most incredibly satisfying petty revenge I've ever read. It's insane how the entire family was perfectly fine with enabling Noah's delusions, but the second you succeeded through pure hard work, you were the villain. Keep thriving. I discovered explicit messages between my wife and a man at the gym. When confronted, she admitted to the affair but insisted it wasn't serious. My wife is 30 years old and she's always worked out and been in shape, but lately I feel like it's becoming excessive. She used to regularly work out at a gym when she was in college. At some point she stopped going to the gym, I think lately just due to her schedule, and preferred to work out at home or go for runs outside. About 18 months ago she announced she was going to get back into the habit of going to the gym. She now has a job where she's able to make more time for it. It started off normal, but slowly became more and more frequent. She signed up for classes on the weekend, both days. She started going to the gym every day, then it became the morning before work and then again later in the evening. Every single day. If she's stressed, she goes to the gym. Experience some sort of life crisis. She immediately heads to the gym. We have an argument. Run to the gym. She's 4 months pregnant right now. I'm kind of surprised we even had time to make a kid. I understand that it's safe for her to work out, especially since she was already in the habit of doing it before she got pregnant, but the intensity is not slowing down. If she misses one of her normal gym sessions, she becomes so irritable. Like a junkie not getting her fix. It's just bizarre. Truly a case of too much of a good thing. Of course she gets upset when I voice that I feel it's becoming an unhealthy obsession and that I miss spending time with her because she's there so much. She has all of these friends and this whole circle of people there that she seems to prefer spending time with over me. Why don't we work out together at the gym? The gym is her time, she says. This isn't a case of me feeling insecure because she's in great physical shape and I'm a fat slob. I work out and am in shape. My job really requires me to stay in shape, so I can't let myself go if I want to. I genuinely feel her gym habits are unhealthy. She's over-exercising, for one. There is such a thing. But worse than that, I feel it's becoming a way for her to escape everything else in her life. She never actually fixed anything that goes wrong in her life. She just runs off to the gym to get some sort of mood boost and then that's it. She also never gets anything else done in a practical sense because how can she when she's at the gym so often? It's to the point where I have to do every chore, and if food is getting made I'm going to have to do it. I don't expect her to do all of those things, but it should at least be a shared effort. People we know have even commented about it to me. They've said things about how she seems different, how she sure is at the gym a lot, and many of her friends and family barely see her anymore. Some have even suggested she's having an affair with somebody there. Please tell me that this doesn't sound normal to you. She insists this is perfectly normal. Update 1. I posted not very long ago about my wife's addiction to the gym. A compulsion, if you will. She spends most of her free time there. She often goes twice a day and sometimes even 3 times if we have a fight at night and she needs to run off instead of actually talking to me. She won't let me go to her gym and she refuses to go to mine. Her gym is her place, my gym is my place, and that's just the way it has to be according to her. I'd love to have her come along with me. I've invited her multiple times. She's about 18 weeks pregnant right now. This is our first baby. She worked out like crazy prior to the pregnancy and she continues to work just as hard now. I truly didn't think she was cheating on me. People suggested it in the last thread and I laughed. You can tell she's at the gym a lot, she's in great shape. So she's obviously going there. I felt really confident about the cheating issue, and when I posted 9 days ago I wasn't even considering cheating. I'm embarrassed to admit that after reading a lot of the comments on my last post, I thought maybe I was being overly confident about her fidelity. She usually always has her phone on her, but she left it on the kitchen counter, and as stupid as I felt, I decided to do a quick swipe through her texts. She had a current text conversation going on with a guy. I recognize the name. The same name of a guy from the gym she mentions a lot. She's friends with a lot of people there, and went to one of their weddings last fall. I wasn't too terribly concerned until I started reading the texts. Never wanted to know what the guy's dick looked like, but I know now. She was only out of the room for literally about a minute or two, so I had to scroll fast. I was furious. I asked her what the fuck that conversation was about. She started yelling at me for looking at her phone. I told her she's acting so weird and the gym obsession was really bothering me, so I just decided to look and was ashamed that I did, but I thought I'd find nothing at all. She said, "It's nothing. It's nothing." Didn't look like anything to me. She sure seemed pretty interested in this nothing. I wanted to know if she's been fucking him. For how long? She kept saying no. I left the house because I was so furious, but not before I slammed her phone on the ground and shattered it. She was calling me all sorts of names for breaking her phone. She hit me on the back as hard as she could. I left. Went to my brother's house. My brother and sister-in-law were shocked, although my sister-in-law was one of the most vocal ones about my wife's gym obsession being weird and bringing it up to me constantly. I went home. She was in bed crying. She obviously couldn't call me or anyone else for that matter. She was laying it on thick. "I don't know if you'd ever come home. Give me a break. I took her phone to get repaired tonight." She doesn't deserve it, but I still feel like an ass breaking her phone. I still don't know how deep it goes. She won't admit to anything beyond what I saw. Was it sexting, bad enough, or more? I'm convinced it was a lot more, but she refuses to hand over her phone and is now trying to act like I'm this terrible monster who is abusing her because I broke her phone. Not my proudest moment, but I honestly wanted to body slam her after she punched me. I have never and would never actually touch her like that. Update 2. Not sure if posting something in my profile will be seen by anyone, but I don't feel like making another update in a subreddit. Today my wife asked me to stay home from work so we could talk. She laid in bed all day yesterday trying to make me feel sorry for her, but I paid absolutely no attention to her and ended up leaving the house to go to my family's Super Bowl party. I wasn't in the mood to go, but I wasn't going to sit at home with her. It really bothered her that I left. She kept texting me things like, "Who just leaves like that? When something like this is happening, who is that cold and callous that they just leave to go to a party?" I stayed home today to talk to her. She was full of tears, she's so sorry. According to her, she really was going to the gym twice a day because she likes going there, that's where her friends are, makes her feel good, it's fun for her. She met this guy there and he started flirting with her. Everyone likes him. He's one of the most popular guys there. I didn't realize there were popular people at gyms. She admitted that she flirted back but didn't mean anything by it. She didn't reciprocate very much at first, but he gave her butterflies, and she just found herself flirting back without thinking. She said it felt like she had a crush on somebody when she was in school when she was younger. They started texting. At first it was just friendly and nothing sexual for several months, but she'd feel giddy every time she got a message from him. She was really attracted to him, but told him that she was married and there could never actually be anything between them. According to her, he kept flirting with her anyway and said, "Sure, we won't cross the line." Until they did cross the line. She said she had tried to resist it for a while, but then one day they kissed. She admitted to enjoying it but also feeling that it was wrong. She must not have felt that bad because she slept with him for the first time later that night. She described it like falling in love with somebody for the first time. All she could think about was him. Is she in love with him? She doesn't know. Is this baby mine? She thinks so, but there's always a small chance it could be his. He always uses a condom, so she doesn't think it's his baby, but they were sleeping together at the time she got pregnant. She loves me. She can't help that there's just this huge spark between the two of them. She doesn't know if she loves him. She doesn't know if the baby is mine. She doesn't know why she did this. She doesn't know what she thinks we should do. The nail in the coffin is when she said, "You would really leave me if it's not your baby, would you?" She had the balls to ask me that. I told her of course I'm leaving her and I wouldn't raise another man's child. She seemed shocked. She said, "Really? With everything we have and all our history, you wouldn't even consider it?" She can't be serious. I told her no, I would never consider it. She agreed to get a DNA test. She tearfully agreed, like I'm supposed to feel sorry for her about it. I don't know who this woman is. She was crying the whole time, but not tears of an ashamed or sorry person. They were tears for herself and meant to try to make me feel bad. Feel bad for what? That her heart is apparently so torn. My life has been reduced to a trashy daytime talk show. The woman who was once my wife, who I considered a classy woman, has turned into complete trailer trash. Today she announced that she's moving in with her affair partner from the gym. She's pregnant, might be his kid, might be mine. She's too embarrassed to go get blood drawn for a paternity test. She spent about a week trying to get my attention, to get me to talk to her, to get me to beg her to be mine. I didn't fall for any of it. I've largely been ignoring her, and when we have to speak I keep it very brief. We've been living together this whole time, but I'm in a different room now and functioning separate from her in all ways. So her pouting and trying to get me to pay attention to her and give her a gold star for not going to the gym for 5 days in a row didn't work. Today she texted me to say she is moving in with him. Somehow I still care about this person. I've already met with a lawyer though. I can care about her as a human being and possible mother of my child without being married to her. Still, it stung to hear her say she was going to be with him. I told her it wasn't a smart move to leave the house. I've even told her she should probably meet with a lawyer. She doesn't care about anything I have to say. I don't think she needs to move in with anybody. I actually feel bad for her that she can't just be on her own. I asked her if he actually knew she was pregnant and wanted to know what story she's been telling him this whole time. She said he knows and he doesn't care if it's my baby, he loves her and wants to be with her. Bizarre. You can't find anyone else? Somebody who isn't a married pregnant woman? Why would you take that on? Doesn't make sense to me. He's scum, but he's a good-looking scum who apparently is gainfully employed and owns his own home, so you can't tell me that my married pregnant wife is your only option here. I just can't imagine being a single guy like that and wanting to put up with this baggage when I could have other options. And if this really is my baby, then what? They'll live with my wife and this weasel 50% of the time. I don't know how my life turned into this mess. And she thinks it's embarrassing to have to go get blood drawn? My wife moved in with her AP last weekend. She didn't take very much at all. Most of her stuff is still in our house. I still get the feeling she was just waiting for me to beg her to come home, but I didn't reach out to her at all after she left. It was a strange mixture of relief, anger, and sadness. I don't think I ate it all until last night. Just never felt hungry. Drank a little too much. But I'm fine. I'm posting this update because I've received a ton of messages from people and honestly it's emotionally draining to respond to each one and to have to type the same stuff out. I just don't feel like talking about her that much. So this morning she texted me to say her AP wants to get a DNA test done, so she's going to do it. Look at that. It didn't matter when I wanted one, but now that he has requested it, she suddenly thinks it's a great idea. She asked if I wanted to submit a sample because it'll be cheaper to have two dads tested as part of one package. I don't even care about the cost at this point, I just want an answer. I don't have to see or interact with them at all. I just have to make my own appointment with the lab to get my cheeks swabbed. So this Saturday I'm going to do that, and we should have the results within a week. I'll take what I can get at this point because it's better than her dragging this out for another 20 weeks. So that's it, I'm fine. I'm going to work every day. Trying to function. Just feel stuck in limbo. I miss her. Honestly, I hate that she's there with him. It makes me sick. Part of me does want to beg her to come home. It'll be even worse if I find out that it's my baby and she's there with him. Unless he drops her at that news. I won't let myself beg her. I won't play any of those games with her. Update 2. My wife has been having an affair with a guy she met at the gym for at least nearly a year. She's around 22 weeks pregnant right now. She was somewhere around 17 weeks when I discovered she was cheating. She maintained that she was positive I was the father, but then refused to get a paternity test done to ease my mind. We recently had a paternity test done. At the request of her affair partner, and it proves the baby is mine. It's been very mixed emotions for me, very up and down. Originally I thought I just wanted to be completely done with her and not have any lifelong ties in the form of a full-blown human being we shared, but I was sort of happy or relieved when I got the results. I'd already had it in my mind that I was going to be a father for months before I found out she was cheating. Sometimes I just have moments where I can't believe this is my life, that this is the situation that my kid will be born into, and I hate her for it. She's still living with him. All of her belongings are still here in our house. I refuse to do the work of packing everything up for her. She doesn't seem concerned about taking any of her things, beyond the essentials. After we got the news that I'm the baby's father, she texted me to say she's glad I'm the father and that she knows I'll be a great dad. She was texting me new baby name ideas last night. She's tried calling, but I ignore the calls. I only speak with her via text. This morning she asked if she could come by and get a few things. I told her it was fine, as I've been advised by my lawyer to not prevent her entry from the home, but I told her that he better not be with her. So who shows up with her? The scumbag boyfriend. He walks right on into the house behind her like it's no big deal. She ran upstairs to get the stuff she wanted, and he and I were just left standing there in the living room. He told me it wasn't her fault that he was there. She told him I didn't want to come, but he forced his way along. He wanted to talk to me, supposedly, to tell me he understands how I must be feeling. No, you don't know. He told me he knows I probably don't believe him, but he genuinely loves her and knew he probably wasn't the father. He accepts it and then tries to assure me he won't try to take my place with the baby and hopes we can just get along since we're both going to be in her life now. He promises that she's fine, he's looking after her. I told him that I couldn't for the life of me imagine what he wanted with a pregnant woman who is having another man's child, which I found weird. Then I told him if he didn't get out of my house I'd punch him. I went upstairs and she was trying to find some things in the bathroom. I got mad, asked her why she brought him along, and told her I find it really strange that he still wants to be with her now that he knows he has nothing to do with this baby, and that I refuse to let him have anything to do with my child. She said he talked her into coming and she's sorry and never meant for any of this to happen, but she's in love with him now. He is supposedly what a 30-year-old girl is looking for, not me. She's setting up a nursery in his house and I can set one up at my house, and she has no intention of trying to get full custody or anything like that. She doesn't want to keep me from being involved in my child's life. How generous of her. She went back downstairs and I followed her, and he was still standing there in the living room, and I just walked up to him and punched him. He stumped back and fell into a table. She yelled, "What the fuck?" and ran over to him. I don't even care at this point. As if he's going to call the cops. He deserved it, and it wouldn't have happened had he just left like I told him to. Several hours later she texted me to say she was sorry about today. He really meant what he said, and he's actually a good guy and he cares about her and he respects me. WTF, does he respect me? He was screwing my wife in the gym locker room. I was like, you can't be serious. She said, fine. I'm trying to have a mature conversation about this. I can't help that we fell in love. Believe it or not, I'm not trying to hurt you and I want everything to be amicable. This guy stole my wife and he's stealing my kid too. Sure, I'm the actual father, but now they're setting up a nursery together in his house. I've tried to not feel jealous or sad. I've tried to maintain the thought that he's the trash man who picked up my garbage. Sometimes I feel that way, but the truth is that I loved her, and still love her. I don't want to stay married to her on principle alone, but this is devastating to me. Update 3. My wife is basically 26 weeks pregnant now. There actually hasn't been much drama with her and her AP. I was away for a long weekend last week and it was nice to just get away from home for a while. Only really annoying thing that's happened is that I told her I'm being in the delivery room, not him. After everything she's done, she owes me that. It's not his baby. He has no right or reason to be there. I will not be the one waiting outside when my kid is being born. She said yeah, she agreed and she never planned to have him in there with her. I asked her if she'd told him that and she said no. I told her to tell him he'll have no part in it. Well, she told him and apparently he didn't like that and he started trying to convince her why he should be there. Next thing I know she's telling me that he really wants to be there and she's the one giving birth so she should be able to say who she wants there and she wants him there. I suppose he'll start making name suggestions soon and we'll try to overrule names we've had picked out for our future kids for years. We've talked a little bit and she told me I can have our house and the dog in our divorce. I'm requesting that we sell the house and split the profit. I already wrote that in the paperwork. I'm not buying her out of our house, a house that I've made all the payments on anyway. I have a much better credit score than her and less debt. I compromised a lot because she liked this house. I'd rather be able to get my own place based just on what I want and with no reminders of her. And there was already no way she was getting the dog. I already had proof that I owned him though, so she wouldn't really stand a chance of having a court award the dog to her. It's the one thing I told my lawyer I wanted above everything else, not including any custody issues surrounding my actual human child. Honestly, her AP can have her, but he will never ever have my dog. Not to mention my dog is 100 times more loyal than my wife and some might even say better looking too. So with the idea I won't be living here in this house for much longer after the baby is born, if everything moves quickly, I decided I will still prepare a nursery here anyway in case anyone wants to try to accuse me of not being invested, prepared for fatherhood. I'm trying to look at the positives. It doesn't matter what colors she likes or what themes. I can do whatever I want. Honestly, we've been together for so long and have lived together for most of our adult lives. It's sort of nice not living with somebody but sort of lonely too. I have friends and family, but it's hard to feel in the mood to go out or hang out with people too often. They always ask me about everything that's going on and it's just like I'm tired of that being the topic of conversation. I got a promotion at work, which financially would have been better had it happened after the divorce, but I'll take what I can get. I feel like I'm living in this limbo right now and a lot of what I do is always framed around how will this affect me in the divorce. Admittedly, I spy on them on social media sometimes. Guess I'm hoping to see he's been in a motorcycle accident or something now that the weather is nicer. Hasn't happened yet, but he's starting a new company and once that's up and running I can always get all my friends and family to leave 1-star reviews everywhere. Have to find ways to have a little fun. Sorry that I don't respond to a lot of messages or comments. Sometimes I just take big breaks from looking at Reddit since it can be depressing AF. Editing to add something I forgot. She told her family that we've split up and that she's with this other guy now. Her sister reached out to me to say how sorry she was, her sister is a dumbass, that sort of thing. She told me that my wife was complaining about her AP. The sex is over when he's done and apparently he's really selfish with sex. He doesn't do extra little things for her that she's used to me doing. Like clearing the snow off her car in the morning and heating it up or offering to make her food after a long day. He doesn't speak her love language, and he hangs out with his friends too much. This made me so happy to hear. She's secretly miserable and I find that absolutely delightful. I'm still alive. I'm mainly posting here because several people have reached out to me and were concerned that I'd taken my own life. No, I'm not on the brink of ending my life. I think I'm doing better than I have since all of this started. Around the time of my last post, my story blew up and I was getting messages from people who saw it on TikTok and YouTube. I had to take a step back because it was a little overwhelming. I have over 100 unread messages here. I appreciate it, but it was a little uncomfortable at the time, and I got to the point where I didn't really want to talk about the situation with my wife and her AP anymore. So as of today, our baby is due in less than 10 weeks. We're in the home stretch now. I don't feel prepared at all. All of this other stuff has just been so distracting. I started working in a nursery. It's not done yet, but I have the floor finished and the walls painted. My ex-wife was impressed with the color scheme and furniture I chose. She's not legally my ex-wife yet, but I've started calling her that. It sort of makes it easier. I also packed up a bunch of her stuff. Originally I refused to spend my time packing up her things, but eventually just said screw it and started packing it. I'm at the point where it'll just be easier to not see all of her stuff around here. Why did I leave it for so long? She came over to get some of the boxes I packed up. She came alone. Things were fine between us. I loaded the stuff into her car. We didn't argue. At one point she started to tear up and said she fucked up. I said yes she did, but there's no point talking about it now. She shit all over our marriage. She has her muscle-bound asshole to go home to now anyway, so who cares? She said I know, but it's not the same. I told her nothing has been the same since she decided to fuck him the first time. Supposedly he's going to let me be in the delivery room when my baby is born. I didn't even argue it when she said it like that, but inside I was boiling at the idea of him letting me be there for the birth of my child. She says she talked to him and he agreed it wouldn't really be right to not allow me to be there. I'm going to take what I can get if it means being there for the birth of my child. I'm going to try to just ignore him for the time being. She was acting all sweet and laying on all of the I really want you there, I really need you there stuff, and I know mentally I'm not in a place to be that cold to her when she starts acting that way. I'm trying to be indifferent more than anything else, but it's so hard when she's actually around and starts looking at me a certain way and making me feel bad. She invited me over to see the nursery they have set up at his house. I'm not sure I can bring myself to go into another man's house and look at the nursery set up for my kid. I did ask her if she was truly safe there though. I don't know why, it's just been bothering me. As pissed as I still am, I don't want to find out he's mistreating her, and I definitely don't want my kid to be going into an unsafe household. I haven't told her about anything her sister has told me. They probably won't last, but as of right now there's a very good chance my newborn baby will be going home to his house. It kills me to think about. It's almost soul-destroying to think about if I dwell on it too long. She says she's fine. He genuinely loves her. He's great with kids. He accepts that she's having a baby and that this is part of the package. She insists it's not weird because she wasn't pregnant when anything started between them. I asked her why she did it. Why did she ever let anything start between them in the first place? She said I don't know. Then went into I don't want to talk about this mode and left pretty soon after. Typical behavior from her. Just run away. Overall I'm doing okay. I'm not sitting here depressed and drinking a bottle of scotch every night anymore. I mean on occasion, but for the most part no. I feel more used to my new normal now, and that'll all change yet again pretty soon. New update. I have a baby. A little girl. I'm a dad. She was born yesterday at 11:57 p.m., 2 weeks early. As he's done before, she was having some pains off and on and he left for work yesterday morning. She works from home on Mondays. She told me around 8:30 a.m. she was having contractions 17 minutes apart. The same thing happened not long ago, but then by evening all the pain stopped. I was at work, so I told her to keep me posted. A little later, she said they were 15 minutes apart and she had some other signs it might be actual labor starting. I asked her if she needed somebody there with her. She said wanted me to come with her? I didn't even mean to volunteer myself. She was scared. I didn't even ask why she didn't call him. I left work and went over to his house. Uncomfortable doesn't begin to describe it, but there were obviously more important things going on. He wasn't there. She didn't even contact him. She said she just wanted it to be me and her there. In her words, he hadn't seen her pee or shit herself yet, but I've witnessed all of that stuff already, so she was more comfortable with me there. I really tried to be as nice and supportive as possible. Set the whole thing about her affair, our marriage, everything to the side for a brief time. I don't really know what my purpose was being there, but I think she just needed somebody there so she didn't feel alone. She spent most of the time stretching and doing some sort of yoga labor routine and bouncing on this huge exercise ball. I twiddled my thumbs for the most part and looked through a bunch of his belongings. I was timing the contractions and they were consistent and slowly did get closer together, so I thought it was probably actually going to happen. It wasn't nearly far enough along to go to the hospital yet, and it was getting close to when he'd get home. I was planning how I'd handle that when she called me into the bathroom to ask her if I thought her water broke. It wasn't like in the movies with this huge gush of water. So he got home and I was there. He came into the house and the first thing he asked was, "What are you doing here?" I think he thought something else was going on. "No, you just left and went to work and left her alone when she was scared." He said he was home and he'd be with her until it was time to go to the hospital. He put his hand on my shoulder and said something like, "Thanks, bud, I got it from here and we'll call you when we're on the way to the hospital." He called me bud. I told him I wasn't his fucking buddy and to fuck off. I could tell she wanted me to leave. I'm not sure she really wanted me to leave so much as she was in labor and the tension between the two of us wasn't what she needed, and I knew that. It was his house, so what was I supposed to do? I left and prayed they'd actually call me instead of letting me know the next day that my kid had been born. She texted me a few hours later to say the doctor told her to go to the hospital. At that point I still didn't know if I was going to be waiting outside or what he'd decide was best for his apparent wife and child. I was allowed to be in the room. I didn't force my way in there. She said she wanted me to be there. He was there too. By far the single most awkward experience of my life, and the only reason I was able to excuse it was because she told me she wanted me there and I didn't want to miss the chance to be there when my kid was born and to hold my kid before he did. I can't imagine what the doctors and nurses were thinking. Fucking humiliating. Then the guy tried to police what I could see. I put the baby in there. He's fucking watching and it's like this is still my wife and that's my baby. I chose to stay dignified and I ignored him the entire time. I was there to do whatever she told me to do and my focus wasn't on him, but in any other setting I don't think I would have been able to hold back. The baby came flying out. I mean, as far as labor goes. These are the nurse's words and I trust labor and delivery nurses to know what they're talking about. She tore very bad because the baby came out so fast. The baby is so tiny, barely 6 pounds and only 18 inches, but perfectly healthy. I went home for a short rest, although I really couldn't rest at all. I went back today and of course he was there. Surprisingly, he said he was going to give us some time alone with the baby. Not sure if she had previously asked him to do that when I showed up or not, didn't ask. He even brought us all food back when he returned a few hours later. I wondered if mine might be poisoned, but I tried to be nice. He's still not gone, so I'm wondering how long he'll be around. I just can't let myself do anything that will make her try to keep me away from my daughter now. I don't want them making it difficult for me. I'd prefer not to share her name publicly, but I can confirm it's the name we chose for a daughter years ago. He had no say and he hasn't said anything about the name at all. It kills me to see him holding her though. I eventually left because it was just too much sitting there pretending to be like some bizarre company. I'll know I will get my time with her when he's not around. He's already posting them on his social media. I don't know how I'm going to do this, but I'm going to figure it out. I just have to find a way to be the bigger person because I won't let him or their relationship discourage me from being my daughter's dad. I totally get doing anything for your kids now, and if it means having to pretend to get along with him, I will. Relevant comments from OP. It's not about picking me. I just have a hard time not caring about her anymore. The fact that she was carrying my child made it a lot more difficult. Otherwise, I could have and would have cut all ties with her. I don't know, I still feel the need to protect her or help her. Hopefully it'll get easier now that she and the baby are two separate people. Honestly, I'm considering doing something pretty stupid. She's getting discharged from the hospital early tomorrow morning. I don't want them to go home with him, so I'm thinking about asking her to come home to our house instead. It's ridiculous and sets us up for disaster. It wouldn't be to be with her. I don't want my newborn baby going home to another man's house. I don't think it's for the baby's sake that I want to stop it. It's for my sake. But it's not like we'd be divorced and living together forever. So we'd live together for some period of time, but eventually we'd go our separate ways, date other people and so on. I can't trust her again. That would probably be worse for our kid in the long run. At least by being in two separate homes in the first place, this will just be the norm for her and she won't have to go through that heartache of being one family splitting into two. I just don't know how I'm going to be able to handle seeing my child going home from the hospital to his house. I'm honestly scared to be present when they're discharged because I'm not sure I can control myself. I caved and I asked her to come home with me when they was discharged from the hospital. I framed it more like, if you don't want to go home with him, you don't have to. I let her know she could come home to our house if she wanted to. She said she can't. Why? Because he's done so much for her. He moved her into his house. They have a whole nursery set up. He loves her. I don't love her anymore after what she did, her words, but he loves her and accepts her even with the baby. She thinks she'll never find anyone who will love her and love our baby too, so she can't risk losing him. I tried to tell her she doesn't owe him anything. Just because he let her move in and there's a nursery there doesn't mean she's indebted to him, especially not when it comes to something this big. She said, I want to, but I just can't. I'm sorry. I left. I told her I couldn't sit there and watch the get into his car and go to his house. As a consolation I got a, you can come over and see her tomorrow. Great. I know she did this. This is all her doing. But why am I the one feeling like I failed? This wouldn't have happened if I hadn't immediately shut her out. I basically just pushed her to him. OP on the AP posting pictures of the baby online. Today I told him he can't post pictures of her online. He said he was just posting a few pictures to say how proud and happy he was of my wife. It wasn't weird. I said he can post her all he wants, but he can't post the baby. He didn't seem to be taking it seriously, so I told him I know he wishes he'd won this one, but he didn't. She's my kid, not his. If he's genuine about being all buddy-buddy and respecting me as the actual father, he'll respect my request. He said okay, he understood, we'll see. So that he could spend Christmas with his ex-girlfriend, in another state, my fiancé pretended that there was a medical problem in the family. Consequently, I moved his entire life into a storage unit, changed the locks, and methodically undermined the lucrative career that I had been assisting him in building over the course of 3 years. On the kitchen island, I forgot to take his engagement ring with me. It caught the wan winter light that was seeping through the blinds, and it was precisely centered on top of a stack of printed screenshots and bank statements that I had spent the entire night arranging. My hands did not tremble once. In no way, shape, or form. We had been dating for 3 years and had been engaged for 8 months when I finally decided to walk away from a pathological liar. I had earned the right to a steady hand. The kiss on my forehead that my fiancé, Liam, who is 33 years old, had given me 24 hours earlier, was something that I really felt to be profound and soul-crushing regret. "Babe, I was so incredibly sorry," he had said, his voice cracking just the right amount. "I'm so sorry. My dad's in the hospital, he had a massive cardiac episode. I need to fly to Denver tonight. They don't know if he's going to make it through the night." When he looked at me, his eyes were big and filled with tears that were perfectly timed. It was exactly the right amount of stress that made his voice tremble, making it sound perfectly genuine. As I was holding him, I caressed his back, and then instructed him to leave. He assured me, "I'll be back before New Year's," while pressing his face into my neck. "I'll be back before. I promise we'll do our own Christmas then. I love you so much, Maya." I had fulfilled the role of the ideal and compassionate fiancé. I went so far as to even pack his overnight bag for him. In addition to ensuring that his phone charger was packed, I also made sure that his favorite munchies were packed for the airport and scheduled an Uber to take him to Chicago O'Hare. As I stood at the doorway of our apartment and watched him drive away, my heart broke for the suffering that he was experiencing. How utterly and completely naive I was. The illusion was destroyed at 11:47 p.m. On Christmas Eve, while I was sitting alone on our couch, eating cold pad thai out of a cardboard box, and watching Die Hard in an effort to divert my attention away from the sad silence that pervaded the flat. Through Instagram, I was lazily scrolling through the photos. I have no idea what possessed me to investigate her name in the first place. Chloe Vance, a female who is 29 years old, in college, Liam's ex-girlfriend, from the past. After dating for 4 years, they decided to end their relationship when Liam relocated to Chicago in order to pursue his job. That occurred some 5 years ago. A full year prior to the time when Liam and I first met. Although I was aware of her existence, she had never been a source of contention for me. Her profile was on the internet. In a laughable manner, her privacy settings were completely absent. Her tail was tapped by me. He was known as Liam. It had been 2 months since I had given him the cable knit sweater that was thick and dark green in color. He was wearing it in that sweater. In a warm and inviting cottage with wood paneling, he was standing in front of a large Christmas tree that was exquisitely decorated. He was laughing so hard that he was flinging his head back. It was completely obvious that this was not a waiting room of a hospital in Denver. The caption that Chloe used said, "Best Christmas surprise ever. Some traditions are worth keeping." My eyes were fixed on the television. My lungs have suddenly lost all of their breath. No, I did not cry. My voice was not heard. I just had a chilling and terrible numbness that spread across my entire body. An image was captured by me. After 20 minutes, she published a second article on her website. Liam's hand was resting intimately on her waist as they clinked champagne glasses, and the boomerang shot captured the moment. One more screenshot was taken by me. A third narrative was told at 10:03 a.m. on the morning of Christmas. While he was wrapped in a plaid blanket, Liam was sound asleep on a rustic leather couch that I was unfamiliar with. All that was written in Chloe's caption was the word, "home." I did not give him a call. In an effort to find out where he was, I did not send him a flurry of text messages asking to know where he was. It was not me who called his friends. As an alternative, I shut down the Instagram app, went into my home office, opened up my laptop, and promptly began the conflict. As of 3 o'clock in the morning, I had compiled a comprehensive and indisputable timeline of his adultery. Back in October, they had reconnected at the wedding of a mutual acquaintance, as stated on Chloe's Facebook page. At precisely the same weekend, Liam had informed me that he was going to Austin, Texas, to participate in an obligatory course on financial planning. I logged into the portal for our shared credit card, which was the account that we only used for paying for groceries, wedding deposits, and bills related to the household. The digging process began. That was the case. In late October, A charge of $185 was made at a high-end florist for the delivery of merchandise to a Denver location. What was Liam's justification at the time? I checked the delivery address and said, "It's my mom's birthday, babe. You know how she gets if I don't send the expensive orchids." I then compared the delivery address to the original one. It turned out to be Chloe's residential complex. My scrolling continued. Restaurant accusations in Denver spanning the past 3 months. Luxury boutique hotels have fees. Rides provided by Uber. At all times on the weekends, when Liam asserted that he was networking or going to see his parental grandparents, over $4,500 had been stolen from our joint account by him in order to finance his covert second life. At no point had I ever questioned it. Would I do that? We were in a committed relationship. The wedding venues were being aggressively explored by us. Together, we were constructing a lasting life. Deception had been his default language with me, and the worst part was not only knowing that he had been cheating, it was also recognizing how readily, how naturally, he had allowed it to become his default language. I had a steamy shower on Christmas morning at 6 o'clock in the morning. Following the completion of my skincare routine, I washed my hair and put on my go-to black blazer and pants that fit me well. In spite of the fact that I was experiencing actual nausea every time I passed past his shoes in the hallway, I managed to press the bile down. I started taking photographs of everything in a methodical manner. The engagement ring located on the island in the kitchen. The printed bank statements that were highlighted in neon yellow, with the bogus charges prominently displayed. A selection of screenshots taken from Chloe's Instagram stories. A paper trail of complete and utter betrayal was what I lay out for them. When I was explaining exactly what I had discovered and pointing to the facts, I recorded a video of myself, my voice remaining calm and utterly devoid of any emotion. After sending the complete dossier to my personal email account, which is encrypted, I then transferred everything to a cloud folder that is only accessible to me. I contacted the emergency maintenance number of my landlord around 7 o'clock in the morning. It was only in my name that the apartment lease was signed. I had been a resident of this place for 2 years before to Liam's arrival. He had been putting off officially adding his name to the lease, stating that he was too busy with work to complete the paperwork. He had been dragging his feet on this matter. The fact that he was so lazy was likely to be his undoing. I told the building manager in a clear voice, "I need the locks changed immediately," and I repeated it several times. "It is a domestic emergency. I will pay whatever the holiday surcharge is in cash." At 9 o'clock in the morning, I had successfully logged into my bank account and transferred exactly half of our joint checking account, that is, my half into my personally owned and operated account. After that, I called the credit card business, informed them that the joint card had been stolen, requested that the account be frozen, and stated that I would like a replacement card to be issued only to my workplace address. By the time the clock struck 10 o'clock in the morning, I had successfully removed 4 enormous, heavy-duty luggage from the closet. I gathered everything of Liam's possessions that I could physically move without feeling uncomfortable. His ludicrous collection of antique golf clubs, his grooming kits, and the crazy artisanal espresso machine that he demanded we buy but never cleaned. His pricey tailored outfits, his insane collection of vintage golf clubs. All of stuff was crammed into the bags by myself. I phoned a storage company that was 2 miles away and available around the clock. I rented a unit for 3 months and paid for it in cash up ahead. My phone rang around 10:30 inches the morning. It turned out to be Margaret, Liam's mother. There was a ringing sound. At 10:47 inches the morning, she called once again. This time, I was able to accept. "Maya, sweetheart," Margaret said with a voice that was tense with emotion. "Have you heard from Liam? He's not answering his phone, and his father and I are getting worried. He said he was going to call us first thing on Christmas morning." Although he had lied to his own parents, the lie had become so ingrained and automatic for him that he had repeated it to them. He had revealed nothing to them at all. "I'm sure he's perfectly fine, Margaret," I responded to her. The consistency of my voice was eerie, "but I actually don't know where Liam is. You might want to try calling Chloe Vance in Denver. I believe that's where your son spent Christmas Eve." Absolutely no sound could be heard coming from the other end of the connection. There were 5 painful seconds when it stretched out. Margaret scrambled. What?" in response. "Maya, what are you talking about? Liam is in Chicago, with you." "No, Margaret, he isn't. Your husband didn't have a heart attack, right? Arthur is sitting right next to me drinking coffee." "Maya, what is going on?" "Liam told me Arthur was dying in a hospital to get out of town. He spent Christmas with his ex-girlfriend. I have photographs. I have bank statements showing he's been flying out to see her for months. Would you like me to email them to you, or would you prefer to ask your son directly when he finally decides to turn his phone back on?" It was then that she began to cry out, "Maya, please, I don't understand." I left his engagement ring on our kitchen island. I continued, speaking over her tears even though she was crying. His belongings will be in storage unit 412 at the Safekeep storage on Grand Avenue. The access code is his birth year. He has until January 15th to collect his things before I leave them on the curb. Merry Christmas, Margaret. I immediately banned her number after hanging up the phone. Midday was the time that the emergency locksmith came. There were fresh, new, high-security deadbolts installed in the apartment by 12:30 p.m. Only I had the keys, and I was the only one in the entire globe. After that, I sat in the living room, where there was complete and absolute silence. Finally, I had complete control over the house. The air was chilly, yet it had a fresh scent. My phone started to light up around 1:15 o'clock. It's Liam. I waited for it to dial through to the voicemail system. Once more, it rang. And once more. By 2 p.m., I had missed 22 calls, and was inundated with text messages that were becoming increasingly frenzied and frenetic. How are you doing, sweetheart? My mother just called me and said that I was experiencing a panic attack. You need to answer your phone right away, Maya. This is completely ridiculous. A misconception has caused you to overreact to a significant degree. It is imperative that we discuss this matter in an adult manner. Try not to be so immature. I am currently in the process of reserving a flight back. I failed to provide a response. There was not a single letter that I typed. Rather of that, I poured myself a large glass of Pinot Noir, placed an order for a huge pepperoni pizza, and then spent the remainder of Christmas Day doing exactly what I wanted to do, investigating the stringent ethics and compliance procedures of Liam's financial consulting firm. More quickly than I could have ever anticipated, the situation became more dire. When I was outside my apartment on the 26th at 6 o'clock in the evening, I heard heavy footsteps in the corridor. Next, there was the sound of a key slipping into the deadbolt, which was a metallic scraping sound. It would not turn over. Make a jiggle. Make a jiggle. Make a jiggle. Then the beating began to occur. Liam yelled out, Maya. Open the goddamn door, as his voice was muffled by the weight of the wood. What the hell did you do to the locks? The wine was being consumed as I was seated on the couch. The volume of my movie was turned up, and I grabbed the remote control for the television. This continued, and the hammering became increasingly severe. Maya, I know you're in there. Open the door. We need to talk. A ringing sound came from my phone. I waited for it to ring twice before answering it and placing it on speakerphone before placing it on the coffee table outside. With barely contained hatred, Liam shouted through the phone, We need to talk, and his voice shook with the intensity of his anger. No, I responded, maintaining a neutral tone, we really don't. You changed the locks? Are you completely insane? This is my home. Actually, Liam, it's not. Check the lease. Only my name is on it. You refused to sign the paperwork, remember? Legally, you are a guest whose invitation has been permanently revoked. You are trespassing. Maya, you are acting like a lunatic. Open the door. I asked him, Did you enjoy your Christmas with Chloe? In an effort to cut through his ranting. The green sweater looked fantastic in her Instagram stories. Really brought out the color of the cabin's woodwork. It was completely silent on the other end. There was an immediate cessation of the banging on the door. He stutteringly said, Maya, I can explain, and his voice immediately dropped an octave, transforming into the manipulative soft tone that had been his trademark. I'm sure you can. You are a spectacular liar. The hospital story about your father was a masterclass. Did Chloe help you workshop that one, or was that purely your own creative genius? It's not what it looks like. We just ran into each other. I have the credit card statements, Liam. I snapped, allowing the cold to seep into my voice until it reached its full extent. I have the florist receipts from October. I have the hotel charges. I have a complete, itemized timeline of every single lie you've told me over the last 3 months. You used our joint wedding fund to take your ex-girlfriend out to dinner. Do not insult my intelligence by pretending this was a spontaneous mistake. Maya, please, just open the door. Let me look at you. Your belongings are in storage on Grand Avenue. I texted you the unit number and the gate code. You have 3 weeks. If you ever come to this apartment again, I will call the police and have you arrested for trespassing. Do not contact me again. The phone was hung up by me. When I finally heard his footsteps, he had been standing outside the door in silence for another 5 minutes before I heard them slowly disappearing down the hall. When I awoke the following morning, I had complete and utter clarity. It was my best friend Jess, who works in corporate public relations, who I called. Tell me that the rumor I just heard from Margaret isn't true, Jess exclaimed as soon as she took up the phone. Tell me you didn't kick Liam out on Christmas. As I affirmed, I kicked him out, I said. He faked his dad having a heart attack so he could fly to Denver and screw Chloe Vance. A loud gasp came from Jess. Oh my God, Maya. I am coming over right now. I'll bring the tequila and the baseball bats. "I don't need a bat, Jess," I said in a composed manner. "I need my laptop. I'm going to ruin him. For your convenience, here is the background information. Liam is a senior financial consultant. Networking was the foundation upon which his entire reputation in the competitive financial district of Chicago was created. More specifically, my professional life. My responsibilities include high-level company acquisitions. I had personally introduced Liam to his 3 most important and lucrative clients during the course of our 3-year partnership. I had known David Park, a technology CEO, since I was in college, and he was the most valuable asset in his portfolio. My email was opened by me. In order to communicate with David Park, I crafted a message that was extremely professional, emotionally dispassionate, and factually damaging. Regarding Liam's last name, this is an update on both his personal and professional life. David, I would want to use this opportunity to notify you about a personal circumstance that has a direct impact on our professional network. Starting on the 25th of December, my engagement to Liam has been officially and irrevocably ended. Recently, I came to the realization that Liam has been in a committed relationship with another lady for a considerable amount of time. It is even more troubling because he has been discreetly funding this parallel relationship over the course of several months by utilizing our combined household and wedding finances. He has been doing this in a systematic manner. In the process of introducing Liam to your company, I personally vouched for his character and integrity, and I am sharing this information with you because of that. I believed it was my moral obligation to pass on this information to you because of the financial fraud that was involved in our personal problems. The manner in which this information impacts your ongoing business connection with him is entirely up to you to decide, according to your own preferences. In case your compliance team need it, I have attached all of the documentation that demonstrates the theft of financial resources. Sincerely, yours, the Maya. To the other 2 important clients that I had gifted him, I sent different versions of that email that were tailored to their specific needs. After that, I sent the exact identical dossier to the individual who is in charge of ethics and human resources at Liam's consulting firm. At 2 p.m., the effect of the fallout was catastrophic. I received a direct contact from David Park. "Maya, I just read your email. I am so incredibly sorry. But more importantly, thank you. I do not do business with men who steal from their partners. I just got off the phone with Liam. I terminated his contract with our firm, effective immediately." As I stood there looking out my window at the skyscrapers of Chicago, I questioned, how did he take it? When David said, he screamed at me. He did so with a disgusted tone. He threatened to sue me for breach of contract. He sounded completely unhinged. "You dodged a massive bullet, Maya." By the time the clock struck 5 o'clock, Liam's phone calls began to trickle past my blocked list through unfamiliar numbers. After answering one, I was only able to hear the panic. His voice could be heard yelling into the receiver, "You vengeful bitch. You ruined my life. David dropped me. HR just called me into an emergency suspension meeting. I'm going to sue you for everything you have. I'm calling the police." I hushed, "Call them," and then I hung up the phone. It is true that he did. Liam had filed an official police report against me, stating that I had illegally evicted him, stolen his property, and especially withheld a $18,000 Rolex watch and the engagement ring. 2 days later, I received a phone call from a Detective Miller with the Chicago Police Department. Detective Miller was invited to visit me at my office. I gave him a binder that was well structured and contained the lease agreement, which was solely in my name, the receipts for the storage unit, the time-stamped text messages that provided Liam with the access passwords, and a 4K video clip of me packing every single item in the flat. Inquiring about the watch, Detective Miller was pleased by my binder and inquired, "And the watch?" I stated it with ease, passing a copy of the receipt from the pawn shop across the desk. "He pawned that watch a year ago to pay off a sports betting debt," I added. "As for the ring, it's sitting in a safety deposit box at Chase Bank, waiting for his lawyer to formally request it in writing." At that moment, Detective Miller shut the binder. "Miss Morrison, I've been a cop for 20 years. This is the most thorough dismantling of a lying ex I have ever seen. The police department considers this a civil matter. Have a wonderful day. Dispute resolved. Fasten your seatbelts if you thought it was satisfying when Liam reached his lowest point. Due to the fact that the floor collapsed, causing him to fall directly into hell. By the month of February, Liam had been terminated from his position at the company. He was determined to have been engaging in corporate fraud when the Human Resources Department discovered that he had been deducting some of his flights to Denver from client acquisition funds. Within the Chicago banking sector, he was placed on a private list. Desperate, penniless, and angry, Liam hired a bottom-feeding lawyer to send me a cease and desist letter. In the letter, he threatened to sue me for tortious interference and defamation, demanding that I return the engagement ring immediately and that I pay him $100,000 in damages. This shark of a lawyer, Thomas Hayes, who specialized in contract law, was the one I decided to hire. It only took Thomas a single glance at Liam's warning before he burst out laughing. Truth is an absolute defense to defamation, Thomas explained to me. He has nothing. But let's agree to mediation to formally sever all ties and force him to sign a non-disparagement agreement. The mediation for the settlement was scheduled for the middle of March. I arrived at the conference room looking like $1,000,000, wearing a white suit that had been cut to fit me perfectly. Liam appeared to be a dead body. His skin was pale, his eyes were bloodshot, and he had lost weight. His eyes were also bloodshot. Chloe was sitting directly next to him, and she appeared to be in a state of extreme discomfort. Nearly smiling, I was. In reality, he had brought his partner in an affair to our legal mediation with the intention of receiving emotional support. Thomas opened his briefcase and said, "Let's make this quick," as he opened it. "My client will return the engagement ring today. In exchange, Mr. Last name will drop all frivolous threats of litigation, sign a mutual no-contact order, and agree to a legally binding repayment schedule for the $4,500 he misappropriated from the joint household account." A blow from Liam's fist crashed onto the table. "I am not paying her a dime. She destroyed my career." In a low voice, I addressed him. "Liam, you have completely ruined your own career." I looked him in the eye. I just turned on the light so everyone could see the roach. My remarks caused Chloe to flinch in response. She glanced at Liam for a moment before turning her gaze to her lap. "We are not agreeing to the repayment," Liam's attorney stated with a growing sense of anxiety. The response that Thomas gave was, "That's fine," as he pulled a hefty stack of papers out of his backpack. Because during our routine financial discovery to prepare for this mediation, we found something incredibly interesting. "Maya, would you like to explain?" I went forward and clasped my hands together as I leaned forward. I could hear my heart beating, but my voice was as cold as ice. "When I was auditing our joint accounts to find out how much money you spent on Chloe, I began by staring directly at the other woman. I noticed a recurring automated withdrawal of $750. It started 6 months ago. It was labeled as a property tax escrow payment." The appearance of Liam's face changed to a horrifyingly white color. All of the blood that was on his cheeks seeped away. "The problem is," I continued to explain, "I pay my property taxes annually, in full." So, I dug deeper. I pulled my credit report. Imagine my surprise, Liam, when I discovered a $25,000 home equity line of credit taken out against my apartment. Chloe had a loud gasp and was staring at Liam in a state of shock. "Liam, what is she talking about?" "Shut up, Chloe," Liam yelled quickly, his anxiety oozing out of every pore in his body. "He forged my signature," I said, Chloe, my voice reverberating in the room that was otherwise silent. "He used my social security number, forged my signature on the digital loan documents, and routed the funds into a private offshore crypto trading account. He lost it all in 3 weeks. He's been using our joint wedding funds to pay the minimum monthly balance so the bank wouldn't alert me." Across the table, I slipped the printed proof of the fraudulent loan documents that I had purchased. Thomas stated to Liam, "This isn't just cheating anymore, Liam," as his voice dropped into a pitch that would be considered quite serious. "This is felony identity theft. 2. This is wire fraud. This is bank fraud. The moment we leave this room, my client is filing a formal report with the FBI's Financial Crimes Division, unless you agree to our terms." To the naked eye, Liam appeared to be about to throw up. After taking a look at the fake documents, his attorney started packing his bag, and then literally stood up. After saying to Liam, "I am unable to represent you in a criminal fraud matter," the attorney exited the room and left the room entirely. After that, Chloe stood up. The tears were falling down her face in droves. She gazed at Liam with a disdain that was raw and unfiltered. She hushed. "You told me you were rich," and her voice was shaking as she spoke. "You told me you were buying us a house in Denver. You asked me to co-sign a car loan for you last week." While he was reaching for her hand, Liam pleaded with her. "Chloe, baby, wait, I can explain." Her palm swatted his away with such force that it reverberated. The moment she walked out of the conference room, she told Liam, "Don't ever contact me again." Liam was left absolutely alone afterwards. He gazed at me, his eyes shattered beyond repair. It was no longer the arrogant and manipulative man that I had adored. Instead, he had become a pitiful and fearful expression. "Please, Maya," he sputtered out, tears actually streaming down his face this time. "I hope you'll understand. Please don't go to the police. I'll go to jail. I'll do anything. I'll sign the paper. I'll pay you back." My white suit was smoothed out as I stood up and straightened it out. When I reached into my purse, I pulled out the small velvet box that contained the engagement ring, and then I threw it onto the table. It brought a dull thud on the ground. "I already forwarded the documents to the authorities this morning, Liam," I whispered quietly to myself. I just wanted to watch your face when you realized it was over. The moment I left the room, I did not turn around to look back. It has been a full half year since that day has passed. I was not lying when I said that the police would look into the fraud. It became a federal issue due to the fact that it crossed state lines. The servers that were responsible for the processing of the loan were located in another state. He is currently awaiting trial for identity theft and wire fraud, and he faces a potential sentence of up to 5 years in federal prison, according to the last I heard from his mother, who was crying. In addition to being completely cut off from his industry, he is currently living in the basement of his parents' home. What about me? It was a huge advancement that I received at work. I sold the apartment, collected the equity, and then purchased a stunning townhouse with 3 bedrooms and a rooftop deck located in the same neighborhood. After the betrayal, I decided to begin going to therapy in order to process it and learn how to trust my own instincts once more. In addition, Jess was the one who introduced me to a man named Ethan a month ago. He works in the field of architecture. During the 3rd date we went on, his phone was constantly buzzing while we were eating. He did not attempt to conceal it. Rather, he took it up, showed me the screen, and apologized for the disruption, before sending a text message to his sister. The screen displayed his sister having a crisis about her wedding attire. I was on the verge of crying because the openness was so straightforward and uncomplicated. Sometimes, those who hurt us believe that they have complete control over the situation because they were able to catch us off guard. In order to shield themselves from the repercussions of their actions, they rely on our silence, our embarrassment, and our love. If I were to cry, Liam was worried. He believed that I would beg her. According to him, I would be incapable of putting up a fight. As an alternative, I razed his entire world to the ground, sprayed the area with salt, and constructed a fortress on the remaining ashes. Hospital paternity test. X said my baby wasn't his. 26 years later, she walked into a boardroom and liquidated his bankrupt biz. On Thursday of last week, a woman who was 26 years old and wearing a charcoal jacket entered a dismal conference room that was located in an office park off Route 31 inches Syracuse, New York. It wasn't anything worth mentioning. There are fluorescent lights that emit a hum that causes headaches, ceiling tiles that have water spots on them, and a low-cost veneer table that is designed to accommodate 10 people. It was the kind of place that is perfect for the delivery of terrible news while drinking coffee that was stale and lukewarm. She handed a pristine business card across the table to each individual in the room, placed down a leather portfolio from Sterling and Hayes Financial, and drew out 4 copies of a harsh financial evaluation. She then set the portfolio down. It appeared as though she had performed this particular corporate autopsy 100 times before, since she was professional, cold, calm, and entirely unbothered by the situation. It was 55 years old for the man who was sitting immediately opposite from her. A significant amount of graying was seen around the temples. He was carrying 20 more pounds of stress weight, and he was wearing a dress shirt that appeared to have been purchased in a state of panic. He got the business card and picked it up. And he read it. He went back and read it once more. After that, he simply ceased breathing after that. The weight of the cardboard began to vibrate between his fingers as his hands began to shake so intensely. It was my daughter who was that clever and bloodthirsty woman. It was my ex-husband who was sweating and afraid at the time. It had been 26 years since he had last seen either of us. However, before I go to give you the specifics of what took place in that conference room, which, believe me, you are going to want to relish each and every word of, I need to take you back. Since the beginning. When I returned to my hospital bed in Rochester, New York, I was confronted with the most infuriating sentence that any human being has ever shared with me. It was the 12th of May, in 1998, on a Tuesday. It was a rerun of Seinfeld that was playing on the small, boxy television that was hung in the corner of my delivery room, and that is the reason why I remember the day of the week. My mind kept going back to the question, who watches sitcoms while their body is being torn back together? It appears that I am. At 5:14 o'clock in the evening, my daughter made her entrance into the world. As well as having a full head of thick, dark hair, she weighs 7 pounds and 4 ounces. During the procedure, the nurse laid her forcefully on my chest, and I vividly recall the overwhelming and horrifying weight of her. She was warm, she was so perfect that everything else in that sterile room faded totally, yet she was so small that it was impossible to believe. The big purple bruise that had developed on my wrist as a result of the IV was unimportant to me. I didn't care about the scent of industrial bleach or that strange disinfectant that smelled like fake pine that they used to mop the floors while they cleaned them. Marcus, my husband, was standing by the window with his mouth open. He had been present for the delivery, but only technically. He was literally taking space in the room, in the same way that a wet umbrella might stand in a corner of the doorway. 6 hours had passed since his mother, Sylvia, had been seen walking down the hallway. 6 hours of supervising. She had brought a canvas tote bag filled with gossip magazines and a giant thermos of her own coffee, because evidently, hospital coffee was beneath her. She had also prepared a large thermos of her own coffee. On its own, that ought to have provided me with all of the information I required concerning my marriage. Now, however, I was 26 years old, deeply in love, and completely innocent, and I believed that love would miraculously cross the gap between us. Due to the fact that even now, 26 years later, my fingers are trembling over the computer as I type this out, I feel the need to take a momentary halt here. Trauma is remembered by the body before the brain even has a chance to catch up. Please give me a moment. All right? Marcus moved closer to the bed's edge and walked over there. When he peered down, he saw the baby wrapped in a swaddle. This is our daughter. She had her eyes clenched shut, making that scrunchy look that babies do when the lights are too intense. She had her eyes squeezed shut. Neither of them smiled. He did not try to touch her in any way, not even with a single finger. He did nothing except stare at her, as if she were a difficult tax form about which he was uncertain whether or not he was legally had to sign. He then proceeded to say it. My mother says there is no way this baby is mine. I want a paternity test. He didn't yell it out loud. In no way was he sobbing. The tone of his voice was as monotonous and rehearsed as that of a man scanning through a grocery list. I was wondering if you had fed the dog or if we needed more paper towels. It was somewhere in the middle. The absence of feeling made the situation 1,000 times more difficult. This feeble man was reciting lines that had been written by someone else. There was still the nurse present in the room. I witnessed her total and complete halt. While she was revising the medical chart, her hand came to a complete and utter halt. She slowly turned her head and gazed at me with an expression that will remain etched in my retinas till the day that I pass away. It was a mixture of complete and absolute terror, and genuine pity. As if she were witnessing a slow-motion collision involving multiple vehicles. He caught my attention. I glanced down at my lovely and naive daughter. She was so gorgeous. In addition, I uttered the few words that my mind was able to connect together. Get the hell out. As he departed, unfortunately, he did not return. After leaving the hospital, he hopped into his pickup and drove straight to his mother's house, which was located in a posh suburb 20 minutes away. His bedroom from his boyhood was the first place he went back to. He was the one who had the twin-sized bed that he had slept in since he was in the 8th grade and the sports trophies that were still on the shelf. A 29-year-old man who is a brand new father, actively preferring a twin bed and his mother's cuisine over a crib and his wife along the course of their relationship. It was 2 days later when I drove myself and my infant home from the hospital in a crumpled 1992 Honda Civic with a grinding transmission and a car seat that I had purchased at a church rummage sale for $15. Nobody could be heard in the flat. The name I go by is Elena Rossi. 26 years old was the age I was. I was employed as a medical records clerk at a nearby clinic, and my annual salary, before taxes, was just about $36,500. After taking into account taxes, that was almost sufficient to cover my rent, provided that I did not engage in any extravagant activities such as eating 3 meals a day or turning on the heater in December. I was raised in a working-class family. The person who worked at the customer service counter at a grocery shop was my mother, and my father was a mechanic. In no way was I ready for the explosion that would take place in my life. Vance Industrial, the commercial heating, ventilation, and air conditioning (HVAC) company that Marcus Vance worked for, brought in an annual salary of $75,000 for him. The company had a significant amount of influence in the community, which meant everything to Sylvia, his mother. In addition, Marcus was concerned about it since Sylvia was concerned about it. The judgments of Sylvia were the gravity that Marcus experienced in his universe. They were imperceptible, crushing, and difficult to ignore. It was 3 weeks after Maya was born when I unexpectedly received a hefty manila letter in my mailbox. There was no note that was sticky, without a greeting card. Is the baby sleeping? Is not a question. All that Marcus required was the sterile and stamped laboratory results from the paternity test that he had requested. The likelihood of Marcus Vance being the biological father is in the 99.98% range. I should mention that I was already aware of this fact. Due to the fact that I had been married to one man, I had slept with one man, and this was not a difficult algebraic equation to understand. I was going to see red. I secured Maya, who was 3 weeks old at the time, in her car seat that was originally purchased at a garage sale, got her into the rattling Civic, and then drove directly to Sylvia's enormous colonial home. While I was climbing the stairs, I managed to avoid a comical ceramic frog that was sitting on the porch and was wearing a tiny yellow raincoat. It was a heavy wood door, and I beat on it. It was opened by Sylvia. Her face was one of smugness, and she was dressed in a cashmere cardigan. Directly into her face, I thrust the paper into her face. He is her father, you know it, I know it, and now, the state laboratory knows it. 99.98%. At no point did she even flinch. She paid no attention to the paper at all. When she stared at me, it seemed as though I had just brought dog poo onto her otherwise spotless welcome mat. That piece of paper doesn't mean a thing to me, Elena. Those cheap tests can be wrong. My son is not ruining his life over your mistakes. This was followed by her slamming the door in my face. On that porch, I was there for precisely 5 minutes total. I am aware of this since I kept track of the seconds. I was able to see Marcus's shadow through the flimsy curtains that were hanging in the living room. While he was hiding behind the door that his mother had just banged, he was standing somewhere around 15 feet away. The man did not move. No one came to the door to greet him. Just like a coward, he stood there doing nothing. While I was driving home, I had my hands clenched so tightly around the steering wheel that my knuckles were bruised. Over and over again, I repeated the number aloud. It is 99.98. It is 99,98,98. I placed that envelope in a low-cost metal lockbox that was located under my bed. That was the location where it remained buried, for 16 years. Permit me to skip ahead over the horrific atrocities that will occur during the next 2 years. I initiated the divorce process in August of 1998. During our conversation, my legal aid attorney, Brenda, peered at me over her glasses and said, "Honey, getting him to sign the divorce papers is going to be a breeze. Getting him to actually pay child support? That's going to be trench warfare." Indeed, she was correct. The finalization of the divorce took place in February of 1999. Taking into consideration Marcus's good wage, the judge in the family court ordered him to pay child support in the amount of $1,850 each month. Isn't that easy to understand? You are the recipient of the court's order, which is then garnished. It's not true. It was 8 weeks before the first check was sent. In total, it cost $450. As I continued to stare at it, my vision began to become hazy. $1,850 is reduced to $450. What about the following month? 0 to 1. The month that follows that? $900. It was as if he was using a suggestion box to handle child support. On paper, my life looked like this. I lived in a tiny apartment with 2 bedrooms that cost $1,050 per month, had carpets that were the color of old oatmeal, and had a heater that smelled like they were burning hair. The cost of daycare was $750 per month, which was the lowest price I could find. It was administered by a saint named Mrs. Gable, who smoked a chain of cigarettes and supervised 4 children in her basement. Car insurance, infant formula, diapers, as well as water and power. I decided to quit purchasing new clothing. After that, I changed everything to generic. Because I wanted Maya to have access to fresh fruit, I ate grains and beans. Each and every month, I was short by a total of $400. On the other hand, Sylvia began her campaign of slander. I had gotten pregnant by another man, and she tried to trap Marcus by telling everyone at the church that we used to attend that I had gotten pregnant by him. What was the identity of the other man, according to her? My very own cousin. There was my cousin David, who traveled all the way from Albany to assist me in repairing my car and carrying heavy goods up 3 flights of stairs. He did this once a month. Through her actions, Sylvia turned the support of my family into a revolting soap drama. Due to the fact that Sylvia's spectacular tales were more interesting than my monotonous and fatigued reality, I unfortunately lost 3 of my best friends. My automobile finally gave out on me in October of 1999. I was given a price estimate of $1,200 by the mechanic for a new alternator and brake lines. Exactly $42 were available in my checking account. After returning home, I got Maya into her crib, slid the cabinets in the kitchen down, and sat on the linoleum floor, which was rather cold. No, I did not cry. Suddenly, I lost all of my capacities. As I sat there for 3 hours, staring at the wallpaper that was peeling, I seriously considered phoning my parents and stating that I was completely overcome with defeat. Clara, who lives across the hall from me, had the opportunity to hear Maya weeping. Clara was a waitress who worked the graveyard shift at a diner. She was 50 years old at the time. I was lying on the ground when she found me, and she did not utter a single word. She had let herself in since I had neglected to lock the door. The only thing she did was sit down next to me, hand me a slice of cold pizza, and then go into the bedroom to rock my kid to sleep. Here is how you make it through. It is not through the institutional framework, but rather through the grace of those who have little yet nonetheless share it. In the year 2000, I brought Marcus back before the family court. My father's will left everything to my sister, even the car I bought him. So I exposed his financial secrets to our entire family. My name is Elliot, and I'm 34 years old. I'd like to tell you about what has been going on with my family lately. It has been a combination of old wounds reopening and new frustrations spilling over. The type of situation in which you keep telling yourself you're over it only to realize you never truly were. My family's favoritism was overt. If you asked my father, Walter, he would most likely deny it, but everyone else knew the truth. Clara, my younger sister, has always been the golden kid. She's 28, intelligent, ambitious, and has somehow managed to check off every box her father has ever wanted. I, on the other hand, could never quite measure up, no matter what I tried. For years I attempted to ignore it, certain that Dad had unrealistic expectations or that my accomplishments were not highlighted enough. But last week, everything became painfully evident. It was your typical Thursday night. Mom prepared dinner, and Dad, Clara, and I sat at the table. We were not close, not really. We had never been the type of family that sat around and shared every detail of their life. It was more of a formality, a weekly check-in in which everyone was physically there but emotionally detached. The talk that night was difficult, as it usually is. Dad was quieter, more restrained than usual. I assumed he was exhausted. Then, while I was telling Clara about a new project at work that I'd been looking forward to for weeks, Dad interrupted with a sharp, frigid voice. "You will never be good enough, Elliot. You simply don't grasp it." He didn't express it as a joke or casual observation. No, it was as if a verdict had been given in front of Mom and Clara, but nobody said anything. I felt my face flush and my hands stiffen. The words hung in the air, thick and oppressive. I wanted to say something, but didn't. A part of me wanted to scream, while another wanted to escape. Clara gave me that strange half-smile, as if she knew this was a ritual for Dad and was almost enjoying the experience. Mom swiftly shifted the subject, and we completed dinner quietly. The next morning, I awoke to an inundation of notifications on my phone. Dad had written a lengthy comment on Facebook praising Clara's huge promotion. She had been elevated to senior director at her firm, which she had undoubtedly worked hard for. But the way Dad worded it made it seem like the entire world was meant to bend down and honor her while I remained invisible. There was a photo of Clara clutching a glass of champagne and smiling as large as you could imagine. Dad's post was filled with compliments, calling her intelligent, diligent, and a shining example of what hard effort can accomplish. It was real in parts, but it primarily felt like a public announcement that she was favored. The fact that there was no mention of me wounded the most. No congratulations, no acknowledgement of my existence, just a bright spotlight on Clara. I sat there scrolling through the comments, friends and relatives all congratulating her and asking when the party would be, and I realized that, even in the eyes of our family and friends, I was the overlooked child. Later in the evening, my phone rang. He said, "Dad, Elliot," in the same tone he uses when making a demand. "We're throwing a celebration party for Clara's promotion. It's going to be at that hall downtown, the one with the chandeliers. I'm expecting you to help cover the cost. $1,500 will be enough." I couldn't believe what I heard. "Do you want me to pay for her party?" I asked in a tense voice. "Yes. She deserves the finest, and it is a family affair. You are a member of this family, hence you are responsible." I took a deep breath. "Dad, I do not fund your favorites." There was a prolonged hush. Then his voice became lower and harsher. "You owe her so much, Elliot. Do not forget it." I hung up before he could say anything further. I spent the rest of the night going over every phrase and memory with Dad. He constantly made me feel like I was a step behind. The way he dismissed my achievements. He lavished Clara with attention and resources, as if she were the only child who cared. I am not naive. I know Clara worked hard to achieve her promotion. But I also understand that this is not about merit or justice. It's about power and favoritism, and my father's unwillingness to view me as anything other than a disappointment. Something inside of me shifted that night. I vowed that I would not let this trend continue. That I would defend myself, even if it meant breaching some unspoken family norms. But then I did something I vowed I would never do. Something that has the potential to either change everything or completely destroy the family. That night, after hanging up with Dad, I sat alone in my apartment long after the lights were turned off. The stillness was far louder than any argument or shout. I continued repeating his rebrices. "You will never be good enough." Then came the request for money to fate my sister, as if she were some untouchable queen. I was angry, but mostly fatigued. It wasn't only about the money or the party. It was years of feeling invisible, disregarded, and completely rejected by my own family. The type of rejection that cuts worse than any angry word because it is gradual, steady, and consistent. Dad was always a difficult individual. He worked hard. At least that is what everyone claims. However, his devotion was always contingent on certain conditions. When I was younger, I remember trying so hard to impress him. Excellent grades, athletics, music courses, and even college scholarships. But nothing ever seemed to be enough. Clara breezed through childhood. Dad enjoyed showing her off. In his eyes, she was the perfect daughter, capable of walking on water. I do not blame Clara. She was a child simply trying to live her life. But Dad made it plain from the beginning that she was his success story, and I was just another kid. Every accomplishment I had was either rejected or overlooked. When I got a decent job right out of college, Dad barely looked up. But when Clara received a summer internship, Dad proclaimed it to every family member and friend as if it were a national holiday. Mom, she was different. She adored both of us, but she rarely intervened when Dad got like this. Sometimes I believe she simply didn't know how to fight him. Perhaps she thought this was the way things had to be. Mom's eyes twitched with regret during the dinner where Dad started saying I'd never be good enough. But she said nothing. I later found that she felt constrained, as if she couldn't intervene without worsening the situation. This left me torn between two people who should have been my biggest supporters, but weren't. 2 days following the call, I received an official invitation to Clara's promotion celebration in the mail. It was elaborate gold foil lettering on hefty card material, accompanied by a reservation at an expensive venue with live music, fancy catering, and an open bar. I looked at it for a long time, my stomach twisting. I knew Dad was using this celebration to highlight Clara's accomplishment to everyone, including their friends, colleagues, and neighbors who had watched us grow up. It was a public spectacle, a trophy display, and I was supposed to pay for it. I was not only angry anymore, I felt manipulated. The following day, I called Dad back. Dad, I spoke softly. I'm not sending you any money for the party. There was a lengthy gap. Then his voice became colder, sharper than before. That is disappointing, Elliot. I thought you'd do the right thing for your sister. I'm doing the right thing. I'm not going to bankroll a party where I'm not even acknowledged. Maybe you're not the right son after all. I could hear the hidden threat behind that. The insinuation that if I didn't follow his rules, I'd be kicked out entirely. I informed him, I'm done playing your game. I hesitated whether to tell Clara about it. We had never been close, but I hoped she would understand. After all, she has faced her own challenges. But when I brought it up, she didn't simply dismiss it. She accused me of selfishness. Dad's working so hard to make the celebration perfect. You should be happy for me, Elliot, she replied with a forced smile. I am happy for you, I said, but I'm not satisfied with Dad's behavior or with being made to pay for it when I'm treated as if I don't matter. Clara's eyes narrowed. You simply don't grasp it. You never have. It was obvious she wasn't on my side. At least not in this case. Later that evening, while I was trying to clear my mind, I received a message on my phone from an unknown number. Elliot, this is Bryce. I am Dad's accountant. We're aiming to have everyone's contributions for the celebration completed by Friday. Please let us know whether you plan to send your share. I stared at the screen in disbelief. Even Dad's accountant was involved in this. It felt like a corporate takeover of what was supposed to be a family occasion. I replied, not contributing. Please notify your client. That night, I made a decision that astonished even myself. I began looking through some old family financial paperwork I discovered while cleaning up Mom's attic last year. I had never paid much attention to them before, but now I was seeking for anything that could provide me with leverage or at least some clarification. What I discovered made my mouth drop. There were records of money coming from Dad's accounts, including big sums for firms and investments I'd never heard of. Then there were personal expenses, fancy vacations, a new automobile for Clara, and costly gifts with no receipts or explanations. But there was something more lurking in the files, something I didn't expect. A letter from a lawyer explaining a revised will draft that left practically everything to Clara, with little mention of me. That was when everything changed. After discovering the wrath, I spent the next 2 days in a daze. It felt as if I'd discovered a hidden universe beneath the surface of my family. One based on exclusion and control, not love or fairness. I couldn't sleep or focus at work. Every time I considered phoning Dad or even Clara, my chest clenched with fear. The whole thing felt like a trap, and I wasn't sure whether I wanted to walk into it or run away. One afternoon, I went to coffee with my mother. I needed someone to talk to, someone who could provide answers, or at least sympathy. She looked tireder than usual, as if the weight of the family was also crushing down on her. When I brought up the will, her face turned pale. She sighed deeply and added, "Elliot, your father has been planning this for years. He has always believed that Clara was the one who would carry the family name forward and make a difference." I shook my head. "So what about me? Am I just expected to disappear?" Mom hesitated before calmly admitting, "He has never wanted to see things that way. You were always hard for him to understand. You don't fit into the template that he had anticipated." It hurt more than I imagined. Meanwhile, Dad's messages were more frequent and less subtle. He began texting me, reminding me of our family commitments and the need of publicly and privately supporting Clara. When I ignored them, he called several times every day, occasionally leaving voicemails loaded with thinly veiled disappointment. He even sent me a group mail, with extended family and close friends copied, wondering why I hadn't yet donated to the party fund. I felt exposed and ashamed. The pressure was no longer just about money. It was about maintaining appearances. Dad wanted to project the ideal family image on Facebook, at parties, and in every discussion. And I was the inconvenient reality he desperately wanted to conceal. I contacted Clara again, expecting that things might change now that the will was out in the open. Instead, she returned a scathing reply. "Dad's right about you, Elliot. You don't understand how hard this has been for him. For me, maybe if you weren't so focused on yourself, you'd see that." It was as if she had become a defender of the one thing that was hurting me the most. It felt like betrayal, but I also recognized she was imprisoned in her own way, wanting to hold on to the favor her father had given her, no matter the cost. The celebration was less than a week away, and the family's stress was intolerable. Dad became increasingly distant from me, chilly in his texts, and Clara was preoccupied with party arrangements that excluded me altogether. I received a call from the event coordinator, who had been copied by Dad, inquiring whether I wanted to RSVP or send a present. I told her no. The planner seemed taken aback but courteous. Dad was clearly trying every tool at his disposal to coerce me into compliance, and I was holding firm, albeit barely. One night, while lying awake, I considered who I wanted to be in all of this. The child who passionately desired to belong and be loved by his family, or the adult who refused to be marginalized, neglected, and dominated any longer. I made a choice. I was going to address this directly, not just for me, but to expose the entire unfair, toxic relationship. However, doing so would put everything at jeopardy, including family gatherings, relationships, and possibly even my peace of mind. The days leading up to the party moved at a glacial pace. Every notification on my phone made me nervous. I knew Dad was watching, waiting for me to give in, send the money, and resume my role as the faithful son who paid for his sister's spotlight. But I did not. Instead, I started quietly plotting. I began by accumulating more evidence. Not only did I prepare the will, but I also looked through all of Dad's financial records, hidden transfers, invoices for lavish presents, and even payments to a firm that appeared to be registered in Clara's name but was actually run by Dad. It was a web of money moving behind the scenes, demonstrating how Dad directed his riches and attention solely toward her. I scanned the materials, made copies, and saved them securely. This was going to be my leverage and insurance. I also secretly contacted a family lawyer. I wasn't sure I wanted to launch a legal battle, but I needed some advice, someone neutral who could explain the meaning of these documents and my rights. I stayed at home the night of the party, while the rest of my family and friends gathered in that huge hall downtown. I did not send a gift. I did not attend. I surely did not send a cent. Instead, I tried something else. I sent a carefully worded email, not only to Dad, but also to the extended family, Clara's colleagues, and a few close family friends. In it, I detailed everything I'd discovered, while emphasizing Clara, the financial trail, and most crucially, Dad's habit of favoritism, which had rendered me and others invisible and unsupported for years. I framed it carefully. No allegations, only facts, doubts about fairness, and a need for transparency. I had sinned, pulse beating, knowing there was no turning back. The reactions were quick. Some relatives were shocked, while others were angry, most of which was aimed at me for airing dirty laundry. Clara called me furious and accused me of betrayal. Dad remained silent at first, but the tension was evident. In the days that followed, murmurs and awkward talks circulated among the family. Invitations were returned. The messages went unanswered. Dad's immaculate family image was breaking. But for the first time, I felt strangely relieved. The truth came out dirty and raw. After sending the email, my phone kept buzzing for hours. At first, I didn't have the courage to read any of the comments. I just sat immobile on my couch, staring at the pale glow of my screen as if it was about to catch fire. It was bizarre. For many years, I had waited to be heard. Now that I was here, the silence in my flat was deafening. I was expecting to feel triumphant, but instead felt more like loss, as if I had just buried the last illusion I had about my family. I eventually got up the confidence to read the messages. They are divided into 3 groups. The first group consisted of silent support, a few cousins, and an aunt who reached out discreetly to say they, too, had noticed the partiality, even if they had never expressed it before. Eleanor, a cousin, commented, "I always wondered why your dad treated you like a distant cousin at reunions while Clara got a welcome parade. I'm sorry it took this long for someone to speak up." The second group was silent, a thick, revealing quiet. These were the ones who did not want to take sides, those who preferred quiet holiday feasts and tidy social media photos. I didn't blame them, but I didn't like their impartiality either. Then there was the third group, the defenders. They came in quickly and loudly. One of Dad's old pals emailed me back with a brief reply that said, "I'm not sure what your purpose is, but I recommend you think twice before hurting your own family," as if the family hadn't been slowly crumbling for years. 2 days after the celebration, Clara shared a lengthy note on her social media profile. It started like this: "When people are jealous, they will say anything to bring other people down. I've worked hard for what I've accomplished, and I refuse to let resentment dampen my delight in this moment." She didn't mention my name, but she didn't need to. The message was plain. I was being portrayed as the ungrateful, angry sibling attempting to destroy her special day. Her pals flooded the comments with things like, "So proud of you. Don't listen to the haters," and "You're a star." A few family members even added their support. I did not respond. I did not have to. A few evenings later, Mom contacted me. I could hear the exhaustion in her voice before she said hello. "Elliot," she replied gently, "I received your email." Her pause after that was extremely long. I assumed the call had dropped. "I should have done something sooner," she finally admitted. "Your father has always had a strong personality. He knows how to make people feel small when they don't conform." I wasn't sure what to say. I wanted to be angry at her for not defending me sooner and for not challenging Dad, but I also knew she lived in his shadow. "Did you see the will?" I asked quietly. "I did," she replied. "It is real." He had. It drawn out last spring. He said it was to preserve the family legacy. "When I asked about you," he answered, "Elliot will be fine. He doesn't need anything, like you were a stranger." She was in tears. I never agreed with it, but I was terrified of the consequences if I pushed. It was the first time I heard regret in her voice. I'm filled with deep regret. In the weeks that followed, the family did not implode, but rather cracked. Subtle alterations began to occur. My uncle Graham, Dad's younger brother, called me out of the blue. We hadn't spoken for years. He explained, "Your father's pride has always been an issue, but I had no idea it had gotten this far." We spoke for an hour. He told me stories about their youth, how Dad was always competitive, even with his own brothers. Graham stated, "You're not the first person he's tried to drive out of the circle." It was strange hearing that. For so long, I thought I was alone in this. The black sheep, the outsider. But suddenly I was understanding that maybe Dad had always been the one who built walls. Then one afternoon, I received a hefty packet in the mail with no return address. Inside was a handwritten letter from Dad, not an apology, but a lecture. He wrote, "You've made your choice, Elliot. I hope it provides you peace because it has caused humiliation to this family. I built what we have through hard labor and effort, and it is not yours to ruin." Then, at the bottom, in smaller, sharper lettering, "Do not contact me further. I will update the will to reflect this choice." There it was, the threat, the line drawn an inch, and yet I felt calm because something had shifted. The roles had changed. I was no longer begging to be seen. I wasn't the quiet, agreeable son, hoping for crumbs of approval. I had pulled back the curtain, and Dad didn't like being seen for who he was. I wasn't done yet. If Dad was going to dig in, so was I. I gathered everything I had, the financial documents, the emails, the copies of the will drafts, and met with the lawyer I had spoken with earlier. We went over everything methodically, constructing a timeline of decisions and patterns, not for a lawsuit, but for clarity. The lawyer said something that remained with me. Even if you never fight this legally, documenting the truth is a type of power that most people in your situation never exercise. And I realized he was right. I wasn't doing this to win a courtroom battle. I was doing it to finally say, without doubt or apology, that what had happened was true and wrong. A week after Dad's letter, I received a brief text from Clara. "Can we talk?" I stared at it for a while, unsure what to do. My first reaction was to ignore her. After years of favoritism, a public post that offended Dad, and coldness, she wanted to talk now. But something in me was curious. Maybe I just wanted to see if she'd finally admit what had been going on. Maybe I wanted closure. We met at a park near our old high school. It was quiet, shaded by tall maples, the kind of place where time seemed to slow down. Clara looked different, tired, thinner than I remembered. She didn't waste time. I read everything she said. The will, the documents, the email you sent. I didn't believe it at first. But isn't it all true? I nodded. It is. She looked down at her hands, twisting her fingers together like she used to when we were kids, and she was nervous. "I don't know how I didn't see it," she whispered. "Or maybe I did, but I didn't want to. I thought I had to protect what I'd earned, but now I see. Dad wasn't protecting me. He was using me." It was the first time she'd ever acknowledged the imbalance between us. I didn't say anything and let her talk. "He's angry with me now," she continued. "After the party, people started asking questions. He blamed me for not shutting you down, saying I'd let it get out of control, and then he cut off the business funding he promised me. I hadn't expected Dad to turn on her, but of course he had. His love was never love. It was leverage. "I'm sorry, Elliot," she said, finally looking up at me. "I was awful to you. I let him pit us against each other. I don't expect forgiveness, but I needed to say it. And for the first time in years, I recognized the girl I remembered. Not the polished adult Dad had molded, but the sister I used to build forts in the backyard." "I believe you," I said. "But that doesn't mean I'm ready to pretend everything's fine." "I know," she said, "but maybe someday." Following that conversation, things began to shift. Quietly but noticeably, word spread throughout the family. It was as if I had re-entered the family, not because I demanded it, but because I had forced everyone to see the truth. Some of the relatives who had initially dismissed me began to check in, and I received a letter from Aunt Diana apologizing for not believing me. I also received an invitation to a cousin's graduation. Dad, on the other hand, went quieter. In public, he maintained his stance, telling people that I had misunderstood the will and that the situation had been blown out of proportion. But in private, his support eroded, and the trust he once held over the family began to crack. Not dramatically, but gradually. He stopped being the man everyone looked to for approval, and that, I believe, was the real beginning of the end of his control. I haven't spoken to Dad since his letter. We're not exactly arranged, just disconnected. I send him a card on holidays, and he occasionally responds with a short, polite note. We exist at a distance, which I'm fine with for the time being. Clara and I are slowly rebuilding. We don't talk very often anymore, but she left the business her father had set up for her and started her own. She says it feels good to build something on her own terms. As for me, I'm fine. I didn't win in a big way, and I wasn't handed anything, but I did find something more important. Clarity. I saw the truth, named it, and stood by it even when no one wanted to hear it, and over time, that truth opened the way for something new. Peace. True peace, not reconciliation with everyone, not a flawless conclusion. My sister-in-law destroyed my wedding dress in one night. My in-laws defended her, calling it a youthful mistake. Furious, my husband froze her tuition money. I, a 27-year-old female, have been married to Bruno, a 29-year-old male, for just over a year. My parents graciously gave me my dream wedding dress, which cost around $8,000. It was exquisite, custom lace, made to me, and even had pieces of my mother's and grandmother's gowns sewed in for sentimental value. I truly adore this dress and intend to keep it forever, perhaps even passing it down one day. After our wedding, I discreetly put it in a garment bag in our guest bedroom closet at home. Bruno's younger sister is Iris, a 19-year-old woman. For background, she is in her first year of college and lives on campus nearby, but we are quite close to her. Bruno contributed significantly to her upbringing. There is a 10-year age difference, and he has even set up a $50,000 education fund for her, which he maintains. Our in-laws aren't wealthy, so Bruno has been contributing to her education and expenditures from the amount he accumulated. Iris is normally a fun kid, although she may be impetuous and spoilt because she is the family's baby. She's gotten into minor scrapes before fender benders, lost things and so on, which her family always forgives readily. I never anticipated she would do what she did. Last weekend was Halloween. My spouse and I did not go out partying. We are homebodies, and we had a nice night in. Iris, on the other hand, had planned a large costume party with her college pals, as well as some bar hopping. Unbeknownst to us, she had stopped by our house earlier that day. She keeps a spare key for emergencies and occasionally crashes at our house because we're close to university. We were not home at the time. I believe I was out grocery shopping while Bruno was at work, but she subsequently admitted she came over to check for costume items. I suppose she thought our house may have something cool she could use. She supposedly found the garment bag containing my wedding dress in the guest room closet. According to her, she assumed it was just an old outfit in the guest closet that I didn't care about. She decided that would make a fantastic angel costume or something for her night out. So, without asking, she wore it to a Halloween party bar. My $8,000 bespoke wedding dress. I had no idea about any of this until the next morning. On Halloween night, I was obliviously handing out candy at home, while my wedding gown was literally out bar hopping with a group of college students. The next day, I went to put away some laundry in the guest closet and saw that the garment bag was unzipped and empty. I completely panicked out. I anxiously searched the house, thinking, no, this can't be missing. I wondered whether I had moved it and forgotten, but I was certain I hadn't. My heart sunk, and I felt dreadful. I called my husband, terrified, and asked whether he had adjusted my dress. He was perplexed like me and answered no. Within minutes my thoughts turned to Iris, because she was the only other person with a key. I called her and got no answer. I texted her and got no response. I even called my mother-in-law to see if she knew anything. She did not pick up either. I was so enraged at this point that I drove to Iris's dorm. She was not there. Her roommate stated that she was gone. A few hours later, Iris called me back. She initially sounded unnaturally joyful, which irritated me. I asked if she had been to our house and if she had taken a white dress from my closet. She replies with a smile. "Oh yeah, I borrowed that white dress in the garment bag, hope you don't mind. It was just hanging there, and I needed something for my outfit." I swear I was trying to hold it together, but I was basically yelling, "You mean my wedding dress?" "That was my wedding dress, Iris." She went quiet for a second, then claimed she thought it was an old dress and didn't realize it was that one. She apologized in a half-hearted way, like sorry. I honestly didn't consider it a big issue. At this moment, I was shivering with rage. I begged her to return it right away, and that taking anything from my house, let alone anything so precious, was completely inappropriate. She texted me that she'd stop by later with it. I wasn't going to wait calmly. I contacted my husband, who was similarly furious, and left work early to return home. When Iris arrived at our place that evening, I was ready to explode. She stepped in with my wedding gown crumpled up in a plastic Target bag, dripping wet. The outfit was crumpled, stained red, and reeked of booze. Tears welled up in my eyes as she removed it. It resembled a murder scene on white satin. The front and sides of the train were covered in large crimson wine or cocktail stains. The fabric at the bottom was ripped in several spots. It was essentially ruined. I lost it. I burst into tears and screamed at her, wondering what the heck she was thinking. My spouse was also outraged. He genuinely went silent and angry upon seeing the garment. Iris began crying, claiming she was sorry that it was a mistake. She stated that a drunk female at the bar ran into her and spilled a drink all over her dress, and that the rip occurred when she caught it on something. She continued insisting she had no idea it was my wedding dress and assumed it was a spare old garment or a costume item. I call BS. It looks exactly like a bridal gown. Plus, who keeps an $8,000 dress lying around unless it's important? Between my tears and my husband's deathly silence, she became defensive. Her apologies evolved into excuses and blame. How was I supposed to know? "You left it in the closet just like any other dress, and it's not like I did it on purpose," I yelled, making it clear to anyone with eyes that this was no cheap party costume. How could she have thought that was just a random dress given the quality and detail? She continued apologizing, but she also had the audacity to be snippy and claim I was overreacting because it was only a frock. I informed her it wasn't just any dress, it was my wedding gown. My parents paid a fortune for it and she had no right to take it, even if it was $10 from a thrift store. I was furious and in tears when my husband finally spoke out and told her she needed to leave. Iris sobbed as she walked out the door. I will admit that, in the heat of the moment, as she was leaving, I yelled at her that she owed me $8,000 for the dress. She screamed back that she doesn't have that much money and I'm unreasonable to ask a 19-year-old to pay that. Well, you better figure something out, I said, slamming the door. Not my best moment, but I was utterly beside myself. That night, my husband and I sat with a destroyed dress, completely upset. I cried. He was reassuring me, but I could see he was angry and hurt. This garment meant a lot to me and my family. My husband, who is generally extremely calm and generous with his sister, was so angry that he told me, "I'm not going to spend another dime of my money on her until she makes this right." I should point out that I made no suggestions concerning her college fund or money at all. This was entirely his reaction. The next day, my mother-in-law called me back. She had seen my missed call and had clearly heard what Iris had said. Mother-in-law was first kind, asking what had happened, and whether I was okay. I described how torn my outfit was and how furious we were. Mother-in-law apologized for what happened, but then tried to protect Iris. She responded something like, "Iris is really sorry. She's young, and she truly didn't realize it was your wedding gown. It was a dumb mistake, but we all make mistakes." I informed her that this was a serious breach of trust, and I wasn't going to ignore it. I responded, "At minimum, the dress needs to be paid for, or replaced." Mother-in-law became defensive and said, "The dress was gifted to you by your parents, so it's not like you're out of pocket $8,000, which is such a strange thing to say as if it's about money. It carries sentimental worth." She then actually remarked, "It's not like you can wear it again, dear." This made me turn red. I snapped back that that was not the point. I didn't intend to wear it again, but it was mine and contained a lot of value, so I had every right to keep it spotless. I also told her how hurt my parents would be if they found out. I have not even been able to inform them yet. I am dreading it. At this time, mother-in-law turned to discussing how terrified Iris is because Bruno, my husband, is so upset with her. Apparently, Iris fled to her parents, saying that we hate her and that her brother is attempting to ruin her life because of a mistake. Iris's mother-in-law stated that she is hysterical because she believes Bruno would withdraw her education funds. So I imagine Iris informed her, or perhaps her mother-in-law suggested it. I informed my mother-in-law that, really, I support my husband's decision. He is the one who saved that money for her, and if he believes this is the right penalty, until she accepts responsibility, so be it. I said that that might be the only thing that makes the gravity of the situation clear. Mother-in-law became enraged, claiming that I was unconcerned about how a young girl would make a mistake and that I was willing to ruin her life. She stated we were all family, and I should have a heart because Iris had no intention of ruining my clothing. I informed my mother-in-law that having a heart is one thing, but accepting the consequences is another. If someone, whether family or not, destroys anything exceedingly valuable due to their negligence, they must make amends. I also pointed out that Iris has never volunteered to do anything other than say sorry. There was no mention of how she planned to pay for it or work it off. Nothing. She only cried crocodile tears and expected us to forgive her right away. The wife's mother asked, "Where is she going to get that kind of money? You know she doesn't have a job." I responded, "Not my problem. Maybe you and Phil can help her, or she can take out a small loan since it's her doing." The call concluded with mother-in-law claiming I was being unfair, and that she would talk to Bruno shortly. My hubby absolutely supports me here. To be clear, he is just as angry, if not more. In fact, he's so angry that he's told his parents he's freezing the college fund until Iris properly handles the situation, whether by paying for the dress or coming up with a solution we can all agree on. That $50,000 isn't legally hers yet. It's essentially an account in his name that he put up specifically for her. He intended to use it semester after semester for her tuition and expenses. He has already paid for the current semester, but he has warned her and our mother-in-law that he will not pay for the next semester or any future payments unless the dress issue is resolved. The entire family is now in uproar. Iris is distraught and continually contacting me, imploring that we do not take away her education. She apologized a million times, but then called me callous for allowing my husband to do this to her. My mother-in-law and even other extended family members, such as an aunt, are telling us that we're being very harsh, and that I'm the asshole for prioritizing a dress over her academic future. One aunt claimed in a group conversation that I'm essentially severing my relationship with SIL over an item of clothes. All of this turmoil is really affecting me. I feel bad that my spouse is feuding with his sister and relatives because of my clothing. On the other hand, I am still furious over what she did. And I believe that people learn best when they face real-world repercussions. We've provided her a road to make things right, and she's simply crying because it's too difficult. If it were up to me, I'd settle for her paying a few $100s for expert cleaning and preservation, as well as a deep, heartfelt apology, and perhaps some volunteer work to teach her the worth of things. But my husband is determined that we should not back down until she genuinely understands the gravity of the situation, which, in his opinion, means either paying up the cash or losing her college money. Am I an asshole for being so offended and refusing to forgive and forget? Update 1. Wow. This blew up bigger than I imagined. I'm glad for all of your responses. I've been reading the judgments and comments, which have been both validating and difficult to read at times. Thank you for your perspectives. The overall agreement is that I'm NTA, not the asshole, which made me feel better because my family had been making me doubt myself. A lot has transpired since my last post, so I've got a lot of updates on the issue. I'll also answer a few typical queries below. 1 question. Why was my wedding dress in the guest closet? How did Iris not recognize it as my wedding dress? After the wedding, I placed my gown in its garment bag in our guest room closet, because our master closet is small, and I didn't want my husband to see the large bag all the time. It took up a lot of space, and as foolish as it sounds, I was keeping it hidden in case we had an event where I could surprise him by wearing it again, such as an anniversary photo. The guest room closet seemed like a safe and quiet area. It was clearly not presented as a random costume. It arrived in a genuine bridal garment bag from the boutique. I suppose Iris has never worked with wedding outfits. But I still don't understand how she didn't recognize my gown. It has my name sewn into it on the inside. She stated she never fully opened it until she arrived at her room, and it simply looked like a lovely white outfit. I'm doubtful, but this is her narrative. 2. Did Iris have authorization to be in our house and take things? She has an extra key in case of an emergency, or when she wants a quiet spot to study. But we've always been fine with her stopping by, even though she typically asks beforehand. In this scenario, she didn't request to come over or steal anything. So, no, she didn't have authorization to take the dress or any clothes. She has occasionally borrowed a shirt or jewelry with my consent, but she typically asks. It was completely inappropriate to grab something without first texting. 3. What's up with the $50,000 college fund? To clarify, that money belongs totally to my husband. He began saving it when he took a high-paying job a few years ago. His parents have always struggled financially, and he is extremely protective of Iris. So he saved enough money for her to attend in-state college for 4 years, which he maintained in a separate account under his name. It was never technically her money, trust fund, or anything. It's essentially his personal savings set aside for her tuition. He has been paying her school fees directly from that account each semester, so, legally and morally, it is his money, and he has the right to withhold it. My in-laws didn't contribute to the fund. They support some of her living expenses when possible, but not tuition. 4. Have I informed my parents, the ones who purchased the dress? After reading some advice, I opted not to tell them every information until I knew whether the clothing could be preserved. My mother would be upset and outraged. As of this update, I had informed my mother that the dress had been damaged and that we were working to repair it. She was unhappy, but I minimized the situation to avoid further stressing my parents. If it comes to it, and we need to seek repayment, I'll have to give them the complete truth. For the time being, I am dealing with it in tandem with my husband. 5. Can the dress be rescued or cleaned? The day after the incident, we took the dress to a well-known specialty wedding cleaner. They warned us that red wine on delicate fabric, especially after it is set, is one of the worst stains. They've been working on it, but it doesn't seem hopeful. Even if the stains are mostly removed, the fabric is weakened where it was soaked, and the shredded layers of chiffon and tulle are difficult to restore to their previous condition. We expect an update from them soon. Best case scenario, it will be wearable, but with subtle stains and repaired seams. In the worst case scenario, it is irreversibly damaged. In any case, the gown will not be as pristine as it once was. Okay, now let's see what's transpired since I posted about the family gathering. My husband and I went to my in-laws' place 2 days after the incident, and 1 day after my original post, to have a serious conversation. Mother-in-law invited us, suggesting it would be beneficial for all of us to talk face-to-face. I was still enraged and wounded, but we agreed because everyone had been talking over each other on calls/texts. When we arrived, Phil, father-in-law, and mother-in-law were present, and Iris had returned from college for the weekend. We all sat in the living room. I allowed my husband take the lead because it was his family, but I also contributed significantly. Iris appeared red-eyed, as if she had been crying. She didn't actually look at me. Mother-in-law began by saying something like, "We're all family here, let's remember we love each other, and try to resolve this calmly." My husband immediately said, "I'll be calm as long as I hear some acknowledgement of what actually went wrong here." He was clearly still enraged, but holding it together. He opened out to Iris. "What were you thinking? Explain to me how you thought taking any dress from our house without asking was okay." Iris began sniffling and said, "I don't know. I just thought it was a party costume. I didn't think it was a big deal." I couldn't help but respond that it was a big deal, and even if it wasn't my wedding dress, going into someone's closet and taking clothes without permission is basic disrespect. She murmured, "I apologize." Honestly, that seemed more like a whine than a real statement. My husband persisted, stating her lack of judgment had shocked and saddened him. He reminded her of how much I cherished that dress, and that she, of all people, should have known that she was at our wedding, had seen the wedding photos and so on, so she had seen the dress before. Mother-in-law interjected at this point. "She knows she messed up. Bruno, she's apologized. We need to move forward." I jumped in and said, "Moving forward means figuring out how to make this right. Saying sorry doesn't magically restore my dress." I was trying to stay composed, but I was still hurt. I replied, "I haven't even been able to fully break the news to my mom because it's such a damn shame." Phil, who had been quiet, sighed and asked, "What exactly do you want to happen now?" I responded, "At the very least, the cost of the dress should be reimbursed or a replacement obtained. I know it's difficult, but that's what happens when you ruin something you can't fix." I also said I'd be willing to accept a good faith effort, such as if Iris could pay half now and half later or something reasonable, but an attempt needed to be made. Iris began crying again when she learned the price of the outfit, and her mother-in-law appeared distressed. The wife's mother said, "You know she doesn't have that kind of money. She's just a student. How do you expect her to come up with $8,000? My spouse responded before I could. "Maybe by getting a job, or taking out a loan, or you helping. I don't care how. That's not our problem to figure out for her. People take responsibility by problem solving, not by expecting the wrong party to eat the loss." Mother-in-law became upset and said, "We don't have that kind of money either. This whole thing is just... It was a mistake. Can't we find a less extreme solution?" She turned to me and tried to bargain. "What if we pay for the dry cleaning and restoration attempts, and maybe a little extra for your trouble? But $8,000 is just impossible. The clothing could be beyond repair, and a little extra for your trouble seemed like they were dismissing this as a trivial nuisance." I told her so. I appreciate the gesture, but a few $100s and a cleaning solution won't undo what happened. If the cleaner is unable to thoroughly repair it, we will discuss replacing it, or reimbursing the cost. That was a custom dress. Replacing it is not as straightforward as purchasing an off-the-rack bridal gown in that design, which can cost several $1,000s. Iris exclaimed through sobs, "I don't have that money," and began crying into her hands. She responded, "If I had known it was your wedding dress, I never would have touched it. I'm sorry, but I can't afford this. And now I'm going to lose my college money. It's not fair. I didn't do it on purpose." That's when my hubby snapped. He spoke loudly for the first time that evening to express his opinion. "You're right. You didn't do it on purpose, but you did do it. And now you're more concerned about your college fund than the fact that you seriously screwed up and hurt someone. You're calling it not fair that you face consequences? What do you think is fair then? That my wife just sucks it up and everyone acts like you didn't ruin something irreplaceable?" Iris simply cried harder and repeated, "I said I was sorry." Mother-in-law wrapped her arm around Iris and began crying, telling my husband, "Please Bruno, she is sorry. This is all just too much. You can't take away her education. Think of her future." He responded, "I am thinking of her future. I'm thinking that if we let this go with zero consequences, then in her future, she'll think she can do whatever and hide behind, but I said sorry. Real life doesn't work that way. If a stranger wrecked her car, would she be okay if they just said sorry and walked away? Why should this be any different?" My husband responded with the following statement. "Son, I get it. I really do. But you have to understand, we can't conjure money out of thin air. Neither can she. Punishing her by pulling the college fund, you're basically shooting yourself in the foot too. Do you really want your sister to potentially drop out or take on massive loans? Is that what you want for her life? My spouse responded, what I want is for my sister to take ownership of the harm she caused. I'm not asking for something unreasonable. I'm basically telling her, until you show that you are making this right, I am not going to keep funding you. If she chooses to drop out instead of maybe taking a temporary loan or working part-time to pay for this, that's her choice. She's not a child. She's an adult who made an adult mistake. At this point, I could tell my spouse was fatigued from walking in circles. I was too. We were at their house for almost an hour, and it felt like nothing was getting resolved, just the same disagreements. The family begged for mercy, but we stood steadfast, because mercy means no accountability. It was stressful and emotionally demanding. I finally spoke out with an idea to break the standoff. I offered that we all spend a few days to unwind and perhaps look into answers. For example, if there is a way to get a replacement dress for less than $8,000, such as a second-hand one or a sample sale, which could lower the cost. I also mentioned that I would be happy to entertain a payment plan from Iris over a couple of years, or that she could do something like work for me, as I have a little business, to pay it off at a reasonable pace. But I reiterated that the bottom reason is that we need some assurance from her and my in-laws that they will deal with the financial consequences of her conduct. The wife's mother commented, we'll discuss it among ourselves, but please in the meantime, Bruno, don't do anything hasty about the college fund. She's got to register for classes for next semester soon. My husband politely responded, that depends on Iris. If she can come up with a real plan to make this right, I'm willing to reconsider. If not, she might have to skip a semester. That's on her. We ended the meeting soon after. Everyone was upset and emotionally vulnerable. My husband and I left, and while driving home, we just sat in silence for a bit to unwind. So that's where things stand following the face-to-face conversation. There is no definitive resolution yet. My in-laws and Iris know we mean business, and we're waiting to see if they have a proposal. Given their reactions thus far, I'm not optimistic about their plans. But we'll see. After we went home, Iris texted me an apology. It appeared that she, or perhaps her mother-in-law, had given it some coaching. She stated she was deeply sorry for not asking and for damaging such a crucial part of my life, and that she never intended to upset me. She says she's afraid and doesn't know how to repair it, but she's willing to do whatever it takes to keep our support for her education. She also expressed guilt by adding that the entire situation makes her feel like a dreadful person and she is having panic attacks about her future. I haven't responded yet. I'm giving myself some space because I'm still angry, and I don't want to say anything I'll regret. Bruno and I are currently maintaining our ground. We have made it clear that we will not be sweeping this under the rug. She must find a means to partially compensate for the harm, or else she may face significant, life-altering consequences. The ball is in their court. Update 2, a week later. Hello again. Thank you to everyone who shared their advice and perspectives. Many of you sought updates, and even projected what would happen next. You were right on a couple things. It has been roughly a week since my last update. Things between my husband and his family worsened over that time, before perhaps improving. Also, we received reports from the wedding dress cleaners, and they are not favorable. First, the clothing. The specialized cleaner tried their best, but the clothing was damaged. The crimson stains have faded significantly, but are still clearly visible. In some areas, the white fabric is permanently colored pinkish-brown. The material also shrank and warped slightly when wet for an extended period of time. The tears can be fixed, but the dress will never look the same. They tried one round of treatment, and the store owner advised me that more vigorous attempts could degrade the cloth much more. In short, I need to accept that my wedding gown will never be the same. They collected a modest price for the endeavor and unfortunately returned the clothing to me, still damaged and torn. I really cried again when I picked it up, which was awkward in front of the shopkeeper, but she was very nice. She remarked, "This happens more often than you'd think. Red wine is a nightmare on wedding dresses." So, yes, the dress is officially ruined. That revelation made me even more convinced that Iris or my in-laws must pay to replace it or compensate for its value. The cleaner issued a letter saying the damage and that restoration to the original is impossible, which will be beneficial if we pursue legal action or file an insurance claim. Some of you proposed it, but more on that later. Now after the big conference, my in-laws were generally quiet for a few days. I believe they were talking among themselves and giving everyone a break. My husband and I tried to have a drama-free weekend. We even went on a trek to clear our minds, which helped somewhat. However, the hush shattered swiftly on Monday. What occurred on Monday? Iris apparently told a few friends and cousins a warped version of the story, which circulated on social media. I started getting strange vibes from a couple of my own friends, who asked what was going on after seeing posts. It turns out that someone, perhaps Iris or a friend of hers, wrote on Instagram, "When your own brother would rather see you drop out of college than forgive you for a mistake. Family can be cruel." It didn't expressly say the clothing, but anyone nearby would know it was about us. I was annoyed because she hadn't highlighted the part when she literally created everything by doing something stupid. It felt like she was looking for sympathy and portraying my spouse as a villain. Well, that worked to some extent. One of their cousins, with whom we are not really close, said something like, "Yuck, I heard. That's so harsh. You don't deserve that." And a college friend of hers said, "They're supposed to be your family. If my sister did that, I'd disown her." My spouse and I discussed it. He was outraged that she was posting personal family matters online for strangers and extended relatives to discuss about. He commented on her post from his account with something like, "Interesting how you left out the part where you stole and ruined something irreplaceable that belonged to us. Actions have consequences, Iris." He rarely indulges in social media drama, but he was furious. She erased his comment in minutes and then blocked him and me on Instagram, most likely proactively. Then my husband began receiving calls and texts from a few family members, most notably an aunt and his grandmother, asking what was going on and why people were claiming he was forcing Iris to drop out of school. So he had to reveal the true story to them. The aunt, who had been lecturing me in the group chat, changed her mind after hearing the complete context. She was frightened by Iris's conduct. Grandmother too. They both basically told my husband, "We're so sorry. We didn't know the whole story. Of course she should face consequences. We'll talk to your mom." I then noticed that Iris's ambiguous posts were vanished from another account that I use. I believe the family elders told her to stop it, but the harm was done in terms of raising drama. This whole situation began to feel like a family quarrel, which I never wanted. I was irritated with Iris for trying to elicit pity, rather than quietly working on a solution. Following the social media incident, my mother-in-law called my husband. I was also on the call, listening. She sounded fatigued and may have been weeping. She said the following. "We've talked it over. We will try to get together some money to help repay for the dress, but we can't do $8,000. We could maybe do $4,000 if you give us some time. Would that be enough for you to stop all this and not hold back her college funds?" I jumped in. I said, "We appreciate them stepping up with an offer. If they could truly gather $4,000, that's a start. But it wouldn't fully cover a replacement dress of similar quality." Still, I said I was willing to consider that as an acceptable resolution, if and only if Iris herself contributed something, either money she earns or an official commitment to pay the remaining balance over time. And most crucially, a genuine apologies for assuming ownership. My husband agreed and said that if they did that, he'd release the majority of the college fund again, with some restrictions. He continued, "I want it understood that this isn't us putting a price on the issue and washing our hands. It's about Iris learning she can't just do things without making amends." Mother-in-law consented, saying they meant for Iris to repay us gradually for whatever sum they had fronted. I had a feeling they were stretching themselves to even consider $4,000. I'm not sure if they'd take out a loan or draw from retirement, but it sounded like they were scrambling. We urged them to put together a clear plan, such as a payment deadline, and to have Iris write and sign her share as well. Basically, we wanted it in writing. It may sound formal for family, but after all of the back and forth, we wanted it on writing to avoid future misunderstandings. My husband stated that if they do this, he will unfreeze the college fund so she can register for the next semester on schedule. The mother-in-law was agreeable. She sounded happy that we weren't insisting on the entire $8,000 immediately. We hung up with the agreement that they would create a plan and we would examine it. Throughout all, I hadn't spoken directly to Iris since the text she sent after the meeting. But approximately an hour after my talk with my mother-in-law, Iris sent me an email. It really astonished me. It was thoughtful and sincerely apologetic. She apologized for trying to gain sympathy online, for initially downplaying what she did, and for violating my confidence. She stated she awoke that day thinking about how she'd feel if someone wrecked something so important to her, and she understood why I was so angry. She also stated that she is willing to work as hard as necessary to repay us, even if it takes years, and that she values her relationship with us more than some silly partying, her words. She stated that she was first concerned about losing the college fund, but she now understands why we took such a strong stance. She expressed regret for causing a conflict in our family and bringing drama to our door. It came across as sincere. Both my husband and I were impressed by the tone. This was a significant departure from Iris's previous protective, avoidant behavior. I responded to her email, which didn't feel like a phone conversation, and thanked her for really apologizing. I told her that I accept her apologies and appreciate her accepting responsibility and writing. I stated that I am still very sorry about losing my dress, but I am hoping that we will all be able to move on if she follows through on her promise to make reparations. I didn't scold her or anything. I remained calm and stated that I am willing to work with her and her parents to get a fair conclusion. So things appeared to be moving in the right direction until one more mini drama occurred. Of course, some of you considered insurance. So I looked into whether my homeowner's insurance or a specific wedding coverage would cover the dress. I realized that I did not have a special rider on our insurance for pricey items like the dress, which I should have had. But I had underestimated its value at the time. However, my coverage may cover theft or vandalism, which are crucial words for personal property. So, just out of curiosity, I said it to my husband in front of my sister, not Sil, who was visiting. My sister casually replied, "Well, it was effectively stolen and vandalized by your SEL." We laughed. But evidently my phone's voice assistant activated and captured part of the discussion in a voice text that I was in the middle of sending to mother-in-law. I was texting her about something unrelated just before. I didn't know where it had recorded the excerpt when I pushed send. My mother-in-law received a text that partially quoted my sister, stating something like, "It was effectively stolen and vandalized by your SIL." Oh my. Mother-in-law was upset to find the word stolen and vandalized. She immediately called, unhappy that we were referring to it as stealing. I instantly replied that it was out of context, and that we were only discussing basic insurance topics. I am not accusing Iris of stealing in a criminal sense. After I explained, my mother-in-law calmed down a little, but I could tell she was worried that we may sue or pursue charges. I informed her that we prefer to address things within the family, and that the comment was not intended to be interpreted as a legal charge. That was embarrassing, but the issue was averted. Anyway, my in-laws and Iris are currently working on a written agreement. They suggested that she will most likely repay us $4,000 over time because they are covering the original $4,000, for a total of $8,000. To be honest, I assume they'll just pay the most of it and expect her to repay them later, but either way is good. We haven't seen the paperwork yet, but they stated it would be ready before the weekend. My husband has agreed that once we receive the signed promise, and probably a down payment of the first chunk they indicated giving us $2,000 in a week or two as a show of good faith, he will unlock her education fund for the next semester. We also talked about repercussions other than money, because we want her to learn from this experience rather than just throwing money at it. We haven't decided on this yet, but I suggested she perform some charity work or take a financial literacy course so she learns the worth of $8,000 and how to acquire it. That may be too much of a parental request, and I will not die on that hill, but it is something I intend to suggest when the time is appropriate. Finally, the money and a genuine apology were my main priorities. Anything above that is considered a bonus. For the time being, it appears that we are working on a tentative resolution. My family plotted to trap me with a fake loan for my sister's MBA. Instead, I turned her fund into a scholarship and disappeared without a trace. I'm Clara, 23, and my own sister pushed me into a lake and laughed as I drowned. Before I tell you how I redirected her entire $55,000 education fund and vanished without a trace, please tell me where you're watching from in the comments. I'd like to see how far my story goes. Our yearly family reunion was held at my mother's family's lakeside cabin, which had been passed down through generations. The air smelt like pine needles and barbecue smoke. Distant cousins whom I only saw once a year were crowding around, laughing and catching up. On the surface it was the epitome of a happy American family. But for me, it was just another stage for my family's favorite show, in which I played the same role year after year, the dependable, responsible, and completely invisible younger sister. My older sister Sophia was the star of the show. At 25, she was personable, athletic, and had the ability to make everyone feel like they were her best friend. Right before she begged for a favor, she was standing on the edge of the old wooden dock, holding a can of beer and telling our cousins an exaggerated story. I was just passing by to get a soda from the cooler. "Hey little sis," she slurred, a sneer on her lips, "thinking about all the money your grandmother left you." I ignored her and reached for a cold can. It was her favorite topic. My inheritance, not ours, but mine. A reality that bothered my family every day. "Don't be like that," she urged, moving in front of me. I attempted to get around her, but she placed a hand on my chest. "You know, you're always so serious." "You need to loosen up." And then she shoved me hard. The entire globe tilted. One instant, I was on the dock's solid wood. The next thing I knew, I was plunging backward into the lake's murky, startlingly chilly waters. The cold was a physical blow that knocked air out of my lungs. I came up spitting and gasping, my hair stuck to my face. My head dipped under again as I attempted to regain my bearings. The laughing from the dock reached me before the air did. Sophia doubled over and pointed. "Don't be so dramatic," she exclaimed. My parents, Helena and Martin, were watching from the porch. They were smiling and not trying to help, just watching me fight to breathe. A stinging ache raced through my previous shoulder injury, and a familiar panic gripped my chest as the cold water stunned my system. I was not being dramatic. I was in serious trouble. And as I watched them laugh, I realized something inside me had finally shattered. I did not argue. I did not yell. I had just fought my way back to the shore, my lungs burning. 2 weeks later, her education fund was depleted. And so was I. The journey home from the reunion was quiet. I sat in the back seat, wrapped in a damp, musty towel. The car's air conditioning felt like ice on my skin. The wheezing in my chest had decreased to a quiet whistle, a continual reminder of the cold shock's effect on my respiration. Sophia sat in the front seat, humming to the radio and occasionally chuckling to herself. My parents were discussing what they needed to get from the grocery shop. It was as if the previous hour had never happened, as if their youngest daughter hadn't drowned while they were watching. But to me, that hour felt like a lifetime. The cold of the lake had stunned my system, but it was the ice in their gaze that froze something deep within me. It brought back a decade of recollections, like a silent film of my own life playing out in my head. I recall being 16 and very proud of my car, a beat-up but reliable sedan that I had purchased with money from my after-school job. A week later, Sophia, who had recently had her license suspended for speeding, took it without asking and wrapped it around a telephone pole. When I discovered out, my mother took me aside, her voice quiet and imploring. "She made a mistake. Clara, she feels terrible. Be a good sister. That money your grandmother is saving for you can cover it, right?" I ended up paying for the damages. Sophia never said thank you. I remembered my 20th birthday. I wanted to have a great meal with my family. Instead, I spent the night sending Sophia $5,000. She was in Las Vegas with her friends and had, as she put it, hit a rough patch. My father clapped my shoulder when I got off the phone. "That's my girl. She's always responsible." My grandma, my mother's mother, had witnessed everything. She was a calm, observant woman who had started a successful construction company from scratch. She witnessed how I conserved my money while Sophia spent her allowance. She watched while I studied for my examinations while Sophia partied. She noticed that I was always the one left to clean up the messes. A few months before she died, she sat me down in her workshop, where the air was thick with sawdust and varnish. She handed me a thick leather-bound ledger. "Money is a tool, Clara," she explained, her voice hoarse but forceful. "It can build a life or it can be a crutch for those who refuse to learn to walk. I trust you to be a builder." When she died, she gave me the majority of her fortune, which included investments and property. Sophia received a tiny amount, while my parents received the family property and a pension. The will was apparent. The money was mine and would be managed by me. When I turned 23, my grandmother had put her trust in me rather than them, and they had never forgiven me for it. My mother finally broke the stillness in the car. "Clara, honey, are you feeling better?" I did not respond. I simply stared out the window. "Stop being such a baby," Sophia complained from the front. "It was a joke." "Sophia," my father remarked, his tone devoid of reprimand. "But she's right, Clara. You've always been too sensitive." I got home, showered, and went into my room. The chill wasn't just in my bones now. It was in my heart. I took out my phone and contacted the only person I knew who would understand. Anna. We'd been best friends since kindergarten, and she'd been a frontline witness to my family's dynamics for years. "They did what?" she asked, her voice low and growling as I repeated the event. I imagined her pacing her small apartment, running her hand through her hair in frustration. "They just laughed, Anna, like it was the funniest thing they'd ever seen." "I'm coming over," she said. She was there in 15 minutes with a bag of greasy burgers. We sat in my room, and for the first time that day, I felt a sense of warmth. "This isn't just about the lake, Clara. You know that, right?" she added, handing me a burger. I wasn't hungry, but I accepted it anyhow. "How many times have you bailed her out? How many loans have you given them that you know you'll never see again?" I simply shrugged and picked at the wrapper. "They're not just taking your money, girl. They're taking your life. They're disrespecting you because they know you'll just take it. You're their safety net, their get-out-of-jail-free card. She leaned forward, her gaze fierce. Have you ever even once felt loved by them without a condition attached? Without them needing something from you? Her question struck me harder than the frigid water. I struggled to recall a single moment or memory in which their devotion was unrelated to my obedience or my wallet. Nothing arrived. The silence dragged on, punctuated by a terrible dawning knowledge. My eyes welled up with tears I hadn't realized I had. I turned away, not wanting her to notice. She pretended not to notice. After Anna had left, I found myself digging out an old photo album. There we were, a family of 4, happy at Disney World. I was approximately 10. I remembered the trip. I remembered that my father had misplaced his wallet, and I had handed up the $200 I had saved for a new video game console to help pay for the hotel. My mother had hugged me and referred to me as her little hero. At the time I felt a flush of pride. Looking at the snapshot, I could only see the beginning of the pattern. I flipped through the pages, each pleasant image a fabrication: graduation photographs, Christmas mornings, and birthday celebrations. Each milestone was polluted by a transaction. A sacrifice I made that was expected but not appreciated. I closed the album, a deep sense of loss sweeping over me. I wasn't just mourning my family. I was grieving for the family I believed I had, the one I so wanted to believe in. The smiling folks in the photographs were strangers, and I was a stranger in my own home. I sat there in the dark, tears finally falling, grieving for the child in the images, who only wanted her family to love her for who she was, not what she had. The following few days were a whirl of forced friendliness. My family acted as if nothing had happened, which was far worse than their anger. It completely invalidated my experience. My mother would ask me, "Do you want eggs?" as she prepared breakfast. Sophia would want to borrow my car charger. My father would ask me to help him with yard labor. It was typical, yet it drove me mad. On a Thursday night, the breaking point occurred, and my anguish was transformed into cold, steely resolve. I was headed downstairs for a glass of water when I heard my parents' voices in the living room. I paused at the bottom of the stairs, obscured by shadows. "She's barely spoken a word in 3 days," my mother Helena said, her voice dripping with frustration. "This whole silent treatment thing is so childish." "She'll get over it," my father Martin grumbled from behind his newspaper. "She always does." "We can't afford for her to get over it right now, Martin," she told us. "Sophia needs the down payment for that MBA program by the end of the month. $55,000. Did you forget?" "Of course I didn't forget. What do you want me to do? She's an adult. We can't just take the money." There was a pause. Then my mother's voice lowered to a secretive whisper. "I was talking to my sister Elise. Her husband's construction business is having some cash flow issues, a temporary crisis. What if we told Clara that we were in trouble, that the business was on the verge of collapse, and we needed her to co-sign a loan to save it?" My blood became chilly. "She'd never do it," my father stated dismissively. "She would if we framed it right," she insisted. "We make it about family, about responsibility. We tell her it's the only way to keep a roof over our heads. We'll get the loan, give Sophia the $55,000, and then, well, we'll figure the rest out later. She has to be responsible for her sister. It's the right thing to do." I felt like I was going to get sick. It wasn't just casual greed anymore. This was a computed plot. They were not simply taking advantage of my generosity. They intended to purposefully deceive me, trapping me in debt to support my sister's life. I backed away from the stairs, my heart racing in my chest, and went into my room before they could hear me. I closed the door with my back against it, and slipped to the floor. It was one thing to take for granted. It was another thing to be the target of your own parents' conspiratorial plot. The next day, I tried to contact my lover Lucas. We'd been dating for almost a year. He was intelligent, ambitious, and I believed he was on my side. We met for coffee, and I told him about the lake, the history of financial demands, and the talk I had overheard. I expected fury. I expected him to tell me to get out of there. Instead, he stirred his coffee with a contemplative scowl on his lips. "Wow, that's a lot, Clara." "A lot, Lucas. They're planning to defraud me." "Well, maybe not defraud," he answered slowly, avoiding my gaze. "Maybe they're just desperate. And it's just a signature, right? For family. You don't want to be the one to break up your family over money. Do you think about what people would say?" I stared at him. the coffee cup frozen halfway between my lips. What they would say. It didn't matter what was right or wrong. It was not about my well-being. It was about appearances. And in that instant, I recognized that my heritage was not a burden for him. He enjoyed this feature. The beautiful dinners, weekend vacations, and financial stability were all part of my attraction. My agony was simply an inconvenient byproduct. I have to go, I replied, getting up abruptly, rattling the table. That night, I contacted Anna again. I told her everything. The plot. Lucas's reaction. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. Then she continued. I know a lawyer, Clara. My aunt used her for her divorce. She's tough, and she's smart. Her name is Marianne Keller. I think you should call her, not to sue them, just to know what your rights are, to know what you're up against. She texted me her phone number. I stared at it for 10 minutes before my thumb hit the call button. Marianne Keller's office was located in a sleek, modern building downtown. It felt like another universe from my family's suburban house. Marianne herself was in her late 40s, with keen, intelligent eyes and a calm, no-nonsense demeanor. She listened to my entire story without pausing, her pen occasionally scribbling a note on a legal pad. When I finished, I felt emotionally exhausted, as if I had run a marathon. She looked at me with a blend of professionalism and genuine empathy. Clara, she said, her tone firm and soothing. Let's be perfectly clear. The assets your grandmother left you are yours and yours alone. You have zero legal obligation to pay for your sister's education, her car, or her lifestyle. The only obligation you have is the emotional one they have manufactured and exploited for years. Hearing it stated so clearly and legally felt like a tangible weight was lifted off my shoulders. The plan you overheard, she said with a slightly sterner voice, is not just morally reprehensible. It borders on conspiracy to commit fraud. If you were to sign that loan under false pretenses they created, you would be legally on the hook. And they know that. We spoke for more than an hour. We discussed alternatives. We discussed trusts and foundations. We spoke about boundaries. For the first time, I wasn't simply discussing my feelings. I was discussing strategy. I left her office feeling changed. The pain was still there, a slow ache in my chest, but for the first time, it was accompanied by something else. A flash of power, a feeling of control. They had shoved me into the water, expecting me to flail and splash before giving in. They had no notion I was going to learn how to build a dam. The 2 weeks following my meeting with Marianne Keller were the most silent and intense of my life. On the exterior, I appeared calm and compliant. I returned to being the Clara they were used to. I answered my mother's inquiries regarding my day. Sophia beat me in video games. I even helped my father clean out the garage. I was playing a character, and I had never been a more compelling performer. Inside, however, a tempest raged. Every polite smile was a facade. Every nod of assent represents a neatly placed chess move. I was no longer a victim, subject to their whims. I was an architect who planned my own escape. My plan was to test the waters and validate what I already knew in my heart. One evening during supper, I let out a deep sigh. I got some tough news today, I remarked, pushing my mashed potatoes around my plate. That tech stock I invested a chunk of my savings in took a nosedive. I've lost a significant amount of money. The reaction was immediate and telling. My mother's fork clattered on her plate. What? How much? A lot, I answered vaguely, studying their expressions. It's going to take a while to recover. I'll have to be really careful with my finances for the foreseeable future. I saw it. There was no concern for me or my supposed financial loss, just pure panic. My sister Sophia's face discolored. You're kidding me, right? What about my MBA? The tuition payment is due. I'm sorry, Sophia, I replied, catching her gaze. I don't think I can help with that right now. What do you mean you can't help? My mother, Helena, asked, her voice rising. You can't just be irresponsible with that money, Clara. Your grandmother left it for you to build a future for this family's security, not to gamble away on stocks. The hypocrisy was so thick I could choke on it. This was the ultimate confirmation. My worth to them was not as a daughter or sister, but as a financial account and resource. And now that the resource was apparently in jeopardy, the thin veil of familial fondness was peeled away, revealing the ugly, desperate hunger underneath. The next day, I started building my ark. I had a few more modest, clandestine sessions with Marianne. We lay out the strategy. My parents expected $55,000 for Sophia, which was sitting in a high-yield savings account under my name, It had always been my money, set aside for her education out of a misplaced sense of responsibility. Now, it would be repurposed. Marianne assisted me in completing the paperwork necessary to start a private scholarship foundation. It was an easy legal maneuver. I would gift the $55,000 to this new organization, which would subsequently provide scholarships to needy kids in my town. We even gave it a name, adding a final poetic twist of irony. We named it the Wilson Scholarship Foundation. Wilson was our family's name. Marianne handled the legal framework, and I handled the mechanics of my departure. I had a degree in graphic design, so I secretly sent my portfolio to several organizations in a city 3 states away, where I knew no one and could remain anonymous. Within 2 weeks, I had a potential interview scheduled over Zoom. A few days later, they offered me a junior designer position, contingent on background checks. I accepted on the moment. I located a little apartment online and paid the month's rent and security deposit with a new bank account that my family had no idea about. I began packing my belongings late at night, one box at a time, and hiding them in the back of my closet. My most prized possessions, my grandmother Ingrid's old tools, my collection of vintage design books, and images of myself and Anna. My actual life. One afternoon I overheard my mother on the phone, her voice strained with worry. She stood in the kitchen, her back to me. "I don't know what to tell you, Elise," she said. "You'll get your money. I need more time. Martin's deal fell through. We were counting on, just give me until the end of the year." So there it was. A seed of truth. My aunt, who was always kind to me, was a creditor. Her kindness was like progressively tightening a thumbscrew. This wasn't simply about moving Sophia ahead. It was about getting themselves out of a hole they had made with my own aunt. Their deception was far more intricate than I could have anticipated. The parts were all in place. The foundation is legally established. The employment was secure. The unit was waiting. The only thing left to do was walk away. My family, unaware of the approaching tidal wave, decided to stage their final show. My mother said that we were having a special family meeting supper. Her tone was unnaturally cheery, as it often is when she is ready to ask for anything significant. She prepared my favorite supper, roast chicken and rosemary potatoes. The entire house smelled like I was preparing to leave for good. We sat at the dining table, the fine china glittering in the light. It felt like a scene from a movie, a stressful family drama unfolding in real time. My dad cleared his throat. My mother folded her hands on the table, while Sophia sat back in her chair with a sense of entitlement. "Clara," my mother said, her voice full of forced earnestness. "We need to talk as a family." I simply glanced at her, my demeanor bland. I had rehearsed this scene in my head 100 times. "Your father and we've hit a rough patch," she whispered, a single flawless tear falling down her cheek. "The business is not doing well. We're facing a crisis, and we're in danger of losing everything." My father nodded grimly, performing his role. "We need your help, sweetheart. We wouldn't ask if it wasn't a matter of life and death." Just as I had overheard, he passed a sheath of papers over the table, including a loan application. They wanted me to be a guarantor for a massive loan, using my investment portfolio as collateral. "It's just a signature," my mother said softly, her eyes begging. "To save your family," Sophia added, the final nail in the coffin. "It's time to be an adult, little sister. Time to take on some real responsibility." I gazed down at the papers. I stared at their eager expressions. My mother's desperate hope, my father's firm demand, and my sister's arrogant sneer. I saw the entire terrible tragic play as it was, and I felt nothing. The wrath had dissipated, leaving a cold, crystalline calm. I took the pen they'd so kindly left alongside the documents. I held it for a moment. I could sense victory in their eyes. They believed they had won. Then I gently placed the pen back on the table, untouched. I stood up. "No," I replied. My voice was soft, yet it resonated across the suddenly silent room. "What?" my mother gasped. "No," I said, a little louder this time. I looked each one in the eyes. "I won't be signing anything." I turned and walked out of the dining room, leaving them in bewilderment. I went upstairs, took the 2 duffel bags I'd packed with my essentials, walked out the front door, got in my car, and drove away without looking back. The genuine climax occurred with a letter, not a roar. 3 days later, my sister Sophia stepped into our local bank's main branch, sure that my small tantrum had ended. She went to the private client advisor she had been warned about to arrange for a wire transfer for her tuition. She probably went in with a swagger, anticipating the red carpet treatment. She provided the advisor her name and said that she was there to access the monies her sister was donating for her MBA. The advisor, a courteous woman in her 50s, entered her name into the system. She frowned. She typed it again. "I'm sorry, Miss Wilson. I don't see any notes here about a transfer." "It's coming from my sister's account, Clara Wilson," Sophia probably said, her voice tinged with irritation. More typing equals a longer pause. "Ms. Wilson," the advisor continued, her voice intentionally bland. "The account you're referring to was closed 2 days ago. The funds were transferred out." "Transferred where?" "That's my money," she would have cried, turning heads in the otherwise calm bank lobby. The counsel would have gently emphasized that the monies were legally in my name and that I had full authority to relocate them. But it was not the finest part. The next day a big cream-colored letter arrived at our residence, addressed to Miss Sophia Wilson. It appeared formal and important. She probably ripped it open because she thought it was a bank error that needed to be corrected. A letter was enclosed, printed on rich embossed letterhead. It started, "Dear Miss Wilson, on behalf of our board of directors, we are delighted to inform you that you have been named the honorary inspiration for the newly established Wilson Scholarship Foundation. A generous anonymous donation of $55,000 has been made in your family's name to provide financial assistance to bright, deserving students in our community who have overcome significant personal and financial obstacles." I wasn't there to witness it, but I can vividly recall Sophia's face turning pale, my mother clutching the letter, her hand quivering as she read it aloud, and my father dropping into a chair, his face ashen. The money wasn't simply gone. It had been used to publicly humiliate them. It had been remade as a monument to their own avarice, a perpetual philanthropic reminder of what they had lost. They hadn't merely lost their money, they'd lost control. The power had changed totally and irreversibly, and I was already 3 states away, beginning over. The consequences were immediate and exactly as I had anticipated. My phone started to explode up. My mother had called me. I let it go to voicemail. The note she left was a master tutorial in emotional manipulation. Her voice strangled with phony tears. "Clara, honey, what have you done? There's been a terrible mistake. You need to call us. We're so worried. This isn't you." Sophia made the following call. I did not have to listen to the voicemail to find out what it said. Her text messages were a flood of furious, misspelled sentences that detailed the entire story. "Where is my money? You think this is funny? You ruined my life. You are dead to me." Then my father sent me a harsh and chilly text. "Call your mother. You've upset her terribly." I read the messages, listened to the voicemail for a few seconds, and then did something I should have done years before. I accessed my contact list and banned their numbers one by one. Mother, father, sister, and Lucas. The sensation of relief was bodily, like a deep cleaning breath. The silence that followed was lovely. A couple of days later, I received a call from an unknown number. I paused, then responded. It was my Aunt Elise. Her voice sounded syrupy sweet. "Clara, sweetie, it's your auntie. Your mom is beside herself with worry. We all are. Why don't you just come home so we can talk this all out? Whatever is wrong, we can fix it." She was their final hope. A nice detective sent in to mediate. But I knew the truth. She was not concerned about me. She was concerned about the loan her parents owed her. "I'm fine, Aunt Elise," I said, my voice calm and steady. "There's nothing to talk about." "Your family?" "They haven't been my family for a long time." Before she could react, I hung up and blocked her number. I knew they would not give up easily. Marianne had warned me that their next step would be a desperate, sad attempt to control me through the authorities. One evening I heard a knock on my new apartment door. My pulse raced for a moment, but then I peeked through the peephole and saw 2 police officers. I opened the door. "Can I help you?" "Are you Clara Wilson?" one of them inquired. "I am." "Ma'am, we received a call from your family. They filed a welfare check request claiming they were concerned for your safety. They said you left under unusual circumstances." I had to control myself from laughing. "Officers, I'm 23 years old. I'm not missing. I moved here for a new job. I'm perfectly safe and sound." I showed them my new driver's license with my local address and job ID. The officer nodded and scribbled on his notepad. "So, you've left voluntarily?" 100%, I answered. "I would appreciate it if you could inform my family that I am fine and that I do not wish to have any contact with them. Any further attempts they make to contact me will be considered harassment." They were professional and understood instantly. They went, and I realized my family's options had been limited. They'd played their final card and lost. Their authority over me was formally revoked. They couldn't force me, influence me, or use someone else to get to me. They were left with only the repercussions of their own deeds, and I was finally completely free. 6 months have passed. 6 months of peaceful, joyous, and occasionally painful healing. My new city was both bustling and anonymous. My employment as a junior designer was both tough and rewarding. I was surrounded by individuals who recognized me as Clara, the girl who knew fonts and had a dry sense of humor, not Clara, the family's ATM. I had made a few friends at work. We'd get cocktails after a tough week and go hiking on weekends. They were basic, uncomplicated friendships, devoid of the burdens of history and responsibility. Most importantly, I was caring for myself. I met an excellent physical therapist who assisted me in overcoming my persistent shoulder pain. With each activity, I felt myself physically stronger, which mirrored the mental strength I was developing. On her recommendation, I began visiting a therapist. We discussed boundaries, guilt, and redefining what family meant. Unpacking 2 decades worth of emotional baggage was difficult, but essential. One afternoon, I received an email from Amelia, with a subject line that made my breath catch. Amelia was my cousin and Sophia's younger sister. She was 16, a quiet, attentive girl who was always on the fringes of family gatherings. I recall seeing her near the pier that day, her eyes wide with an expression I couldn't understand. I opened the email. "Hello, Clara. I'm not sure if you'll even get this. Mom said no one should contact you, but I felt compelled to. I have been thinking a lot about that day at the lake. I observed what Sophia did, and I noticed that you were truly struggling. I wanted to say something, but I was terrified. I'm so sorry I didn't. Things have been chaotic around here since you departed. Uncle Martin and Aunt Helena are a disaster. Sophia was dropped from the MBA program and now works in a call center. She's always angry. But there is something else you should know. The reason for everyone's desperation. I overheard my mother, Aunt Elise, argue with Aunt Helena on the phone. My father's business is really in trouble. And my mother had lent your parents a large sum of money a time back. She threatened to take them to court if they did not pay her back. They weren't attempting to acquire your money solely for Sophia's education. They were trying to protect themselves from my mother. It in no way justifies what they did. But I felt you should know the complete thing. I hope you're fine. I'm very delighted you got out. Emilia." I reread the email 3 times. It did not come as a shock. Not really. It confirmed the stray puzzle pieces I'd already acquired. It did not alter my emotions, and it certainly did not make me feel sorry for them. Their desperation did not justify their violence, but it did provide a last clarifying lens into the entire awful event. It confirmed my decision. I had not merely escaped from greed. I had escaped a sinking ship, a maelstrom of terrible judgments and desperate actions that would definitely have dragged me down with it. I replied to Amelia with a short basic email. "Thank you for informing me. It means a lot. I am doing well. I hope you are too." I pushed send, and with that, I closed the final chapter of my previous life. It has been nearly a year now. My apartment doesn't feel brand new anymore. It feels like home. The window over my desk looks out into the city, a scene of glittering lights and limitless possibilities. My shoulder rarely hurts me anymore. Only a vague aching on wet days remains. Last week another letter arrived. This one was not from a lawyer or a distressed relative. It was written on simple plain paper. The return address came from the local community college. I opened it. It came from a young woman, a nursing student. She was the inaugural beneficiary of the Wilson Scholarship Foundation. She talked about being a single mother who had 2 jobs to make ends meet, and how the scholarship allowed her to stop one and spend more time with her kid. It meant she could finance her textbooks without having to forego meals. It meant she could imagine a future for herself beyond the everyday struggle for existence. "I don't know who the anonymous donor is," she wrote in the conclusion. "But if you ever have the chance to tell them, please let them know they didn't just give me money, they gave me hope." I folded the letter with a natural, spontaneous smile on my face. The agony in my chest, which had been my constant companion for so long, was gone. In its place was a calm, consistent warmth. I'd spent my entire life believing I needed to burn myself on fire to keep my family warm, only to discover that they were standing close to the flames, whining about the cold. My act of disobedience, fueled by so much grief and hatred, had transformed into an act of creativity. The money they perceived as their right had been converted into someone else's opportunity. And if you're wondering what this implies for your own life, keep in mind that love is not demonstrated just via sacrifice, and family is defined by trust, respect, and kindness, rather than blood. You are free to keep your peace, to distance yourself from those who drain you, and to create a new circle in which love is unconditional. Sometimes the boldest step is not staying, but choosing freedom and a future that is finally yours. My sister stole my 21st birthday. I stood in the corner as they totally ignored me. Months later, they realized what they'd lost, but it's too late. Crystal chandeliers illuminated the country club's ballroom. White flowers cascaded from every table centerpiece, and a three-tiered cake dominated the dessert table. Everything seemed ideal for a 21st birthday celebration, mine, particularly. Except that nothing from that night belonged to me anymore. I stood at the entryway, watching visitors arrive with wrapped presents and cheerful faces. My gut wrenched as each individual passed by me without regard, straight to the receiving line where my family waited. The outfit I had spent weeks picking suddenly felt uncomfortable on my skin. Mom's navy blue silk, which she had convinced would photograph brilliantly, suddenly appeared to be a costume for another person's performance. "There's the birthday girl," my Aunt Karen said, racing past me with her arms wide. For one foolish second, I assumed she was referring to me. Then I watched Mom hug Olivia, my 23-year-old sister, who swirled in a champagne-colored gown that most likely cost more than my whole college fund. Mom came at my elbow, her expression tense with that special brand of irritation she held just for me. "Why are you lurking over here? Go help your sister greet people. This is her special night." The words landed like a physical blow. Her special night. Mom, it is my birthday. I am turning 21 today. She waved her hand dismissively, already surveying the room for more pressing issues. Olivia remarked that she never had a real 21st birthday celebration because your father was unwell that year. When she mentioned it a few months ago, we believed that combining the parties would be more feasible. Don't be selfish about this. The word lingered in the air between us. Accurate and familiar. I'd heard variants of that throughout my life whenever I desired anything that contradicted Olivia's wants. Birthday celebrations are organized around her college finals. Family trips are arranged for her semester breaks. Christmas mornings were postponed because she required additional sleep following night shifts at the hospital where she worked as a physician assistant. We could have had simply 2 parties. I managed to speak barely above a whisper. Mom's laughter was frigid. "Do you have any idea how much this venue costs? Be grateful we're celebrating you at all." Most parents wouldn't go through this trouble. She vanished into the crowd before I could react, leaving me standing alone while servers passed around champagne flutes and hors d'oeuvres. The DJ began playing a pop tune that Olivia liked, and I saw my sister dance with Dad in the center of the room while everyone cheered. Nobody appeared to notice that the real birthday girl was absent from the spotlight. My phone vibrated with a text from Megan, my best friend since middle school. "Running late? Could you please save me a seat at your table?" I looked at the seating map displayed on an easel near the door. Table 1 includes Rebecca and John, my parents, Olivia, Ethan, Olivia's boyfriend Karen, and a variety of family friends. My name appeared at table 7, hidden in the back corner beside distant cousins I scarcely knew, and my gray aunt, who was mostly deaf. The tears began before I could stop them. I ducked into the restroom, pressing cold paper towels over my eyes to remove any remaining makeup. The visage in the mirror appeared youthful and dumb. How had I allowed myself to hope that tonight would be different? Every milestone in my life had gone just like this, with Olivia taking center stage while I stood in the wings. When I emerged, the celebration was in full flow. Olivia held court at a table surrounded by her hospital pals, who were all laughing at a tale she was telling. Mom and Dad were nearby, grinning proudly. The cake had been carried out, and I observed with dull resignation that it read, "Happy 21st birthday, Olivia," in a looping pattern. No mention of my name anywhere. "Excuse me." A waitress approached me with a tray of champagne. "Are you at the birthday party?" The question almost shattered me. I took a glass even though I wasn't supposed to, and drank it in 3 gulps. The bubbles burnt my throat, but the tiny buzz helped to take the edge off my shame. People around me danced, laughed, and praised someone who had already had her moment 6 years prior. Olivia had used my real 21st birthday as a handy pretext to relive her glory days. Megan eventually came, took one glance at my face and pulled me into a tight hug. "What happened? You look devastated." I recounted everything in a jumble of words. Her look changed from surprise to rage as she swept the room, taking in every detail I mentioned. "Are you kidding me? This is insane. Where's your cake? Your presents?" "There." I indicated to the gift table, which was overflowing with boxes and bags. Most of them have Olivia's name on the tags. People thought they were coming to her party. Megan grabbed my hand. We're leaving right now. I can't just leave my own birthday party. It's not your party anymore. She was already leading me to the exit. Come on, we'll go somewhere that actually appreciates you. I returned my gaze to my family. Mom laughed at something Karen said. Dad wrapped his arm over Olivia's shoulders and looked at her with such apparent fondness that it pained to see. Neither of them had looked at me like that in years. Perhaps they never had. We got to the parking lot before Mom caught up to us. Her heels clicked on the pavement, and her cheeks flushed with rage. Where do you think you're going? You can't just abandon your sister's party. My sister's party? I repeated, feeling the agony of the words. It was supposed to be mine. You're being dramatic. Get back inside and stop embarrassing this family. Something inside me shattered suddenly like ice fracturing under strain. No. Mom's eyes widened. I had never rejected her a straight order before. What did you say? I said no, I'm done, I'm leaving, and I'm not coming back. Don't be ridiculous, you're 21 years old with no job and no prospects. Where exactly do you think you'll go? I'd gotten admitted to Stanford with a partial scholarship, which I'd done fully on my own because my parents were too busy managing Olivia's profession to assist with my college applications. The aim was to save money by living at home and commuting. That idea vanished in the country club parking lot. I'll figure it out. My voice sounded more confident than I felt. I've been figuring things out by myself for years anyway. Mom's look changed from angry to hurt, if I felt she was capable of caring that much. If you walk away now, don't expect us to bail you out when reality hits. You'll have to survive on your own. I've been surviving on my own my entire life. You just never noticed. I jumped in Megan's vehicle before Mom could answer. Through the glass, I saw her stand there for a time, obviously torn between hauling me back inside and returning to her immaculate party. The party won. She always selected what made her life simpler, and dealing with my emotions had never been easy. Megan drove us to a restaurant on the outskirts of town, with faded vinyl booths and humming fluorescent lights. We got pancakes even though it was 9 p.m., and she let me cry into my coffee as I processed what I had just done. My phone burst with texts from family members, many of which were variants on the same topic. I was ungrateful, immature and selfish for spoiling Olivia's evening. No one inquired whether I was all right. You can stay with me, Megan said. My parents won't mind. They've got the guest room just sitting empty. I accepted since I had no other choices. That night, I put my belongings into rubbish bags and left my parents' house while they were still at the golf club. They didn't get home until after midnight, and by then, I had already left. The next 2 years were the most difficult of my life. I worked 2 jobs while studying full-time at Stanford, living on 4 hours of sleep and quick ramen. Megan's parents charged me a low rent and treated me more kindly than my own family ever did. I kept my head down, focused on my academics, and gradually established a life that was wholly mine. During the first several months, my parents attempted to contact me several times. Mom left voicemails saying that I needed to apologize to Olivia for spoiling her celebration. Dad sent emails with subject lines like "time to come home" that I erased before reading. Finally, the texts ceased. They'd dismissed me as simply as they'd crossed an item off a grocery list. I switched majors to computer science after discovering an unexpected flair for coding. My teachers appreciated my work, and by junior year, I had earned an internship with a downtown computer company. The company was modest, yet inventive, and they took a risk on me when larger companies would not. I pushed myself into the job with the same zeal I'd used to survive, and it paid off when they gave me a full-time employment before graduation. The firm specialized in data analytics software, and I joined their development team at just the perfect time. We were creating something truly useful, a platform that assisted small businesses in making sense of their consumer data without the need to employ pricey consultants. My role centered on the user interface, making sophisticated information accessible to those who were not tech-savvy. It was extremely fulfilling to create tools that empowered people, perhaps because I knew what it was like to have no power at all. Lauren, my team leader, took on an unexpected role as a mentor. She was in her mid-30s, smart without being arrogant, and she saw potential in me that I didn't see in myself. During late-night code debugging sessions, she would tell anecdotes about her own complex family relationships. Her parents split when she was young, forcing her to negotiate 2 houses vying for her loyalties. She knew what it meant to be stuck between unrealistic expectations. "You work like someone with something to prove," she commented one evening when I was the last person in the office. "But you don't need to prove anything to anyone except yourself." The words stayed with me. I'd been under the impression that success would somehow legitimize my decision to leave, that accomplishments would retrospectively explain the agony of departing my family. But Lauren was correct. I sought outward acceptance because I had never learned to validate myself. Around this time, I began therapy. When I had full-time job with good benefits, my insurance covered mental health therapies. Lauren had recommended her own therapist after seeing how hard I was pushing myself. Dr. Patricia Lawson was a woman in her 50s with sympathetic eyes and a disconcerting capacity to see through whatever act I was putting up. During our first appointment, I spent 45 minutes explaining that I was okay and coping with regular stress. "Tell me about your family," she said in the way that therapists do, asking inquiries that appear casual yet cut right to the heart of the matter. I gave her the sanitized version first. Parents who were busy. A sister received more attention. Normal sibling rivalry stuff. Dr. Lawson listened without interrupting, her face bland yet attentive. When I finished, she asked a single follow-up question. "When was the last time someone in your family asked how you were doing and actually waited for an honest answer?" I opened my lips to speak, but realized I couldn't recall a single case. The stillness stretched between us, laden with implications I wasn't prepared to confront. That's when I began sobbing. And when I started, I couldn't stop. 3 years of buried sadness spilled out in Dr. Lawson's office, and she simply sat there, offering me tissues and allowing me to cry down. Therapy became my lifeline. Week after week I pulled aside layers of dysfunction that I'd accepted since it was all I'd ever known. Dr. Lawson helped me realize that my parents' emotional neglect was not my responsibility. Olivia's conduct was a sign of the poisonous system from which I had escaped. She educated me about concepts like scapegoat and golden child, which helped me understand my childhood. Your parents created a dynamic in which your sister was rewarded for simply existing, while you were punished for having needs, Dr. Lawson stated during one session. That's not normal sibling rivalry, that's structural favoritism, and it causes real psychological harm. Hearing it put that way, clinically and clearly, helped me stop blaming myself. I spent years wondering what was wrong with me that prevented my parents from loving me properly. Therapy showed that the problem had never been mine. They were damaged parents raising children in a dysfunctional system, and I had become collateral damage. My professional trajectory skyrocketed throughout my senior year. The startup secured many significant contracts and our workforce grew quickly. I was promoted to lead developer 6 months after graduating, which came with a significant rise. Suddenly I was earning enough money to not just live, but also thrive. I began actively paying off my school debts, chipping away at the burden that had seemed overwhelming only months earlier. My first significant purchase was an automobile. Nothing spectacular, simply a dependable car that meant I no longer needed to rely on public transit. I drove it off the lot and sat in the parking spot for 15 minutes, hands on the steering wheel, marveling at this concrete symbol of my independence. No one had co-signed for me. Nobody had given a single $1. This automobile belongs totally to me, and was achieved via my own efforts. By the time I was 21, I was earning more money than I had ever imagined. The startup had grown into something important, and my early engagement meant I had stock options that would vest over the following few years, potentially worth a lot of money if the firm remained on its current course. I moved into my own apartment in a high-rise near the river, purchased matching furnishings, and began creating the life my parents had always promised Olivia, but never me. My flat became my shelter. Floor-to-ceiling windows provided views of the Chicago skyline, and I'd stand there some mornings with my coffee, watching the city rise up and feeling as if I'd finally reached somewhere important. I decorated thoughtfully, selecting items that expressed who I was rather than who I believed I should be. Plants adorned the windowsills because I loved how they softened the contemporary lines. Books filled handcrafted shelves because reading was my childhood retreat. Art from local galleries adorned the walls because I wanted to encourage others to create something from nothing. Megan assisted me in hosting my first real dinner party in the new facility. She'd been my continuous support throughout everything, and her family had become an example of healthy relationships. Her parents treated me like a second daughter, attending my graduation when my own parents did not. They had handed me a card with a big check inside and a letter that said, "We're so proud of you." I sobbed as I read those 4 words, understanding how much I'd craved them my whole life. "Look at you," Megan exclaimed, gazing around my place with apparent delight. "You did this. All of this. Despite everything they put you through." "Because of everything they put me through," I said. "I wouldn't have fought this hard if I'd had an easier path." This was true. Even if admitting it seemed tough. My parents' neglect instilled in me a tenacity that I would not have had otherwise. I'd learnt to fully rely on myself, to trust my own judgment, and to achieve achievement through pure tenacity. Those were useful skills, even if I wish I had learned them differently. Social media became a minefield during this time. I'd lock down my profiles after leaving the house, but I'd occasionally slip and see what my family was posting. Olivia's Instagram was a highlight reel of her purportedly ideal life, with romantic dates with Ethan, brunches with friends, and professional images from her hospital position. Mom's Facebook page was filled with enthusiastic messages about Olivia's successes. Each one reminded me of the accolades I had never gotten. I schooled myself to not look. Dr. Lawson called it protecting my peace, and she was correct. Every time I looked at those pages, I felt an old hurt reawaken. Better to concentrate on my own life, my own accomplishments, and my own carefully crafted pleasure. Work offered structure and purpose. Lauren elevated me to team leader when she took on a director post. Suddenly, I had 3 young devs reporting to me. The responsibility seemed great, but I tackled it in the same manner I did everything else. By working more than required and refusing to fail. My staff respected me not because I commanded it, but because I truly cared about their development and success. "You're really good at this," Marcus, one of my developers, said after I helped him debug a particularly difficult problem. "Like better than any manager I've had before." This praise caught me off surprise. I simply recall how it felt to be starting off without assistance. I attempt to be what I needed back then. That philosophy went beyond employment. I began volunteering at a youth coding program for impoverished children, teaching teens from disadvantaged backgrounds the skills that had rescued me. Watching children understand things and light up with possibilities seemed redemptive, as if I was returning what Megan's family had given me. Many of these kids came from much worse situations than mine, and their tenacity humbled me. Ashley, a 15-year-old girl, brought up horrible memories of my younger self. She was quiet and cautious, plainly intelligent, but thought she did not deserve possibilities. Her parents were going through a difficult divorce, and neither appeared really concerned about her mental well-being. Her aloof posture and cautious remarks reminded me of my own tale. "You're really talented," I told her one day after class. "Have you thought about studying computer science in college?" I said, "No." Olivia contacted me right away, her voice harsh with surprise. "You're seriously not coming to my wedding? I have a work commitment. I can't move." It was a simple lie. I'd mastered the art of deceiving myself. "What job obligation could be more significant than your sister's wedding? This is an unforgettable occasion." Actually, based on divorce rates, it probably wasn't. But I kept it to myself. "I'm sorry, I can't make it. This is about the birthday thing, isn't it? You're still holding a grudge after 2 years." The nonchalant disregard of my anguish jarred something inside me. "You took my 21st birthday. You made it about yourself, and our parents let you do it. They've let you take everything from me my entire life. So no, I'm not coming to watch you have another perfect moment while I stand in the background pretending to be happy for you. You're being selfish." That term appeared again. Selfish. They often accused me of wanting anything for myself. Maybe I am, but at least I am open about it. I hung up before she could reply. My hands shook as I put down the phone, adrenaline coursing through me. I'd finally uttered what I'd needed to say for years, which felt both freeing and scary. Mom called next, followed by Dad and Karen. I let every call go to voicemail. Their communications had a predictable pattern. Disappointment. Guilt-tripping. Allegations of sabotaging another family gathering. Nobody questioned why I had said no. Nobody addressed the possibility that I could have genuine reasons for keeping my distance. I banned their numbers and returned to work. 2 months later, my business signed a large client, putting us on the map in the IT market. For the first time in my life, my stock options appeared to be significantly more valuable, and financial security appeared to be truly possible. The local business journal did a profile on young professionals making waves in Chicago's startup environment, and they interviewed me for it. I spoke on overcoming hardship, creating success from nothing, and the value of pursuing your own path, even when others try to hold you back. The article got live on Thursday. By Friday morning, my band family members had discovered means to reach me via email, social media, and even had Karen visit my workplace. The article itself had been more illuminating than I had anticipated. The journalist, Christina Wu, had probing questions regarding my travels. She wanted the human interest angle, the hardship that led to achievement. I'd been cautious not to mention my family explicitly, but anyone who knew me would know the narrative. Christina had asked during our interview at a downtown coffee shop. What drove you to succeed? I considered sanitizing my response by using generic business talk like enthusiasm and hard effort, but her genuine desire compelled me to be honest. I wanted to show that I could create something worthwhile without the help that most people take for granted. I wanted to demonstrate that being underestimated does not define your value. The published essay included several quotes from me. There were images of me at my workstation, laughing with my development team as we stood in front of the city skyline. The headline stated, "From Survival to Success: How One Developer Built Her Empire Alone." Christina had interwoven my tale with bigger themes of self-made professionals, generational transitions in family dynamics, and the growing number of young people making their own paths. My phone started vibrating before I'd finished reading the online version. Text messages from former high school friends I hadn't communicated with in years. LinkedIn connection requests from individuals in my business were buried between the congrats and networking attempts. Messages from family members who had somehow slipped through my barriers. An email from Dad's work account arrived first. Very proud of what you've accomplished. Would love to discuss the article over coffee. Your success deserves to be celebrated properly. The irony that he wanted to honor me now, after years of silence, did not escape me. He'd had several chances to be proud when I was suffering. When a single word of encouragement might have changed everything, he'd preserved his pride until I no longer needed it. Mom's email came from her book club account. Because I blocked her main address, the story implied that we abandoned you. That is not fair or accurate. We gave you all we had. Please call me so that we may discuss this discreetly. Everything they owned. The sentence caused me to chuckle bitterly. They had handed Olivia all they owned. I had gotten the leftovers, crumbs and afterthoughts, and now that I'd succeeded despite their indifference, they sought to rewrite history and take credit for my tenacity. Your mother is devastated, Karen told me in the foyer as I waited for security to take her out. That article made it sound like they abandoned you. They abandoned me. I left home at 21, and none of them sought to figure out why. They were merely upset that I wouldn't go along with their ideal of the perfect family. Karen's expression curled with pain. She'd always been the family peacekeeper, smoothing out disagreements and pretending that chaos was usual. Seeing her forced to face the reality was surprisingly pleasant. You don't understand the pressure Olivia's been under. She's had to live up to such high expectations, and I haven't. The words came out louder than I wanted. Other people in the foyer were gazing now, but I had stopped caring about scenes. Did anyone ever consider that maybe I had potential to? That maybe I could have been something special if you'd all given me half the attention you gave Olivia? Karen looked between us, evidently considering whether to continue pressing. The security guard waited patiently, having encountered such scenarios previously. I watched as she realized she had lost this particular war. Just talk to your mother, please. She's not sleeping. This has been so hard on her. The hubris of making Mom the victim in this scenario nearly shattered me. It's been hard on her. She's had 3 years to reach out, to apologize, to show any interest in my life. Instead, she waited until a public article made them look bad. That's not love. That's damage control. Karen departed without answering. I stood in the lobby, quivering with adrenaline and rage, conscious of curious eyes on me. My company's head of human resources emerged from the elevator bank, having evidently observed at least some of the confrontation. Everything okay? She whispered gently, drawing me aside. Family drama? I'm handling it. She nodded in agreement. Take the rest of the day. Go home. Decompress. Do whatever you need to do. You're no good to us if you're running on emotional fumes. I wanted to debate to prove that I could get through anything. However, the concern in her look made me realize she was providing support rather than challenging my competence. Thank you. Security came and Karen exited without more discussion. I walked up to my office, informed Lauren that I needed to go, and wept in my car for 15 minutes before driving home. The tears astonished me with their ferocity. I thought I was past allowing my family's rejection to harm me. But reading their notes and hearing Karen justify their actions reminded me of every childhood time when I needed them and they weren't there. Birthday parties where they failed to pick me up. School performances in which students arrived late and left early. Report cards that drew attention, while Olivia's produced celebratory feasts. I drove home in a trance, the city blurring beyond my windows. My phone continued to ring with alerts, a constant reminder that my private sorrow had become semi-public information. Several former instructors had contacted me, expressing remorse that they had not realized how horrible things were. A high school guidance counselor wrote me a note, stating she had always wondered what happened to me after graduation. The most unexpected communication was from Olivia's boyfriend Ethan. His message was brief. Saw the article. I'm sorry for everything. You deserved better. I looked at those 8 words for a long time. Ethan had always been nice to me throughout our few interactions before I left, but he had never gotten involved in the family dynamics. Neither of the partners nor spouses ever did. They remained cautiously neutral, hesitant to jeopardize their status by calling out Abia's partiality. His apologies seemed genuine, but it also created suspicions. Did Olivia read the article? What did she say about it? Was she furious, defensive, or perhaps ashamed of how she contributed to my isolation? I returned home and glanced at my flat. I saw it for the first time in months. The furniture I had purchased, the paintings on the walls, the books on the shelves, everything mirrored the decisions I had made for myself. This room had no marks of my family's influence. I made this life on my own, and I did a darn good job of it, but standing in my lovely abode, surrounded by proof of my accomplishments, I felt hollow. The accomplishment was less meaningful without someone to share it with who actually understood the road. Megan and her family celebrated me, and I was thankful for them. But a part of me still desired recognition from those who had reared me, despite the fact that they had forfeited the right to do so. Dr. Lawson would claim this is natural, that children are programmed to want parental approval, even if their parents do not deserve it. She'd tell me that mending does not imply the wound stops hurting completely, it just means you learn to live with the scar. I prepared tea and laid down on my couch to read through all of the texts in order. Most were congratulatory. A few were from folks attempting to network their way into my firm. Several came from distant relatives, shocked that things had gotten so terrible in my own family, as if they hadn't been there for the most of it. The phone rang with an unknown number. Against my better judgment, I responded. It's me. Olivia's voice seemed altered. Smaller somehow. Can we talk? Really talk. Not just that surface-level coffee meeting. I should have said no. Every instinct told me to defend the boundaries I'd fought so hard to build. But some naive part of me imagined that we may eventually find our way to anything like a true relationship. Fine, but I choose the location, and you come alone. We met in a park near the lake, neutral ground where neither of us had a home advantage. Olivia seemed exhausted, her makeup unable to conceal the dark rings beneath her eyes. She'd dropped weight, and her engagement ring reflected the afternoon sun. She carefully curled it around her finger. I read your article, she stated without preface. Is that really how you see us? Like we destroyed your life? You didn't destroy my life. You just made it harder than it needed to be. I never intended. She paused, as if to contemplate her remarks. Okay, that's not true. I did mean to take your birthday party. Mom suggested it, but I jumped at the chance because I was jealous. The admission astonished me so much that I stared at her. Jealous of what? Of you? Olivia laughed, but it wasn't funny. You always had this freedom I never got. You could mess up, and nobody cared because they weren't expecting anything from you anyway. Meanwhile, I had to be perfect every single second. Straight A's, perfect job, perfect boyfriend. The pressure never stops. When I turned 21, Dad was in the hospital recovering from his heart surgery. Mom was stressed and exhausted. My birthday got pushed aside, and I pretended it didn't matter. But it did. So when she suggested sharing yours, I jumped at it. So you dealt with your pressure by making sure I had no support at all. I dealt with it by making sure I always had the spotlight. If everyone was looking at me, they couldn't see how terrified I was of failing. She rubbed her eyes, smearing the mascara. I'm sorry. I should have said that 2 years ago, but I was too proud. I'm sorry for taking your birthday. I'm sorry for never standing up for you when Mom and Dad treated you like an afterthought. I'm sorry for all of it. The apology came out differently than I had intended. I'd envisioned this moment numerous times, always seeing myself triumphant and unaffected, but hearing true guilt in her voice caused the rage I'd been holding to fracture. I appreciate you saying that, but an apology doesn't undo 2 years of radio silence. I know I'm not asking for forgiveness. I just wanted you to know that I see what I did now, and I hate myself for it. We sat quietly for a time, watching joggers pass and dogs chase tennis balls. The city flowed around us, unconcerned with our modest family drama. Are you really not coming to the wedding? Olivia inquired. I can't. Being around Mom and Dad, pretending everything's fine, watching them celebrate you again while I'm just supposed to smile and play along. I can't do it. It would undo all the progress I've made. What if it wasn't like that? What if I told them they had to actually acknowledge what they did wrong before you'd consider coming? They'll never do that. They don't think they did anything wrong. Olivia arose, wiping grass from her jeans. Then maybe it's time someone made them see it. I wasn't sure what she meant, so I let her go without asking for more information. We exchanged a quick hug that felt somewhat less theatrical than the last one, and I watched her walk back to her car with a sense of optimism kindling in my chest. 3 days later, the calls resumed, but this time, they were not furious. Mom left a voicemail asking if we might meet for lunch. Her voice was unsure in a manner I hadn't heard before. Dad wrote an email with the subject line, "I owe you an apology," that was many lines long, unlike his typical 2-sentence replies. Karen texted that she'd been thinking about our chat. I ignored them all for a week, seeking time to comprehend this abrupt change. Whatever Olivia had said or done had evidently broken through my family's carefully crafted denial, but I wasn't sure I had the stamina to cope with the fallout. Olivia then emailed me a video. It was poor phone footage from what appeared to be a family meal at my parents' place. The phone was tilted to record the dining room table, where Mom, Dad, Ethan and Olivia were seated with dishes in front of them. Olivia had clearly set up her phone on purpose, most likely leaned against something on the sideboard, judging by the wobbly start. The timestamp indicated that it was filmed the night following our park talk. "I need to say something," Olivia said into the speaker. "And you're all going to listen to the whole thing before anyone interrupts." The video ran for 17 minutes. Olivia shattered every justification my parents had ever used for treating me as an afterthought. She brought up particular incidences that I had forgotten about, such as anniversaries that had been eclipsed, accomplishments that had been reduced, and times when they had prioritized her comfort above my fundamental necessities. She described how they had used emotional manipulation to keep me submissive, making me feel selfish for seeking anything that inconvenienced them. Mom tried to intervene numerous times, but Olivia responded each time with, "I'm not finished." Dad sat there, appearing more uncomfortable, his face flushed with an emotion I couldn't identify via the blurry film. "You broke her," Olivia cried at the end, her voice shaking. "You damaged your own daughter because you were too lazy to love both of us equally, and when she attempted to tell you how much you had hurt her, you blamed her for being overly sensitive. You owe her more than just apologies. You owe her years of treatment expenses, wasted chances, and the childhood she should have had." The video finished with Mom sobbing and Dad sitting in startled silence, with Ethan's hand reaching into the camera to grasp Olivia's shoulder before the screen went black. I watched it 3 more times, each time bringing new waves of emotion. Anger at my parents for needing someone else to explain my pain before they believed it was real, gratitude to Olivia for finally using her golden child status to defend me, and grief for the relationship we could have had if she'd found the courage sooner. My phone rang with Olivia's number. "Have you watched it?" she inquired when I responded. "Yeah, I realize it doesn't change anything, but I wanted you to know I meant what I said at the park. I'm done enabling them." "What did they say once you stopped recording?" Mom attempted to excuse it. Dad agreed they had made a mistake, but he continued to downplay the severity of the situation. I informed them that until they sincerely analyzed their actions and made true atonement, I would restrict my contact with them as well. She paused. "I canceled the big wedding we had planned. Instead, we're holding a little event in City Hall. Fewer people, less stress, and no performance required." "Olivia, you were right about everything. I was so focused on meeting their expectations that I became a part of the issue. I do not want to be that person anymore." We chatted for another hour, truly talking this time, delving into years of dysfunction and misconnections. It wasn't easy, and we didn't always agree, but it felt authentic in a way our relationship had never felt before. Over the following 2 months, my parents made awkward attempts at reconciliation, with Mom suggesting coffee sessions where she asked about my life rather than only Olivia. Dad sent articles about my industry that showed he'd been paying attention to my career. Karen admitted she'd always known the favoritism was wrong but didn't want to rock the boat, and none of it magically fixed the damage. I still flinched when Mom criticized me, and I felt a surge of old resentment when Dad praised Olivia's accomplishments. But, slowly and painfully, we began to create something like a functional family dynamic. The actual shift occurred on my 22nd birthday, over a year after the piece was published and many months into our family's arduous reunion process. I hadn't planned anything spectacular since I was too used to disappointment to bother celebrating, but next morning, Olivia arrived to my flat with balloons and coffee from my favorite cafe. "Get dressed. We are going out. I have work. I've already cleared it with your supervisor. Come on." She arranged a whole day around things I enjoyed, including brunch at a place I'd mentioned in passing and a matinee showing of a movie I'd wanted to watch. Instead of the boutique she favored, we went shopping at bookshops, and we ate at a restaurant that featured spicy cuisine that she despised but I enjoyed. As the sun sank, we sat on the same seat in the same park where we had our honest chat months before. This time, the stillness between us seemed natural rather than imposed. "Thank you," I blurted out, "for today, for the video, for finally seeing me. I should have seen you all along. I am still sorry it took so long." My phone rang with messages from various family members wishing me a happy birthday, including one from my mother, who shared a photo of the cake she had prepared, a basic vanilla one with my name spelled perfectly in frosting. Dad's message expressed pride in the woman I'd become, and Karen sent a gift of dancing animals that made me smile despite its ridiculousness. They were small gestures, nothing that could compensate for years of neglect, but they were genuine efforts from people who were genuinely trying to do better. I couldn't forgive everything, and I might never fully trust them again, but I could acknowledge the attempts and see where they led. "Are you happy?" Olivia inquired abruptly. "Are you honestly satisfied with your life?" I reflected about my apartment, my profession, the connections I formed, and the freedom I had battled for. "Yeah, I actually am good." "You deserve to be." We sat there until the streetlights came on, two sisters who had spent years hurting one another and were finally learning to live together. It wasn't a fairy tale ending where everything was perfectly resolved, but it was honest, messy, and real in a way that our relationship had never been before. The family didn't fall apart as a result of Olivia's confrontation, but rather strengthened as we all stopped pretending the dysfunction didn't exist. We had weekly dinners where people actually listened to each other instead of just waiting for their turn to talk. Mom was seeing a therapist to work through her favoritism patterns, and Dad had started making an effort to attend my work events in the same way he had always shown up for Olivia's. Progress was slow and imperfect. Some days I wanted to yell at them for wasting so many years, and other days I was thankful we'd made our way here at all. The birthday celebration that pushed me away eventually forced all of us to confront things we'd been ignoring. 2 years after leaving that country club, I stood in front of the mirror in my flat, preparing for Olivia's little city hall wedding. I was wearing the navy blue silk dress from my 21st birthday because it fit better now, broken in, and comfortable. The woman looking back at me bore little resemblance to the heartbroken teenager who'd fled her own party. She appeared stronger, harder in some ways, but also more certain of who she was and what she deserved. She'd experienced desertion and created something beautiful from the wreckage. She'd discovered that the people who loved you didn't always know how to express it, and that you sometimes had to educate them. Olivia texted me, "Thank you for coming. It means everything." I grinned and grabbed my coat. The family waiting for me at City Hall wasn't perfect. We still had years of repair work ahead of us, but they and I were both trying, and sometimes that was enough. The book's on. "You didn't destroy my life. You just made it harder than it needed to be. I never intended." She paused, as if to contemplate her remarks. "Okay, that's not true. I did mean to take your birthday party. Mom suggested it, but I jumped at the chance because I was jealous." The admission astonished me so much that I stared at her. "Jealous of what? Of you?" Olivia laughed, but it wasn't funny. "You always had this freedom I never got. You could mess up and nobody cared because they weren't expecting anything from you anyway. Meanwhile, I had to be perfect every single second. Straight A's, perfect job, perfect boyfriend. The pressure never stops." When I turned 21, Dad was in the hospital recovering from his heart surgery. Mom was stressed and exhausted. My birthday got pushed aside and I pretended it didn't matter, but it did. So when she suggested sharing yours, I jumped at it. "So you dealt with your pressure by making sure I had no support at all." "I dealt with it by making sure I always had the spotlight. If everyone was looking at me, they couldn't see how terrified I was of failing." She rubbed her eyes, smearing the mascara. "I'm sorry. I should have said that 2 years ago, but I was too proud. I'm sorry for taking your birthday. I'm sorry for never standing up for you when Mom and Dad treated you like an afterthought. I'm sorry for all of it." The apology came out differently than I had intended. I'd envisioned this moment numerous times, always seeing myself triumphant and unaffected, but hearing true guilt in her voice caused the rage I'd been holding to fracture. "I appreciate you saying that, but an apology doesn't undo 2 years of radio silence. I know I'm not asking for forgiveness. I just wanted you to know that I see what I did now, and I hate myself for it." We sat quietly for a time, watching joggers pass and dogs chase tennis balls. The city flowed around us, unconcerned with our modest family drama. "Are you really not coming to the wedding?" Olivia inquired. "I can't. Being around Mom and Dad, pretending everything's fine, Watching them celebrate you again while I'm just supposed to smile and play along. I can't do it. It would undo all the progress I've made. What if it wasn't like that? What if I told them they had to actually acknowledge what they did wrong before you'd consider coming? They'll never do that. They don't think they did anything wrong. Olivia arose, wiping grass from her jeans. Then maybe it's time someone made them see it. I wasn't sure what she meant, so I let her go without asking for more information. We exchanged a quick hug that felt somewhat less theatrical than the last one, and I watched her walk back to her car with a sense of optimism kindling in my chest. 3 days later, the calls resumed, but this time, they were not furious. Mom left a voicemail asking if we might meet for lunch. Her voice was unsure in a manner I hadn't heard before. Dad wrote an email with the subject line, "I owe you an apology," that was many lines long, unlike his typical 2-sentence replies. Karen texted that she'd been thinking about our chat. I ignored them all for a week, seeking time to comprehend this abrupt change. Whatever Olivia had said or done had evidently broken through my family's carefully crafted denial, but I wasn't sure I had the stamina to cope with the fallout. Olivia then emailed me a video. It was poor phone footage from what appeared to be a family meal at my parents' place. The phone was tilted to record the dining room table, where Mom, Dad, Ethan and Olivia were seated with dishes in front of them. Olivia had clearly set up her phone on purpose, most likely leaned against something on the sideboard, judging by the wobbly start. The timestamp indicated that it was filmed the night following our park talk. "I need to say something," Olivia said into the speaker. "And you're all going to listen to the whole thing before anyone interrupts." The video ran for 17 minutes. Olivia shattered every justification my parents had ever used for treating me as an afterthought. She brought up particular incidences that I had forgotten about, such as anniversaries that had been eclipsed, accomplishments that had been reduced, and times when they had prioritized her comfort above my fundamental necessities. She described how they had used emotional manipulation to keep me submissive, making me feel selfish for seeking anything that inconvenienced them. Mom tried to intervene numerous times, but Olivia responded each time with, "I'm not finished." Dad sat there, appearing more uncomfortable, his face flushed with an emotion I couldn't identify via the blurry film. "You broke her," Olivia cried at the end, her voice shaking. "You damaged your own daughter because you were too lazy to love both of us equally, and when she attempted to tell you how much you had hurt her, you blamed her for being overly sensitive. You owe her more than just apologies. You owe her years of treatment expenses, wasted chances, and the childhood she should have had." The video finished with Mom sobbing and Dad sitting in startled silence, with Ethan's hand reaching into the camera to grasp Olivia's shoulder before the screen went black. I watched it 3 more times, each time bringing new waves of emotion: anger at my parents for needing someone else to explain my pain before they believed it was real, gratitude to Olivia for finally using her golden child status to defend me, and grief for the relationship we could have had if she'd found the courage sooner. My phone rang with Olivia's number. "Have you watched it?" she inquired when I responded. "Yeah, I realize it doesn't change anything, but I wanted you to know I meant what I said at the park. I'm done enabling them." "What did they say once you stopped recording?" Mom attempted to excuse it. Dad agreed they had made a mistake, but he continued to downplay the severity of the situation. I informed them that until they sincerely analyzed their actions and made true atonement, I would restrict my contact with them as well. She paused. "I canceled the big wedding we had planned. Instead, we're holding a little event in City Hall. Fewer people, less stress, and no performance required." "Olivia, you were right about everything. I was so focused on meeting their expectations that I became a part of the issue. I do not want to be that person anymore." We chatted for another hour, truly talking this time, delving into years of dysfunction and misconnections. It wasn't easy, and we didn't always agree, but it felt authentic in a way our relationship had never felt before. Over the following 2 months, my parents made awkward attempts at reconciliation, with Mom suggesting coffee sessions where she asked about my life rather than only Olivia. Dad sent articles about my industry that showed he'd been paying attention to my career. Karen admitted she'd always known the favoritism was wrong but didn't want to rock the boat, and none of it magically fixed the damage. I still flinched when Mom criticized me, and I felt a surge of old resentment when Dad praised Olivia's accomplishments. But slowly and painfully, we began to create something like a functional family dynamic. The actual shift occurred on my 22nd birthday, over a year after the piece was published and many months into our family's arduous reunion process. I hadn't planned anything spectacular since I was too used to disappointment to bother celebrating. But next morning, Olivia arrived to my flat with balloons and coffee from my favorite cafe. "Get dressed." We are going out. I have work. I've already cleared it with your supervisor. Come on. She arranged a whole day around things I enjoyed, including brunch at a place I'd mentioned in passing and a matinee showing of a movie I'd wanted to watch. Instead of the boutique she favored, we went shopping at bookshops, and we ate at a restaurant that featured spicy cuisine that she despised, but I enjoyed. As the sun sank, we sat on the same seat in the same park where we had our honest chat months before. This time, the stillness between us seemed natural rather than imposed. Thank you, I blurted out, for today, for the video, for finally seeing me. I should have seen you all along. I am still sorry it took so long. My phone rang with messages from various family members wishing me a happy birthday, including one from my mother, who shared a photo of the cake she had prepared, a basic vanilla one with my name spelled perfectly in frosting. Dad's message expressed pride in the woman I'd become, and Karen sent a gift of dancing animals that made me smile despite its ridiculousness. They were small gestures, nothing that could compensate for years of neglect, but they were genuine efforts from people who were genuinely trying to do better. I couldn't forgive everything, and I might never fully trust them again, but I could acknowledge the attempts and see where they led. Are you happy? Olivia inquired abruptly. Are you honestly satisfied with your life? I reflected about my apartment, my profession, the connections I formed, and the freedom I had battled for. Yeah, I actually am good. You deserve to be. We sat there until the streetlights came on, two sisters who had spent years hurting one another and were finally learning to live together. It wasn't a fairy tale ending where everything was perfectly resolved, but it was honest, messy, and real in a way that our relationship had never been before. The family didn't fall apart as a result of Olivia's confrontation, but rather strengthened as we all stopped pretending the dysfunction didn't exist. We had weekly dinners where people actually listened to each other instead of just waiting for their turn to talk. Mom was seeing a therapist to work through her favoritism patterns, and Dad had started making an effort to attend my work events in the same way he had always shown up for Olivia's. Progress was slow and imperfect. Some days I wanted to yell at them for wasting so many years, and other days I was thankful we'd made our way here at all. The birthday celebration that pushed me away eventually forced all of us to confront things we'd been ignoring. 2 years after leaving that country club, I stood in front of the mirror in my flat, preparing for Olivia's little city hall wedding. I was wearing the navy blue silk dress from my 21st birthday because it fit better now, broken in and comfortable. The woman looking back at me bore little resemblance to the heartbroken teenager who'd fled her own party. She appeared stronger, harder in some ways, but also more certain of who she was and what she deserved. She'd experienced desertion and created something beautiful from the wreckage. She'd discovered that the people who loved you didn't always know how to express it, and that you sometimes had to educate them. Olivia texted me, "Thank you for coming. It means everything." I grinned and grabbed my coat. The family waiting for me at City Hall wasn't perfect. We still had years of repair work ahead of us, but they and I were both trying, and sometimes that was enough. My family raised me to marry my cousin, at 18, to preserve our bloodline. Then I escaped, testified, and watched the FBI raid our house. My parents told me I'd marry my cousin Adrian Voss the day after graduation at 18, to preserve our superior bloodline through planned breeding. My mother, Margaret Voss, came from a wealthy Southern family that lived like the Civil War never ended, and believed they had leadership DNA. Father, geneticist Dr. Heinrich Voss, was fired from 3 colleges for his racial views, but continued his research in our basement lab. They collected family DNA and made breeding charts for our dining room walls when I was young. It was calculated that Adrian and I have the most founding stock genetics. Adrian was 30 and had trained me since I was 13 for cousin bonding. He'd drive me and tell me how glad he was to have me as his breeding partner, and how many children we'd have. 5 minimum, he'd say while massaging my shoulder. Maybe 7 if your hips grew properly. My parents accepted these sessions and left us alone in the house for hours despite my discomfort. Mom dressed me up and told me to be sweet to my future husband before he arrived. They sent the dates to other genetic reservation families after choosing our family's historic property for the wedding. They prepared me for breeding at 18. Mom took me to reproductive system specialist Dr. Anton Kruger for childbearing approval. The doctor was no longer licensed, but my parents believed him because he shared their views on racial purity and genetic supremacy. The doctor gave my parents fertility tablets and a breeding calendar with my most fertile days. Adrian began visiting frequently and discussing our future children's genetics at family dinners. He stated, "Our firstborn will have the perfect Nordic features," as my parents grinned. "Selective breeding will revive this family." I tried telling teachers, but my parents believed I was mentally disturbed and lied for attention. Because they provided so much to the school, administrators didn't investigate. I begged my older brother Julian Voss for help, but he shrugged and said he married his second cousin 8 years before. Why the fuss? All the family did this dreadful thing and treated me like a marketable cow. Mom homeschooled my senior year to control me and prevent outside influence. She made me read genetic superiority books and quiz me on 11-generation bloodlines. I contemplated impossible escapes out my bedroom window for hours, suffering from loneliness. While searching for escape money, I uncovered my grandma Beatrice Voss's diary in the attic, changing my life. She documented decades of forced marriages and rejected females, preventing them from having children. A weird accident killed another cousin who loved someone outside the permissible genetic pool 3 weeks before her forced wedding. Names, dates, and photographs of wounded girls who resisted were in the diary. While helping others escape, my granny was caught and electroshocked until she lost their identities. Last entry cautioned ladies who found this. They will kill you before infecting lineage. Each page revealed more horror about my family's breeding scheme and wicked past. I reached one of the escaping cousins, Ingrid Voss, using a diary code and learned of an underground network that helped our family girls. She thought 9 years of masking her identity were worth being observed. Adrian's next visit, as my parents were preparing for the wedding, she took me up. The simple method, which needed precise timing, took days to memorize. They found the diary and escape plan. Adrian arrived that day with others. Medical equipment and his 2 relatives froze my blood. Dad stated the wedding was moved to tonight because I was unstable. Mum locked the doors. Dad removed leather handcuffs from a medical bag and said, "We'll do the ceremony first." Adrian smiled at me as he prepared a syringe for an IV drip. "Don't worry, cousin," he whispered. "The sedatives will make you more cooperative for breeding." 4 males blocked every exit as I backed against the wall. Mom held me when Adrian inserted the needle. He said, "Just a little prick. And then you'll be mine forever." I kneeled on Adrian's groin before my thoughts could catch up. He dropped the syringe and collapsed, moaning, as I escaped Mom and grabbed the diary. Dad charged me, but I dodged his arms and climbed the stairs 2 at a time. Mom shouted for my cousins to save me as Adrian groaned on the floor. As footsteps rose, I shut the upstairs bathroom door and wedged a chair under the latch. Dad ordered someone to get his garage tools as their weight rocked the door. My palms shook as I typed Elena Weiss's emergency number with our agreed-upon message on my phone. My practice run split the bathroom window, so I pushed it wide. I squeezed through the window frame and while Dad worked on the door hinges, dropped onto the garage roof after climbing the toilet and sink counter. Despite injuring my ankle, I leaped off the garden shed roof. The bathroom door broke above me, and Adrian shouted that I was in the garden. After years of solo exploration, I ran toward the tree line, knowing every path and hiding location. I followed the creek track into the dark woods because I knew it. Elena said she'd be at the old bridge in 6 minutes on my phone as flashlight lights cut through the darkness behind me. I knew this was my only opportunity, but each step tortured my. I have 3 aunts who tried to run away but were caught, and twisted ankle. Seeing the bridge without a car was alarming. Dad's truck's headlights appeared after branches cracked, not Elena's gray Honda. As he slowly drove past, lighting the trees, I held my breath behind the concrete bridge support. Adrian was directing the search pattern on his CB radio and telling someone to investigate the gas station down the road. I froze for another minute until spotting headlights from the other direction after the vehicle passed. Elena's gray Honda pulled up, and I hurried from my hiding place, leaping in through the back door. Before I secured the door, she gasped and we passed Dad's truck returning to the bridge. As our automobiles passed within feet, I lay flat in the back seat, frightened to breathe. Elena drove steadily for 10 minutes before letting me sit up. When we stopped at a truck stop 3 hours later, I shut myself in a toilet stall to read Grandmother Beatrice's diary again. Although the safe house sheets were moist, I read 4 states' addresses. Elena gently knocked, suggesting we relocate, and I recalled I left my phone in her car. Despite my ankle swelling in my shoe and severe leg discomfort, I followed her back to the Honda. As the mountains disappeared, she drove into the darkness discussing network rules. She said, "No contact with anyone from our past for 6 months minimum while they build a legal case. The safe residence will contain fresh IDs and a similar case lawyer. They knew how to hide us and have helped many girls escape households like mine." As the familiar countryside faded, I realized I would never return. Elena called while I ate scrambled eggs at a diner 3 states away the next morning. TV over the counter aired local news without mentioning a missing girl. I wondered if my family phoned the police or handled things internally, as Grandmother's diary suggested. Elena answered network calls outside because her phone rang often. She returned with a tense look and stated they were starting emergency protocols. My family had police ties in other states, and the network caught roadblock discussion. Changing cars and taking a safer route was important. Why preserve so many records if the family is wrong? Their atrocities are chronicled in the grandmother's journals, wall breeding charts, and DNA samples. The network was busy protecting 4 other girls who escaped similar situations this year. Elena paid the bill, and we found a blue car with the keys under the carpet in the parking lot. Elena claimed 6 years of freedom as a survivor. Woman who left it left. We left the Honda for someone to pick up after relocating my luggage and diary to the new car. As we drove away, I imagined those other females fleeing Adrian and their families' breeding programs. Rich families with perverse beliefs coerced young girls into genetic reservation schemes more often than anyone wanted to admit, creating the network. Elena took girls from religious compounds and privileged houses like mine. We ran from breeders. 2 hours later, Elena stopped at a rest stop, and a state trooper's cruiser near the entrance made me sick. Police officers stood beside their cars, using their phones and watching passing cars. Elena saw him too and flinched, but she drove leisurely toward the parking slots. Stopping far from the trooper, she wrote swiftly on her phone with her head down. We departed walking normally despite my weak legs when she stated, "Bathroom." Elena grabbed my arm and held me as the trooper approached Elena's car. In the women's room, she led me beyond the stalls to a maintenance-only door she opened without stopping. Elena pushed me toward a minivan key-holding woman while glancing at the front door. Greta Lindholm started the van as we sprinted across the back lot. Greta drove slowly as Elena stared behind us, relaxing after 10 minutes. Greta left her family 22 years ago when they tried to make her marry her uncle. She said her parents reported Elena as a cult member who kidnapped females. The news dubbed me a brainwashed victim, and my parents sobbed over their daughter on every channel. These families often presented escapees as insane, so no one believed us. I was in a little apartment 4 days later trying to recall my new name, Clara Moreau. The network's lawyer, who wouldn't reveal her name, gave me a stack of paper and told me to write everything. She advised me to jot down the breeding program details while they were fresh in my mind. I kept writing about Adrian, supplements, and doctor appointments after 20 pages, even though my fingers cramped. The lawyer handed me my missing news on her laptop. Mom wiped her eyes and Dad cried for my homecoming, recorded perfectly by the camera. They sympathized and branded me selfish and ungrateful for leaving wonderful parents. Nobody wondered why an 18-year-old would flee nice parents on TV. A critic said I was probably on drugs, and another said, "Kids today don't appreciate good families." The lawyer said this was usual for families like mine that controlled the story. Mom was hospitalized from stress, Julian claimed over the burner phone. He begged me to call to let them know I was alive since Mom might not. Elena grabbed the phone as I went for it and listened to Julian. He changed tone and said they could find me with or without help when I didn't respond. We packed within an hour after Elena hung up since a burner may track the call. Greta took us to another safe home and told me her story in simple terms. Her relatives pressured her to procreate with her mother's brother at 15 to maintain their bloodline. Her 32-year-old daughter continued the tradition after she fled after giving birth. Numerous accounts of girls and women who escaped and failed were broadcast. 1 week after my escape, I was at my 4th safe place, unable to sleep since every sound made me jump. To remember why I ran, I checked the locks and read Grandmother Beatrice's diary. Isabel Voss returned for a basement wedding after 3 years in hiding. Her family sedated her for the wedding, and she had twins 9 months later before leaving. I wondered if Isabel was dead or locked in a family property with babies. The network doctor found a tiny ankle scar after I mentioned the vitamin shots. I don't remember surgery, but she said it looked surgical. The X-ray showed metal under the skin. The doctor went white when she discovered it was a tracking chip put during one of my checks. After removing it immediately, she noticed 2 chips nestled like Russian dolls. The first sent my location, but the second was inactive until she removed it. The monitor received a louder signal after a loud buzzer. The doctor predicted 30 minutes till help arrived, and the network went into emergency mode. I became cold seeing Dad's pickup at an intersection while Elena drove quickly to safety. 2 family were in the back, watching cars at the red light with Adrian in the passenger seat. Elena hit a parking structure and the tires screamed as we climbed the hill. We ran toward the stairwell, echoing off the concrete walls, after she stopped. Elena slowed me down as we hurried from the stairwell to the main floor to escape suspicion. The bus terminal was 3 streets away, yet every person we passed made my heart accelerate. Elena peered behind us as I pulled my hood up and tried to pretend my hands weren't shaking. Mom called from a corner payphone while I waited for Dad's pickup. We sped toward the Greyhound sign after she hung up. I stayed close to Elena while she bought my ticket with cash at the crowded terminal with suitcases. My driver's license had my photo but a different name and birthday, making me 21. Gate 12's departure indicator showed my bus leaving in 10 minutes. Elena walked me to the gate, then stared. "Remember the codes I taught you?" she continued. She grabbed my shoulder and ran to the parking lot. I spotted Elena enter a different car via the window while waiting behind an elderly woman with heavy luggage. The bus driver took my ticket without looking at me, and I sat in the back to watch everyone. I watched Elena's car travel north while my bus headed south, pressing my cheek against the cold pane. As more passengers boarded, I lowered my hood to look for familiar faces. My knapsack held Grandmother Beatrice's diary on my leg after the bus left. I was alone for the first time since that basement night 10 days into my escape. The highway loomed ahead, so I opened the journal to a marked page. I felt uneasy reading Isabel's description in Grandmother's shaky hand. After escaping in 1989, she worked at an Oregon cafe for 3 years before her brothers found her. Grandmother heard cellar moans for 3 weeks after pulling her back. Grandmother found bloody sheets on the fire pile when Isabel never returned. Grandmother's comment that Isabel was caught pregnant by a non-bloodline ended the entry. I closed the diary and watched the miles, vowing not to become Isabel. My following bus at the Tennessee transfer station took 4 hours. I sat in a corner to monitor both entrances because the station was smaller than expected. I froze when my cousin Leon Voss questioned drivers near the ticket booth an hour in. He probably exhibited my photo and took their answers. My burner phone from Elena was in my hand when I silently entered the lavatory and sealed myself in. I mumbled when the network contact answered the second ring. I was told to buy a ticket the other direction, make 2 stops, and return tomorrow on a different route. After 20 minutes, I left without complaint. Leon remained at the ticket booth but faced away from departure gates. I bought a Memphis ticket and boarded as Leon approached my gate. I watched him inspect the other bus's passengers through the window as my bus left. 4 days later, I reached the next safe home, a modest ranch with an American flag. Talk about unwelcome family reunions. I was tracked like a lost pet instead than a woman who refused to marry her cousin. The responding elderly couple wore matching sweaters and smiled like wonderful grandparents. The wife served me tea while the father informed me they escaped breeding programs 45 years previously. I learned over pot roast that my family was part of a 14-state genetic purity network of thousands. The woman showed me her arm scars from her family trying to breed her with her uncle at 15. They retired to save girls like us and saved 14. Driven to court the next morning to file an emergency protective order. As I recounted the forced marriage and breeding program, the judge nodded politely. His face changed when I presented the family names. Shuffling papers, he said there was no immediate threat. In his argument of the order, I saw Judge Alaric Fontaine, one of Grandmother's related families from her journals. He knew who I was and what I fled. I felt confined inside the safe house despite their goodwill. The old couple insisted I was safe 2 weeks after my escape. Yet it seemed wrong. I wanted water at 2 a.m. and heard kitchen voices. The phone man's voice made me creep down the passage and squeeze against the wall. "Yes, we have Clara," he muttered. "The real one. No runaways with that name. We'll gently bring her in tomorrow after she trusts us." My blood froze, and I quietly went to my chamber. They were bounty hunters returning runaways, not network members. I grabbed my diary and backpack, opened the window, and left in pajamas, sprinting toward the street without looking back. Flashlights illuminated the yard as the rear door opened behind me. I ran harder as porch lights came on, hitting the pavement. I heard dogs barking and car doors banging at the home and saw an unlocked car in a driveway. I threw open the door and dove into the back seat, covering myself with a forgotten jacket. The elderly couple and 3 men searched yards and garages with flashlights through the window. After they gave up after 2 hours of searching, I hid until daylight because my feet were bleeding and I had no shoes. I escaped and walked to a library opening. The librarian barely noticed me as I headed to the rear computers. After entering Elena's codes on the network's emergency portal, I looked up the elderly couple's names and saw their images on the interceptor list. They caught runaways for 15 years as helpful grandparents, so they assumed I was caught after 3 days off the real network. Later, I read more of Grandmother Beatrice's diary about the decades-old false network in a study room. Some girls came home, but others disappeared. Families sponsored both real and fake escapes to catch runners. No one knew who was real anymore. Despite my family's gifts, Ms. Annalisa Hartman, my sophomore year counselor, was worried about me. She once asked whether everything was okay at home, but I was too scared to tell her. I dialed with a shaking palm and her recognizable voice answered on the third ring. "My God, is that you, Clara? Your classmates think you joined a cult. Your parents say you fled with a religious group." I exhaled carefully and told her everything. The sentences were fast, and I could hear her breathing alter. After a minute of silence, she said she was coming for me. I started to tell her it was hazardous, but she hung up with a car engine starting before the connection went dead. I barely recognized her with her black hair and new clothes when she arrived in a beat-up Honda at daybreak. After 2 hours, I noticed the black SUV always stayed 3 cars behind us in any lane. My heart raced for 3 weeks in that motel room while she drove 10 hours to her new teaching job. She looked in the mirror and turned her steering wheel knuckles white, but she calmly told me she'd been following my family since she saw bruises on my arms last year. She took photos and stored my essays about family life. Adrian's face appeared in the glass as Ms. Hartman took the exit toward the police station without signaling. Adrian followed us into the parking lot and got out of his car before we stopped. Inside the station, he played his worried cousin and told the desk sergeant I was mentally ill and Ms. Hartman was a predator grooming me online. He showed the desk sergeant a folder with 4 doctors' reports of persecution complex and false memory from childhood trauma. Inspector Diana Moretti examined the documents while Adrian said my parents wanted their sick daughter back for psychiatric care. Moretti noticed that the dates didn't match, and 2 of the signatures seemed identical despite being from different doctors. Adrian's cheerful face dropped when she said she needed to question us individually in separate rooms. My hands shook so much I couldn't hold the diary as I showed Moretti each page. She paled when she read about Officer Carl Reinhardt, who returned my cousin Clara Voss 3 times before she disappeared. Moretti put down the diary and called Carl to ask about 5-year-old payment records and typical families. She shouted before hanging up and told me her ex-partner had admitted to taking bribes to repatriate fugitive girls. She started an official investigation and told Adrian he wasn't transporting me while she notified state authorities about trafficking. Moretti had 2 cops take Adrian away while she secured protective custody. The women's refuge had bars on the windows and a security officer who checked everyone in, but I couldn't sleep the first night. I clutched the journal closer with every hallway stride and read my grandmother's final entry. Trust no one. Always have an exit. Moretti returned the next morning with federal agent Elise Dubois, a cult deprogramming and human trafficking expert. Dubois had seen similar breeding operations in other states, but my grandmother's diary was more detailed. She photographed and submitted every page as proof, revealing how medical specialists and law enforcement controlled these networks across state lines. Dubois put me with a verified foster family while they blamed my parents. No one supervised me, had me memorize bloodlines, or measured my hips for breeding. Madame Keller showed me a bedroom with actual windows and internal locks. I was enrolled under a protective identity and tried to focus on derivatives in calculus class, while the girl next to me whined about her parents not letting her go to a party. My family's breeding calendar predicted I would be pregnant with my cousin's child by now, but she didn't know. Luca Meyer asked if I wanted to go to homecoming because he thought my life was normal. One afternoon, Julian stood across the street from school, watching me walk to the bus. My security detail approached him, but he held a cardboard sign. Despite everything they'd done, I doubted her fate, so he knew how to make me doubt everything. Agent Dubois brought recordings from my parents' phones from the investigation warrant to the foster home that night. Dad was talking about retrieving their breeding stock, me, and Adrian was explaining the basement protocol for forced insemination. Ms. Hartman dyed her hair black and changed her style to help me. How did she know to conceal herself before picking me up? 3 days later, Dubois called me at the foster home to report the FBI raid results, which included sedatives, leather restraints, and breeding calendars for 12 girls in their network in my parents' basement. 3 pregnant teenagers said they were there freely, but Dubois saw Stockholm Syndrome in all of them. When they discovered how many families were involved in this breeding enterprise, the investigation expanded beyond my situation. I watched the news in the Kellers' living room as my parents protested religious persecution outside the courts. Mom lamented government overreach destroying European families, while Dad told reporters they were targeted for their traditional views. These senators supported them on TV, calling it an attack on religious freedom and parental rights. I realized how powerful this network was when protesters outside the courts held signs supporting family rights and traditional marriage. 7 weeks after my escape, Mrs. Keller taught me how to cook normal dinners without genetic optimization rules. As we made spaghetti, I explained how every meal at home had exact protein ratios and fertility-boosting vitamins to boost offspring production. Like Mom, she listened without judgment and gave seconds without calculating calories or asking about my reproductive health. Elena informed me through Dubois that she was preparing a case with 20 other network escapees to testify together. 2 girls recanted due to family pressure, and another fled last week. Generations of wealth and legal ties gave the network's lawyers infinite power. My deposition was next month after the Keller's garage was spray-painted liar and all the front windows were damaged. A note in the mailbox threatened worse if I testified against my family and their sacred customs. I couldn't let the Kellers suffer for wanting to foster me, so I begged Dubois for another placement. I met Sophie Lindholm, who had fled 6 years earlier and was hiding in a guarded location with other witnesses. Sophie showed me abdominal scars from her corrective treatment after rejecting her arranged marriage at 16. They tried to remove her ovaries to prevent bloodline contamination, but she escaped mid-surgery while bleeding. 2 months after my escape, I had insomnia and obsessively checked facility locks at night. I refused the therapist's anxiety medication because I remembered my parents' fertility-disrupting supplements. I read Grandmother Beatrice's diary often, finding comfort in knowing someone else had survived and helped others escape. Adrian was released from attempted kidnapping and conspiracy charges within hours using religious freedom monies. He appeared on TV in a clean suit and claimed to be freeing me from indoctrinated sex traffickers. A supervised Keller's phone call made peculiar clicking sounds. According to financial data Dubois found, the breeding network placed judges, police chiefs, doctors, and politicians in many states. The FBI found my calls were traced despite security safeguards, indicating law enforcement was informing families. I had 2 hours to collect my few items and say goodbye to Sophie. 3 weeks later, Dubois drove me to the federal courthouse in a bulletproof SUV with 2 other agents. Metal detectors at every entry and guards checking ID twice made the building look like a concrete fortress. Dubois took me through the basement parking garage and up a special elevator, telling me Adrian would watch in the gallery. When we entered the courtroom and saw him in the 3rd row, wearing his nicest suit and staring at me, my hands started shaking. Adrian watched me as the prosecutor took me to the witness stand to swear on a Bible to confess. Adrian shook his head when I told them about the sedatives he brought to make me cooperate. I described genetic computations and ideal mating schedules on our dining room walls to the grand jury, who took notes. My voice trembled when I mentioned finding Grandmother Beatrice's diary and my aborted escape plot when caught. After 3 hours of testimony, Dubois brought me back through the tunnels to avoid reporters. She said Julian was arrested that morning for trying to bribe a federal official with €600,000 for my location from an offshore account linked to dozens of genetic reservation families in 14 states. Federal authorities tracked every transaction and froze accounts while making hourly arrests. I shared my story with 3 other girls who had left similar families at the witness facility in the common area. Teresa Falk joked about making t-shirts that said, "I survived a breeding cult," making us laugh for the first time in months. After comparing medical exams and breeding patterns, we found our family used the same unlicensed doctors. Teresa fled to a homeless shelter when her family tried to breed her with her uncle when she was 16. Another girl showed us scars from her father branding her with a family crest to identify her as breeding property. We laughed at horrifying events while eating microwave popcorn late at night. 4 months after my escape, Mom cried on a conservative talk show while showing my infant photos and telling the host the government took her daughter. She wore her nicest church dress and held a tissue. The host criticized traditional families and religious freedom. Counter-protesters surrounded the witness facility with my school photo placards demanding my return to my family the next morning. Security deployed guards and cameras everywhere, but the crowd grew larger and angrier each day. Seeing freedom through bulletproof windows made the walls feel like another jail. Dubois arrived that afternoon with paperwork linking my family to 6 unusual deaths over 40 years. 3 names from Grandmother Beatrice's notebook stood out, including a cousin who fell below the week before her escape. When examined together, the patterns were clear, with similar injuries and illogical timings. Dubois warned me that having the FBI exhume bodies for more autopsies could endanger my family. That night, a black car idling outside the facility ran for hours, and tinted windows obscured whoever was inside. Security said they couldn't do anything unless someone left or threatened, but we knew who. Sophie gently evacuated the emergency exit and into a waiting black SUV during a fire practice 2 days later. Security footage showed her glancing at the camera before entering, as if to suggest it was her choice. 2 days later, Sophie's family released a video of her sitting in her childhood bedroom, saying feminists brainwashed her. She repeated her lines about wanting to go home with hollow eyes, like they'd poisoned her. The prosecutor called an emergency meeting to warn me that Sophie's recantation could ruin our case. 3 more witnesses refused to testify or return FBI calls after family contact. Defense counsel claimed a government scheme to undermine religious families retaining their traditions. All news channels disputed whether we were victims or liars trying to harm our parents' reputations. 5 months after my escape, my parents uploaded my childhood medical records, including psychiatric evaluations, online. Adrian calling me a liar in court, while I explained his sedatives was odd for a righteous person. I wondered if he knew it was wrong but only cared about the family. The evaluations called me insane and prone to making up claims for attention, but they didn't identify the network doctors served. Within hours, #Clara is lying trended as people analyzed every word to prove I was crazy. Strangers sent FBI tip-line death threats, saying I deserved what my family planned. 2 weeks later, Ms. Hartman, my old teacher, testified, and I watched from behind the prosecutor's table as she pulled out a large folder of photos she'd taken since I was 14 and placed them over the evidence table, showing bruises on my arms from Mom grabbing me during breeding lectures and marks on my neck from Adrian's grasp. Her defense lawyer asked how she got these images and why she never reported anything to Child Services if she was afraid. Ms. Hartman said she had tried 3 times, but my parents always had evidence indicating I was clumsy and wounded myself. The lawyer also mentioned her 10-year-old DUI and said she took images of a student for other reasons. After court, I met with a trauma psychotherapist who worked with cult escapees. She said my constant door and window checking was normal for PTSD, and that she still jumped when someone knocked on her door 20 years after escaping her family's religious group. The next morning, Elena testified via video link from a location the FBI wouldn't disclose for her safety. The defense objected every 30 seconds to her evidence that she helped 20 girls escape over 6 years. Elena listed dates, places, and girls who'd run away, including 3 from Adrian's family. She showed recordings she'd made for years of network members discussing breeding programs on her phone. The prosecution played Elena's recordings in court, and Adrian's voice was clear. What would happen when they got me back? When Dad discussed failing breeding stock and what happened to women who couldn't have children, the courtroom quieted. 2 jurors cried as they left after the judge requested a recess. 3 days later, the judge needed federal security to continue the trial due to death threats. 2 jurors requested an excuse, saying they were worried about their families after dead animals were dumped on their doorsteps. The defense requested a mistrial, saying media publicity prevented a fair trial. I watched everything I fought for crumble as the judge reviewed their motion. 5 months after my escape, I took online programs to finish high school while 2 FBI officers monitored surveillance cameras in the living room, and I did math homework at the kitchen table. Writing a constitutional essay was uncomfortable because I realized my family had perverted freedom to mean they could do whatever they wanted to their daughters. Julian contacted the prosecutor one morning to negotiate. He and his lawyer described breeding schemes in 45 states with shared genetic match databases for 6 hours. Some families swapped daughters like baseball cards for the best genetics. His statement showed that hundreds more families were doing the same thing as my family. After Julian told them about 3 corrective sessions she directly observed on resisting girls, Mom was arrested on conspiracy charges the next day. She was freed on home arrest with an ankle monitor, but her court photos showed her with unkempt hair and crumpled designer clothes. Elena called me crying about Sophie, a network girl, being discovered dead in her apartment while I was doing schoolwork. Elena knew Sophie would testify about her family's breeding operation next week, but the police ruled it suicide. We both knew the place might have been ours. Adrian wasn't supposed to contact me, but I woke up to messages from a fake social media account with photos of me at the foster home, walking into the courthouse, and doing homework in the safe house kitchen. The FBI went crazy trying to figure out how he got these images while I was under constant protection. They found a tracking device in my backpack and suspected my family was following me. I moved between safe houses every few weeks for 6 months while the FBI investigated who was leaking my location to the family network. After Agent Victor Hahn was found sending information to his wife, a German breeding family member, everything had to be transferred again. Running, packing, and never being safe exhausted me, but stopping meant they'd find me and haul me back, or worse. Julian called me from a strange number the morning they moved me to the 5th safe house, to tell me Dad was found dead in his cell, hanging from a bedsheet, despite being on suicide watch, with a shaky voice. Dad had agreed to testify about the network's leadership for a reduced sentence, but he died within 12 hours. The guards claimed suicide, but the timing was too perfect, so the investigation split between murder and suicide. I and Julian had to tell the jury that the defense was poisoning, as the prosecutors tried to preserve their case without Dad's testimony. The defense lawyers hired experts on false memory syndrome and mass hysteria to explain how siblings could create shared delusions to explain family trauma. After a long day of testimony that portrayed me as a mentally ill child seeking attention, Dubois found me crying in the courthouse washroom. She sat on the dusty floor with me and revealed she'd been pulled from the case after her family was threatened, but Mom testified in a black dress and pearls the next week, blotting her eyes with a tissue as she told the jury I'd always been problematic and they'd tried everything to help me. She provided medical records from doctors I'd never seen, therapy notes from sessions I never attended, and medicines I never took. Her portrayal of a widow and mother who lost her husband to suicide and her daughter to mental illness was the jury deliberated for 3 days while demonstrators called me a brave survivor, or a liar on the courthouse steps. Despite not eating or sleeping, I read Grandmother Beatrice's diary in my hotel room, finding strength in the stories of women who had faced the same battle. On the second day, a juror was sent images of her kids at her house with a note about keeping silent. 2 days later, Julian called me from the hospital with his jaw wired shut after 3 men jumped him in protective custody and battered him until his spleen exploded. He refused to recant his statement, despite evident terror in every syllable. I visited him the next morning and held his hand as machines beeped around us, reminding him why we were fighting and that backing down meant they'd won. Later that day, I sat in a courthouse restroom cubicle listening to 2 women at the basins discuss our case like a performance. One said I was lying for attention because no real family would do such horrific things, while the other said her daughter made up stories when she didn't get. They laughed about wild teens as they left, and I realized how ridiculous our truth seemed to regular people who hadn't seen what families do behind closed doors. That afternoon, the foreman read in a trembling voice that Adrian was found guilty of attempted kidnapping, but not conspiracy. We presented boxes of evidence, but Mom was acquitted and the breeding network accusations were rejected for insufficient proof. The room swirled as the judge thanked the jurors and sentenced Adrian to 6 years, likely out in 3 with good behavior. Julian being jumped in protective custody with a burst spleen but refusing to back down showed the family's obstinate courage in the right way. Mom smiled at me from across the courtroom as her lawyer rubbed her shoulder and Adrian's lawyer discussed appeals. Dubois grabbed me outside the courthouse and put a flash disk in my hand before leaving without saying anything. I found every FBI document about the breeding network that night, including family emails about pairing relatives for best genetics. Lamont contacted me 3 days later to clarify details from leaked documents. I knew Dubois had distributed copies to multiple news outlets. 3 more females who escaped years earlier called reporters with stories of forced cousin marriages and breeding calendars, keeping my phone ringing. 2 days later, Mom announced a religious persecution case against the government at a courthouse press conference in her nicest suit and pearl necklace. She said the payment will assist other traditional families defend their constitutional rights to arrange marriages. 4 teenage cousins I recognized from family gatherings stood behind her, and my stomach fell knowing they were next in line for breeding assignments. That afternoon, a 60 Minutes reporter asked me for an exclusive interview about my escape and the network. Dubois warned me that going public would make me a target, but concealing hadn't worked. I accepted and spent the next week gathering proof, including Grandmother Beatrice's diaries and Mom's breeding records. 8 months after my escape, Ms. Hartman delivered my high school transcripts in a manila envelope to my apartment. She convinced the school board to award my diploma based on completed homework, despite everything. I cried on my couch holding that paper because I had done something they never wanted for their breeding stock. The next week, 60 Minutes crews turned my living room into a studio with lights and cameras. I displayed the breeding charts and my unlicensed doctor's reproductive system exam results on the coffee table. When I opened Grandmother Beatrice's notebook to the sections about females who refused breeding missions, the interviewer paled. After the Sunday night interview with 15 million viewers, my phone flooded with notifications. Some called me brave, while others threatened my life and accused me of betraying my ancestors. 3 congresswomen launched breeding network investigations the next morning, and everyone wanted to talk about cousin weddings. Mom said on a conservative news program that I was mentally ill and taught by liberal professors to hate my ancestry. After seeing the interview, more survivors contacted me, including a 14-year-old girl partnered with her uncle. Elena cried because 4 girls had contacted her after hearing my story and made plans to flee. We spent hours on the phone planning safe houses and creating phony identities for females whose families would find them. 3 weeks later, the prison called to inform me another convict had stabbed Adrian in the shower and killed him. Adrian was recruiting white supremacists for the breeding network, so knowing one fewer predator may attack females like me was liberating. After the interview, the FBI raided 14 network families and removed 14 children, including a 14-year-old whose parents chose her husband. I watched the news from my flat and saw the same horror in those kids' faces as the night I ran. The prosecution had enough evidence this time to arrest Mom for conspiracy to abuse children and trafficking them for reproduction. After hearing about the network's witness disappearances, the court denied bail. Mom in her orange jumpsuit at the arraignment, not the immaculate matriarch who had run my life. Other network families turned on each other to get lower sentences, and the sick system collapsed. The prosecutor called to say 17 more people, including Dr. Kruger and many family patriarchs, had been arrested. Julian, my older brother, was arrested for transporting minor cousins to breeding meetings across state lines. As more survivors revealed similar breeding operations, the probe expanded to other countries. Within 8 months, most of the generations-old network's leaders were arrested. Julian was placed in witness protection by the marshals and relocated to Northern Europe with a name I didn't know, after testifying against the family in the ongoing trials. A month later, the prosecutor wrote me a letter apologizing for everything, for being too weak to protect me when he knew. He wrote that he was in therapy to figure out why he chose comfort above right. After weeks in my desk drawer, I could read the letter without shivering or forgiving him. I kept it. 8 months later, Congress made compelled genetic matching and breeding operations federal felonies with prison terms. I was astonished to see my name in the news with Capitol building photographs as Clara's Law. Lobbying damaged it, but it still protected other youngsters. My professional objectives led me to major in social work in the fall of college. I tried not to cry when reporters asked how it felt to change history while standing with 12 other survivors when the president signed it. My roommate heard my story from the news but never made me feel unique or upset. We studied and criticized teachers like normal students. Nightmares and jumping when someone touched me were common, but my therapist said it was normal after everything. After a 9-month trial, the jury convicted Mom on all charges in 3 hours. She said she was defending our family's legacy until they handcuffed her after the judge sentenced her to 27 years. She stared at me one last time as the bailiffs led her away, but I watched my phone. She wasn't my mother anymore, and hadn't been for Elena and I founded a legal group to help kids flee our homes, using what we learned underground. We had lawyers, safe houses, and FBI-free protocols. Grandmother Beatrice's journal network became real with business cards, funds, and a website. In twice-weekly therapy and a green office with comfy seats, I learned about PTSD and trauma responses. I still checked every lock 3 times, sat with my back to walls at restaurants and scared men when they got too close. My therapist reminded me that healing was not linear and some days were harder than others. She was right. Some mornings I couldn't get up and others I felt normal. One night, a young relative I'd never met called my emergency phone and said her parents were preparing her marriage to a 30-year-old. I activated our network and helped Elena call her state's authorities. 3 days later, she was secure in foster care and her parents were investigated. Rescue stopped the cycle again. I had never visited Grandmother Beatrice's grave before that spring. I carried fresh flowers and the diary that saved my life and many others. I sat on the lawn and told her about the network collapse, the new rules, and all the females who were free because she had written everything down. I finger traced her name on the granite gravestone and praised her for revealing the truth even when it was hazardous. The victim support group met every Thursday in a church basement to share stories. I told fresh escapees with the same haunted face that it gets better, not flawless or simple, but better. Always saying, "You're free now, and that's everything that matters." They cried, and I held their hands and remembered being 18 and afraid I'd never escape. Mom still thinks she's preserving their heritage after 27 years. How does the brain interpret breeding plans as protection? My roommate brought me coffee and joked about our statistics professor looking like a perplexed owl while I studied for a social work exam in my dorm room at 20. Students outside my window went to class without reading charts, genetic preservation meetings, or forced marriages. I was 20, single, childless, and free to choose my own future, exactly what my family never wanted. The diary was on my bookshelf with my textbooks, reminding me of my roots and why I would fight for every female still used as breeding material. I answered another emergency call from a cousin in Germany immediately. This was my life, decision, and purpose that nobody could take away. You don't need all this space. My sister illegally moved in with 3 kids using a spare key. So I called the cops and had them thrown out. Hello, Reddit. I am Charlotte, a 32-year-old female from Texas, and I feel like I have spent the majority of my life in the shadow of my older sister, Ella. She's 3 years older than me, and she has always been my favorite. You know the type: smart, outgoing, and capable of charming her way out of any situation. Meanwhile, I've been the responsible one, which appears to be code for the person who does all of the work but receives no credit. Growing up, Ella always had the best of everything. Birthdays? Hers were massive outdoor celebrations, complete with bounce castles and pony rides. Mine? A pizza party in the dining room featuring a cake from the grocery store bakery. Christmas? Ella recibió la Barbie dream house. I purchased a used copycat with a missing elevator. My parents would simply say, "You don't need all of that fancy stuff," or, "Be grateful for what you have, Charlotte." And I was. I couldn't help but notice that Ella's thanks was never expected in the same manner. But the actual disparity struck me when I started college. I had worked hard in high school, juggling AP classes and extracurricular activities to maintain a high GPA. I had been accepted to a nearby institution and believed I had a strong plan. I'd commute from home to save dorm fees. Ella had attended her dream school, and my parents had funded everything. I imagined they'd help me too, right? Wrong. When I mentioned my plan to live at home, my mother looked at me as if I had just suggested we relocate to Mars. "If you're staying here, you'll need to contribute," she added casually. "Ella got a full ride from us because she deserved it. You need to learn responsibility." I could not believe it. I was 18 and preparing to enter college, and they were already talking about me paying rent. Contribute turned out to be $400 per month for rent and electricity, with the additional requirement that I buy my own groceries. That may not seem like much unless you're a broke college student working part-time at a bookstore for $9 per hour. I attempted to argue. I told them how they had covered everything for Ella and how she never had to worry about money at school. Mom simply shrugged. "We gave Ella what she needed," she stated. "You're different. You're independent. You'll figure it out." So I did. I worked as many hours as I could at the bookshop, occasionally skipping meals to make ends meet. I'd pass past the campus coffee shop every morning, envious of the students who could afford lattes and pastries. Meanwhile, I was brown bagging peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and drinking free coffee from the bookshop break room. I don't believe I purchased a single textbook at full price. I acquired all of mine used or borrowed from the library. Every month, I handed over the $400 to my parents while Ella was away at her out-of-state school, living in a brand new dorm that my parents had purchased for. She contacted me once to complain about her dorm's AC not being chilly enough, and I almost lost it. I didn't have air conditioning in my automobile since I couldn't afford to fix it. My parents continue to send Ella money every month. I once overheard Mom on the phone saying, "We don't want her to struggle. College is difficult enough." I stood in the kitchen, holding my $1 ramen noodles, wondering why no one had ever shown me compassion. To make matters worse, my parents were continually praising Ella for her accomplishments. She earned a 3.2 GPA in her communications program, and they threw her a lavish graduation party complete with a catered buffet and a DJ. When I graduated with a 3.9 GPA and a computer science degree, we had a peaceful meal at home. Mom prepared lasagna and replied, "Well, we don't want to make a fuss." Looking back, I believe what hurt the most was not a lack of financial assistance. The message was clear. I didn't matter as much. While I was only present, Ella was always portrayed as the star, the one with potential. Even when I achieved it, it was overlooked. "Charlotte's smart. She doesn't need help," they'd say. It seemed like being capable was a curse. After college, I moved out as quickly as possible. I rented a little apartment near my first job and began living my life on my own terms. It wasn't easy, but it felt great to be free of their expectations. I worked hard, lived frugally, and began saving. Meanwhile, Ella married Josh, whom my parents adore despite the fact that he is constantly between jobs. They now have 3 children: Emily, 5, Mason, 4, and baby Daniel, 2. My folks are continually bailing them out. When their automobile broke down last year, my parents handed them money to get a new one. When Ella complained about how difficult it was to keep up with 3 children, Mom and Dad offered to babysit on weekends. I wish it didn't bother me anymore, but it still does. No matter how much I do on my own, it seems like I'll always be second to Ella. That is why I no longer share many details about my life with my family. I know they wouldn't mind. Not really.
So, I've been keeping this quiet, but I recently decided it was time to start looking for a home. I've been renting this tiny apartment for years, paying way too much for what is essentially a glorified shoebox, and I've been saving for what seems like an eternity. I eventually got to the point where I was like, you know what? I deserve this. Okay, here's the thing. I didn't tell my family. Not because it's a big secret, but because they can't simply be pleased for anyone. Everything becomes a group project with them. If I addressed anything, I knew they'd start making it about Ella and her children, and how whatever I get should help them. So I decided it was easier to keep my lips shut until all was said and done. Apparently that was overly hopeful. I'm not sure how this happened, but a woman I work with, let's call her Lisa, managed to let it slip. Lisa is one of those persons that is constantly involved in other people's lives. And I believe she casually revealed to someone that I was house searching. That person happened to be Ella's neighbor, and the word spread like wildfire. The delights of small-town Texas. A few days later, my mother contacted me. "Charlotte," she remarked, her tone excessively pleasant. "Why didn't you tell us you're looking for a house?" I should have known better, but I chose to play dumb. "Oh, I'm just browsing around right now. Nothing serious." "Well, Ella and I were talking, and we have some great ideas for you. You're going to need something big enough for everyone. You know, at least 4 bedrooms. For the kids, of course." "What? What children? I don't have children." She kept going as if this were the most regular thing in the world. "You'll need space for Ella's family when they visit, and for us too. Oh, and it'd be great if it was close to Ella's place." I'm not sure why I was startled. She had already turned my potential house into the solution to their issues. I said something non-committal, and hung up the phone as quickly as I could, thinking it was a one-time occurrence. But oh no, it wasn't. My mom and Ella began flooding me with house listings after that. I'm not exaggerating when I say it felt like a part-time job for them. Every day, I'd get at least a dozen links to these crazy houses, large homes with 4 or 5 bedrooms, pools, 3-car garages, and the works. It was as if they assumed I was looking for a reality TV mansion. Mom texted once, "Did you see that one on Maple Street? It's a huge one. Just perfect." Another time, Ella gave me a link to a 6-bedroom house with the following note. "This would be so suitable for us. We could finally have space to spread out, us." I stared at the message for a good minute, wondering how my property purchase had become a collaborative endeavor. The worst part was that they weren't even attempting to pretend it was about me. Every place they recommended was oriented toward Ella's family. "This one has a finished basement. Josh could turn it into his man cave. The kids would love the pool in this one. Look, Charlotte, there's even a guest room for Mom and Dad when they visit." It was exhausting. At first I attempted to gently lead them away, explaining that I was looking for something small, just for myself, but that simply made matters worse. That's when I decided to cease responding. I silenced the group chat and disregarded their messages. I assumed they would finally get the point and move on. Meanwhile, I continued searching for houses on my own. I would spend my evenings reading through Zillow and my weekends looking at open houses. I didn't tell anyone where I was going, and I avoided anything slightly related to Ella's area. I didn't want to run into anyone who might tell my mother. After weeks of looking, I finally found it. A little 2-bedroom cottage just outside the city. It has everything I desired. A nice little porch, a sunny kitchen, and a lawn large enough for gardening. It wasn't elegant, but it felt familiar. The moment I stepped through the door, I knew it was mine. I submitted an offer, and a few nerve-wracking days later, it was accepted. I can't even explain how fantastic it felt. For the first time in my life, I was doing something solely for myself, with no influence from anyone. Of course, I did not inform my family. I decided to let them keep delivering their helpful suggestions while I silently moved forward. But then my mom called me out of nowhere and asked, "We're having dinner next weekend, are you coming?" I nearly said no. But then I had a thought. You know what? Let's get this over with. So I'm going to this dinner, and I already know what it will be like. They'll probably have a full PowerPoint presentation prepared. This is the fun part. I'm about to reveal that I've already acquired a house. I am not going to sugarcoat it either. I can already hear theatrical gasps and complaints. Thank you for sticking around. I'll update you after dinner. Update 1. Hello again, Reddit. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone who commented and offered advice on my previous article. I've read the majority of them, and they've been both informative and entertaining. Many of you expressed surprise at how entitled my family sounds, and believe me, I share your sentiments. Others shared their experiences with similar situations, and it's reassuring to know I'm not alone. Anyway, I promised you an update after supper, so here we go. Buckle up, because this was a lot. So I arrived at my folks' house last Saturday at precisely 6 p.m., attempting to mentally prepare for whatever garbage they were about to hurl at me. The moment I went in, there was already commotion. Ella's kids were screaming, Josh was sitting on the couch watching TV, and my mother was hurrying around the kitchen. She looked over and said, "Oh good, you're on time for once. We are off to a good start, right?" We sat down for supper, and the conversation began with the normal small talk. Dad complained about gas prices. Josh vented about something at work, while Ella complained about how difficult it is to manage 3 children. "Daniel keeps waking up in the middle of the night," she explained, scooping mashed potatoes onto her plate. "We're just so cramped. I feel like I'm losing my mind." I knew where this was going, but I played along by nodding compassionately while concentrating on my lasagna. My mother then cleared her throat, as she does when she is about to make an announcement. "Charlotte," she added with a huge smile. "We've been talking, and we think we found the perfect house for you." I almost choked on my water. Of course they'd arrive with a plan. "Oh?" I asked, keeping my tone as neutral as possible. "Yes," Ella chimed in. "It's a beautiful place, and it's only a few blocks from us. It has 5 bedrooms, a huge yard for the kids, and even a guest suite." Mom interrupted before I could respond. "It's perfect for everyone. There's enough space for the kids to finally have their own rooms, and Josh could even set up an office. Plus it's in such a great neighborhood, close to good schools." I just stared at them, bewildered. They weren't even pretending it was about me anymore. "So," Ella replied, beaming as if everything was settled, "we can go see it tomorrow if you want." That's when I decided I'd had it. "Actually," I responded, setting down my fork, "I've already bought a house." The room went completely silent. Even the children stopped making noise. "What?" Mom asked, her voice harsh. "I bought a house," I reiterated. "It's a small 2-bedroom cottage just outside the city. It's perfect for me." For a little moment, I considered whether they would be pleased with me. Mom's face turned red and Ella's mouth virtually dropped to the floor. "A cottage?" Ella finally asked, her tone full of skepticism. "How are we supposed to fit in a cottage?" "You're not," I responded. "Because it's my house. I bought it for myself." Mom stepped in before Ella could react. "Charlotte, how could you make such a big decision without consulting us? We've been working so hard to find the perfect place for you." "No," I replied, trying to maintain my cool. "You've been working hard to find the perfect place for Ella and her family. I didn't need your help. I knew what I wanted, and I bought it." Ella's voice became quite high-pitched, as if she were about to cry. "But we need this, Charlotte. Do you know how hard it is for us in that tiny apartment? Emily and Mason have to share a room, and Daniel's crib is in our bedroom. It's not fair to the kids." I took a deep breath and tried not to snap. "That's not my problem, Ella. I've worked hard to get to this point, and I'm not giving up my dream house to fix your situation." That's when Dad decided to join in. He smashed his hand onto the table and yelled, "You're being selfish, Charlotte. Family is supposed to help each other. What's wrong with you?" I stood up, my heart racing. "I'm not selfish. I'm finally standing up for myself. And if that makes me the bad guy in your eyes, so be it." The place erupted into turmoil. Ella was crying. Mom was ranting about how she had raised me better. Dad was complaining about how dissatisfied he was. Josh sat there stuffing food into his mouth as if nothing was occurring. I grabbed my handbag and went to the door. Mom followed me and shouted, "You can't just walk away from your family like this." I turned back to say, "Watch me." Then I got into my car and drove home, shivering with wrath and relief. I feel like I've finally spoken up, but now I'm bracing for the consequences. So, that's where things are. I will let you know what happens next. Thank you for your continued support. You don't realize how much it's helped. Update 2. Hello again, Reddit. Thank you so much for all of your support and comments following my last update. I wasn't expecting such a show of support, and it's honestly helped me preserve my sanity. Many of you were correct. I should have seen this coming. After that evening, things went just as I had dreaded. So, here's an update. Ella sent the first SMS that night. It was simply a photo of her children lounging on their couch, surrounded by toys, with the caption, "Look how cramped we are. Do you think this is fair to Emily and Mason?" I didn't respond. What was I supposed to say? That it was somehow my fault that her place was a mess? That buying a property for myself had somehow resulted in her children sharing a room? I turned my phone to silent and went to bed, hoping she would let it go. She did not. The next morning, I awoke to 5 missed calls from my mother and a flurry of texts from Ella. A person commented, "You always think about yourself. I thought family mattered to you." Another person stated, "Mom is so upset she couldn't even sleep last night." Finally, the pièce de résistance. "You've changed, Charlotte. This isn't the sister I grew up with." Right, because the sibling she grew up with was too busy being ignored to develop a spine. I resolved to disregard it all and concentrate on my work. But the texts did not cease. Every several hours my mother would join in with her own gems. "You're being so selfish, Charlotte. We're all disappointed in you. I hope you realize what you're doing to Ella's kids. You need to reconsider. It's not too late to sell the house and buy something better suited for the family." I silenced each of them, but they then began leaving voicemails. It was the same guilt-ridden babble, but hearing their voices made it more impactful. Mom seemed genuinely angry. Ella sounded like she was about to cry, and at one point my father called and shouted at me for 5 minutes about how I was ripping the family apart. It did not stop there. A few days later, I received a call from my aunt, whom I hadn't spoken to in years. She said, "I heard about what's going on with Ella. Can't you find it in your heart to help? Family comes first, Charlotte." I had to laugh. This was the same aunt who hardly acknowledged my existence growing up, and now she wants to lecture me on family. I told her I wasn't talking about it and hung up. Then came the Facebook posts. Ella shared a photo of her kids squished close on their bunk bed with the caption, "All they want is a little space to grow, but I guess some people think family isn't worth helping anymore." The comments were filled with sympathy from her pals, who had no idea what was going on. Things like this: "You're such a great mom. Whoever's letting you down doesn't deserve you." Also, "How could anyone leave you guys in that situation?" I wanted to shout. She made me out to be the villain, and I couldn't even defend myself without becoming petty. So I kept silent and continued scrolling. But then my mother put something on her own page. She posted a photo of my residence. I don't know how she acquired it. With this caption, "It's so sad when someone forgets where they came from. Family sacrifices so much for you, and this is how they repay you." I blocked both of them right away, but not before a co-worker messaged me to ask what was going on. Lisa, yes, that Lisa, appears to have read the message and was discussing it at work. Now, half of the staff assumed I had abandoned my family to live alone in a mansion. For the record, my home is only a cottage, not exactly lifestyles of the rich and famous. The stress was beginning to get to me. Every time my phone vibrated, I felt a rush of fear. I stopped using social media and ignored my email. Even when I was working, I couldn't concentrate because I was anticipating the next call or message. Ella unexpectedly showed up at my flat one evening, bringing things to a new low. I opened the door to see her standing there with Daniel on her hip and the other 2 kids in tow. She was fatigued, and the children were all weeping or whining about something. "Charlotte," she exclaimed, her voice cracking. "We need to talk." I crossed my arms and stood in the doorway, preventing them from entering. "What do you want, Ella?" "Please," she pleaded with tears in her eyes. "We don't have anywhere else to go. The landlord's raising our rent again, and we can't afford it. Just let us stay with you for a little while. The kids need stability." I felt my heart fall, but I remained tough. "Ella, I'm sorry you're struggling, but my house isn't an option. It's not big enough, and honestly, this isn't my responsibility." She looked at me as if I'd just kicked her puppy. "So that's it? You're just going to let us suffer?" "I'm not letting you suffer. I've worked hard to get where I am, and I'm not going to let you guilt me into giving it all up." She murmured something under her breath, then turned and stomped away, her children trailing behind. I shut the door and leaned against it, feeling both guilty and relieved. My mother called the next morning and told me I was callous for turning Ella away. She scolded me for being cold and ungrateful and warned that I might come to regret it eventually. I hung up without saying anything. Even as I write this essay, their SMS keeps flashing up on my phone. Mom is sending walls of guilt-ridden paragraphs, while Ella is sending images of her children. I even received a voicemail from Dad just now that began with, "I hope you're happy." And I didn't care to listen to the rest. I cannot take it any longer. The first thing I'll do tomorrow morning is change my phone number and give it exclusively to trusted friends and coworkers. It is evident that they will not stop unless I entirely cut them off. I'll deal with social media later, increasing my privacy settings and blocking anyone who might try to stir the pot. One thing at a time. I will notify you once I have completed everything. Thank you for all of your comments and support. It's truly helping me get through this situation. Update 3. Hello Reddit, I am back with another update. So, I've been reading over your comments, and wow, you guys didn't hold back. A lot of you were upset with me for not blocking my family sooner, and you were correct. After changing my phone number, I banned them from everything: Facebook, Instagram, even casual relatives who may have attempted to intervene. It was great to finally cut them off, but, as expected, things quickly became chaotic again. I should have realized that the peace would not endure. It all started last weekend when my mother showed up uninvited at my place. I was in the backyard, trying to figure out how to plant lavender. Google makes it look so simple, but I've already killed 3 plants, when I heard a knock on the front door. At first, I assumed it was my neighbor, or a delivery boy. But when I got to the door, there she was, my mother, standing on my porch with a pie in her hands and the fakest smile I'd ever seen. "Hi Charlotte," she said, as if she had just dropped by for a casual visit and not after weeks of me disappearing. Hi," I answered, quite taken aback. I stood there for a second, contemplating whether I should even let her in, but she threw the pie at me and shouted, "I thought I'd stop by and see how you're doing. I brought your favorite, apple." I wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. My favorite is cherry, but that's good, Mom. Against my better judgment, I allowed her in. I did not want to cause a scene. She placed the pie on the counter and gazed about the home as if she were taking inventory. "This is lovely, Charlotte," she commented, sliding her hand along the back of a chair. "You've done a great job." I had no idea what to say, so I simply mumbled a brief thank you and waited for her to get to the point. She sat down at my kitchen table and sighed deeply. "I wanted to apologize," she explained. "Things got a little heated, and I realize now that we were wrong to push you like that. You've worked hard for this house, and I should have respected your decisions." I stared at her, trying to determine whether she was serious. It seemed good on the surface, but something about her tone didn't sit well with me. Then she launched into a lengthy speech about how pleased she was of me and how the stress of Ella's condition had caused everyone to behave out. "But that's no excuse," she added, giving me a sad, almost begging expression. For a little moment, I felt myself melting. Maybe she was genuinely attempting to make things right. But then she smacked me with, "I was thinking maybe we could have a fresh start. I'd love to come over again sometime, maybe bring Ella and the kids. It'd be nice for everyone to see your new place." So there it was. I attempted to maintain my cool. "I don't think that's a good idea right now," I answered, carefully selecting my words. "Things are still a little tense and I'm not ready for that yet." She nodded, but I could see she was not pleased with my response. "Of course I understand," she murmured, but her grin was a bit too tight, and her gaze darted around the room as if she was assessing the situation. Following a few minutes of light conversation, she stood up and remarked, "Well, I should get going. Thanks for letting me stop by. I really mean it, Charlotte. I just want us to be a family again." I nodded without saying anything. When she went, I shut the door and stood there for a long time, staring at the pie on the counter. Something about the entire encounter seemed wrong. For the previous few days, I couldn't stop thinking about the talk. Was she being real, or was this another form of manipulation? The timing seemed far too convenient. After bothering me for weeks, she abruptly apologized and offered me a pie. It also didn't set well with me how fast she dismissed everything that had transpired. She did not mention the messages, voicemails, or the fact that I had blocked her. It was as if she was pretending none of it ever happened, which felt strange. What about bringing Ella and the kids over? That did not seem like a casual suggestion. It felt calculated, as if she was testing the waters to see how much I would let go. I haven't contacted her since, and she hasn't contacted me back either. But I can't get the sensation that this isn't finished. Knowing my family, there's probably something else going on, and I'm just waiting for the other shoe to drop. What are your thoughts, Reddit? Was my mother being sincere, or is there more to this than she is letting on? Part of me wants to believe she's sincerely attempting to repair things, but another part of me thinks I'd be an idiot to trust her. Update 4. Hello Reddit. I am back, and gosh, do I have an update for you. Hopefully the final one. I wish I could say things had settled down, but everything has gone from somewhat irritating to really wild. I'm not sure where to begin, But let's just say I've officially stopped giving my family the benefit of the doubt. So, remember how my mother swung by with an apology and a pie? At the time, I told everyone I had a bad feeling about it. It turns out my instincts were correct. Something about her visit didn't sit right with me, and I couldn't figure out why. She looked way too concerned in every element of my residence, from the door locks to the room arrangement. At the time, I dismissed it as her being nosy. However, I now see it was part of a larger plan. A few days following her visit, I resumed my normal routine. Work was hectic, so I spent most of my time holed up in my new home office, focusing on deadlines. I wasn't really thinking about my family. Things had been quiet since the visit, and I wondered whether they were finally backing off. Then came Saturday. I'd gone out to run errands in the morning, the usual stuff, grocery shopping, a trip to Target, and picking up a package at the post office. I arrived home around noon, bags in hand, ready to put everything away and have a relaxing weekend. As I drove into the driveway, I noticed something odd. Ella's SUV was parked directly in front of my house. My heart sank immediately. I approached the door, fumbling with my keys, and heard voices inside. At first, I assumed I had left a window open or my TV turned on, but as I stepped into the entryway, the realization hit me like a brick. Ella, Josh, and the kids were at my house. The scene inside was complete chaos. Emily and Mason were sprawled out on my couch, surrounded by snacks and toys that were not their own. Daniel was toddling about the living room, chewing on one of my throw pillows, as if it were a teething toy. Josh was in the kitchen, looting my refrigerator. And Ella was in the sunroom, rearranging my furnishings as if she were on HGTV. "What the hell is going on?" I asked, my voice quivering with rage and confusion. Ella looked up unaffected. "Oh, hey Charlotte. We figured it'd be easier to just move in while you were out." I glanced at her, trying to understand what she had just said. "Move in? Are you serious?" She rolled her eyes, as if I were the one acting ridiculous. "Mom gave us the key. She said it'd be fine." I felt like I was about to explode. "Mom gave you what key?" "The spare key," she added, pointing to the kitchen counter, where I had left it during Mom's stay. "We really needed the space, and your house is perfect for us. It could have been bigger if you'd listened to us, but it'll do, and Josh can finally have an office." "Get out," I murmured, my voice dangerously calm. "Charlotte, don't be like that," Josh interjected, leaning against my fridge with a sandwich. "You're single. You don't need all this space. This house makes way more sense for us." I couldn't believe what I heard. They were talking about my house as if it were just another handout from my parents for Ella. "Get out of my house," I repeated louder this time. Ella scoffed. "We're family, Charlotte. Stop being so dramatic. We've already started settling in, and the kids love it here. It's not like you're using all this space anyway." I didn't know how to answer. I was so enraged that I couldn't think clearly. Instead of arguing, I took out my phone and dialed 911. "Seriously?" Ella preguntó, su voz llena de asombro. "You're calling the cops on your own family." "Watch me," I said, holding up the phone for her to see. When the dispatcher answered, I gently stated the situation. My sister and her family had broken into my home and refused to leave. Ella and Josh attempted to argue with me while I was on the phone, but I ignored them. By the time the cops arrived, I was shivering from adrenaline, but I was also determined not to let them get away with it. The cops were professional but firm. They questioned Ella and Josh why they were in the house, and their explanation was as ludicrous as you'd imagine. "We're family," Ella stated as if it were a solid legal argument. Josh kept saying I had plenty of space and it was the right thing to do. The officers wouldn't have it. They informed Ella and Josh that they were trespassing and that they should leave immediately. Ella burst into tears, claiming she had no idea it was such a huge issue, and Josh muttered something about my being selfish. I remained silent during the incident, letting the officers handle it. It was rather nice to see Ella and Josh pick up their belongings, including the food they had grabbed from my pantry, and shuffle out the door. After they went, one of the officers approached me and asked if I wanted to file charges. I considered it briefly, but honestly, all I wanted was for them to leave. I told the officer that I did not want to seek charges as long as they stayed away from my property. He nodded and promised to file a report if anything else happened. After they left, I locked the door and stood there for a bit, taking everything in. My house felt different suddenly, almost like it had been defiled. The thought of them just letting themselves in without asking, without caring how I felt, made my skin crawl. I've already phoned a locksmith to change all of the locks, and I'm considering adding a security system as well. I am done giving them the benefit of the doubt. This was not a misunderstanding or an act of desperation. This was entitlement, plain and simple. I'm still struggling to process the reality that my own sister believed this was okay. And the fact that my mother gave them the key? I don't even have words for it yet. I called my lawyer this morning, explained the scenario, and he drafted and sent a formal cease and desist letter to my mother, Ella, and Josh. The letter explained what they had done and stated unequivocally that if they continued to harass me, I would not hesitate to seek legal action. Anyway, that's where things stand right now. I'm still outraged, but I'm also feeling numb. Part of me wonders if this is truly over, or if they'll attempt anything again. Thank you again to everyone who has followed and supported me during this wild adventure. Your wisdom, validation, and sometimes tough love have meant more to me than I can express. Take care, Reddit. After paying $8,000 in emergency help, I funded a Disney trip. But my sister said, "Your kid should be grateful." So I quietly left, frozen account. I'm a 34-year-old registered nurse working in a pediatric intensive care unit, and I thought I knew what stress was like. 12-hour shifts, caring for seriously ill children, dealing with grieving families, and making split-second decisions that may mean life or death. That's my usual Tuesday. But nothing prepared me for the level of deception and entitlement that my own family would subject me to. This story began around 8 months ago, when my sister Freya, 29, called me in tears. Her husband, Beckett, had been let off from his construction job, and the couple was struggling financially with their 2 children, Violet, 8, and Mason, 6. As the older sister who had always been the responsible one, I felt compelled to assist. I'd been saving for years, living cheaply despite my respectable nurse salary, and putting money aside for the future of my own children, Elias, 7, and Elsie, 5. "Mary, I don't know what we're going to do," Freya wept over the phone. "The kids keep asking about the Disney trip we promised them last year, and Beckett's pride is already shattered. Could you maybe help us out? Just until he finds something." My heart broke for her. I recall being a kid and having promised excursions fall through owing to financial constraints. So I started assisting. $500 here for groceries, $300 there for electricity, and even paying Beckett's car payment twice when his unemployment was delayed. Over 6 months, I silently gave them approximately $8,000 without expecting anything in return. That's $8,000 I could have spent on my own family. But family comes first, correct? Then came the call, which altered everything. "Mary, oh my God, you're never going to believe this," Freya exclaimed, literally vibrating with excitement. "Beckett's uncle passed away, the one in Oregon we barely knew, and he left Beckett some money in his will. Not a fortune, but enough to finally take the kids to Disney World. Can you believe it, after everything we've been through?" I was truly thrilled for them. After months of struggle and my financial assistance in keeping them afloat, they deserved something good. "That's amazing. The kids must be over the moon." "They don't know yet. We want to surprise them. But here's the thing." Her voice took on the familiar tone I'd grown to dislike over the years. The tone conveyed her desire for something. "We were thinking, since you've been so supportive through all of this, maybe you'd want to come with us, you and the kids. We could make it a big family trip." My first feeling was excitement. Elias and Elsie had never gone to Disney World, and I had been saving money for years to take them. "That sounds wonderful. When were you thinking?" "Next month. I know it's short notice, but we want to go during the kids' spring break. The thing is..." She paused, and I could almost hear the wheels moving. "We've already booked everything for our family, and money's still tight, even with the inheritance. We were hoping maybe you could handle your family's portion. You know, flights, hotels, tickets, food. You make good money at the hospital, and you don't have as many expenses as we do." I should have recognized the red flags right away. Should have asked more questions. I should have believed my instincts when they warned me something felt strange. But I was so pleased about finally being able to provide a beautiful trip for my children that I overlooked all warning signs. "How much are we talking about?" I inquired. "Well, for both our families, probably around $12,000 total. But think about it. Disney World. The kids would have memories to last a lifetime. $12,000. That was roughly half of what I'd saved after 3 years of diligent planning. But Freya was correct. Memories are priceless, and after assisting them during a difficult time, they would undoubtedly want to make this memorable for all of the children. "Okay," I said. "Let me check my finances, but I think I can make it work." The following few weeks were a blur of planning. Freya handled everything: booking flights, accommodations, dinner reservations, and quick passes for rides. She insisted on handling all of the specifics because she had more time for research. I was working additional shifts to meet the expenses, so I was glad to let her handle everything. Red flag number 2. When I asked for the itinerary, Freya was hazy. "Don't worry about it. I've got everything covered. Just bring spending money and your credit cards in case we need backup for emergencies." Red flag number 3. When I mentioned the trip to my mother, she became quiet. "Are you sure about this, Mary?" Freya mentioned something about this being for her kids specifically. I brushed off Mom's fears. Surely Freya would not manipulate me in that way. We were sisters. This was going to be a wonderful family bonding opportunity. The night before we left, I was packed when Elias entered my room, literally jumping with enthusiasm. "Mommy, do you think we'll get to meet Mickey Mouse?" "I hope so, buddy." "Will we get to go on Space Mountain? Tommy at school said it's the best ride ever." "We'll try to go on lots of rides, sweetheart." Elsie, my 5-year-old, clambered onto my bed, clutching a toy Minnie Mouse. "Are we going to stay in the Princess Castle?" "We're staying at a hotel near the parks, baby girl. It'll be magical." I should have been suspicious when Freya booked us into separate hotels. "The kids will have more fun if they can have sleepovers with their cousins," she told me. It seemed reasonable at the time. The morning of departure, I piled my children into my car, drove to the airport, and met Freya's family at the gate. The kids were all chatting eagerly, and Beckett seemed happier than I had seen him in months. "Thank you so much for making this possible," Beckett whispered softly, drawing me aside. "I know Freya told you about the inheritance, but honestly, we're still pretty tight financially. This trip means everything to the kids." Something in his tone made me pause, but I dismissed my misgivings. We were in the airport. The kids were thrilled. There was no going back now. The flight was the first indication of what was to follow. Freya had managed to acquire upgraded tickets for her family, but my children and I stayed in our original economy seats 5 rows back. When I questioned this, Freya simply shrugged. "We got lucky with a last-minute upgrade. Don't worry, it's just a 3-hour flight." I watched my children press their faces against the tiny economy windows while their cousins stretched out in upgraded seats, receiving additional snacks and attention. Elias stared at me, perplexed. "Mommy, why aren't we sitting with Aunt Freya?" "Sometimes flights get mixed up, buddy. We'll all be together at Disney." Oh, how naive I was. We arrived in Orlando, and I believed we'd all take the same conveyance to our hotels. Wrong again. Freya had arranged for a ride service for her family, while my children and I boarded a shuttle bus at the hotel with several other families who were crowded and fatigued. The next red flag almost struck me in the face. We were not staying at the same resort. Freya and her family were in Disney's Grand Floridian Resort and Spa, which is one of the most expensive Disney hotels. My children and I were staying at a modest hotel around 15 minutes from the parks. "Why aren't we staying together?" I inquired when Freya called that evening. "Oh, the Grand Floridian was completely booked when I tried to add more rooms. But don't worry, your hotel has a shuttle to the parks. We'll meet up tomorrow, bright and early." That night, I put my children into the double beds of our plain hotel room, knowing that their relatives were likely enjoying luxury facilities. Elias was disappointed but tried to remain brave. "It's okay, Mommy. Tomorrow we'll see Mickey Mouse." "That's right, baby. Tomorrow will be magical." The next morning, at 7 a.m., I loaded my children into the hotel shuttle to meet Freya's family at the Magic Kingdom entrance. They arrived 20 minutes late, having casually walked directly from their resort hotel to the park. "Sorry we're late. The monorail was delayed," Freya replied happily, ignoring the fact that my children had been waiting in the Florida heat. And that's when the real nightmare began. Freya had printed out a thorough itinerary, but not for our entire family. It was carefully tailored to her children's interests and ages. Every FastPass reservation was for rides that Violet and Mason wanted to try. Every character lunch was scheduled around their nap hours. Every plan revolved around her family, with the expectation that my children and I would simply go along and be grateful. "First stop, Dumbo the Flying Elephant," Freya said, consulting her clipboard. "Violet and Mason love this ride." Elias raised his hand nervously. "Can we go on Space Mountain?" Freya gave him barely a glance. "That's not until later, if we have time. Today is all about the little kids' rides." She referred to her children as little kids. My 7-year-old Elias was older than her kid Mason. However, the entire vacation was tailored to Mason's preferences. The first indication of Freya's genuine attitude came during lunch. We'd been wandering around Magic Kingdom for 4 hours, following Freya's strict schedule and visiting every attraction that her children desired, while mine patiently waited their turn for something more age-appropriate. When we sat down at a character dining establishment, Freya quickly handed me the bill. "You've got this one, right? I mean, you said you'd handle meals." The total bill was $280 for the 6 of us. I paid without protest, despite Freya ordering the most costly items on the menu for her family and recommending that my kids share a meal because they are small. After lunch, Elsie began crying. She was exhausted, overwhelmed, and eager to see the princesses. There was a character meet and greet line nearby with Anna and Elsa, her personal favorites. I asked Freya, "Can we please get in line? Elsie's been waiting all day to meet them." Freya looked at her schedule and grimaced. "That's going to mess up our FastPass times. Violet doesn't really care about Frozen anymore. She's into Moana now. Maybe later." Later never arrived. We spent the entire day following Freya's program, and every time I offered anything my children wanted to do, it was ignored as not fitting into the timetable or not appealing to everyone. By the evening, Elias was fatigued and frustrated. We'd been in Disney World for 8 hours, and he hadn't gotten to go on a single ride that he was enthused about. Elsie was having a breakdown because we went past the princess meet and greet area 4 times without stopping. "Tomorrow will be better," I promised them as we boarded the shuttle back to our budget hotel. "We'll do more things you want to do." Freya called that night with the next day's plans. It was more of the same. Every activity was picked particularly for her children's amusement, with the expectation that my children would be content simply to be involved. Day 2 was rather worse. We began at Animal Kingdom, following another of Freya's tight timetables. Her kids wanted to do the first 4 attractions, while mine followed behind, wondering when their turn would come. The breaking point occurred at lunchtime. We were eating at an expensive African-themed restaurant, and I was handed the bill again, this time for $310. However, that wasn't the worst part. Elsie, my adorable 5-year-old, had been carrying her teddy Minnie Mouse all day, hoping to get it autographed by the characters. She'd been so patient and wonderful, despite not being able to do any of the things she'd been fantasizing about. As we finished our meal, she gazed up at Freya with huge, eager eyes. "Aunt Freya, when will it be our turn to pick what we do?" Freya barely glanced up from her phone, where she was checking the next FastPass time. "What do you mean?" "Elias and I haven't gotten to pick any rides or characters yet. When is it our turn?" Freya gave my daughter a chilly, dismissive look that made me almost furious that a 5-year-old had dared to inquire about when she may be able to enjoy her vacation. "This trip isn't about you either," Freya stated firmly. "It's for Violet and Mason. They've been through a lot this year with their dad losing his job. They deserve this vacation." Elsie's face fell, but she fought back tears. But we're at Disney World too." Freya's voice became sharper. "Your mom has a good job. You two get things all the time. Violet and Mason needed this trip more than you do." My blood pressure was increasing, but before I could intercede, Elias spoke out. His 7-year-old voice was tiny and unclear. "When will it be our turn? We've been here 2 days and haven't done anything we wanted." That's when Freya delivered the words that altered everything, revealing exactly who my sister was. She looked right at my children, my babies, who had done nothing but be patient, kind, and hopeful, and she uttered something that still makes my blood boil. "Your turn, honestly? Some kids get Disney trips, and some kids just tag along. That's life." Elsie began sobbing. Not the exhausted complaining of an overburdened youngster, but the sorrowful tears of a young girl who had just been told she was unworthy of magic. Elias threw his arms around his sister, tears running down his cheeks, attempting to console her while dealing with his own grief. "Why are we even here if it's not for us too?" Elias asked quietly. Freya shrugged. "Your mom wanted to come, so we let you tag along. But don't get confused about whose trip this really is." I saw red. Actually, I saw red. My hands shook with wrath as I gazed at this woman who shared my DNA and had just mentally damaged my children for what crime? "Are you eager to see Disney World? Having hope?" But instead of bursting and causing a scene in front of the entire class, I did something unexpected. I smiled. "You know what, Freya? You're absolutely right." Her eyebrows rose, indicating that she was expecting a battle. This trip is for your kids, and you know what? You should pay for it. I rose up quietly, picked up Elsie, and grabbed Elias's hand. Come on, babies, let's go back to our hotel. Where are you going? Freya asked me. We have fast passes for Kilimanjaro safaris in an hour. Enjoy your safari, I said without turning around. Send me pictures. Back at the motel, I hugged my grieving children and let them cry it out. Elsie continued wondering why Aunt Freya was so harsh, why they couldn't go on the rides they wanted, and why they weren't worthy of their own vacation. Sometimes grown-ups make bad choices, baby girl, but that doesn't mean anything is wrong with you. You and Elias are perfect exactly as you are. After they had finally fallen asleep, I sat on the hotel bed with my laptop and began performing some math. Over the last 3 days, I have paid for. All flights cost $2,400. Freya's family's posh hotel charges $1,800 for 3 nights. My family's inexpensive hotel is $450 for 3 nights. All park tickets cost $2,100. So far, all meals totaled $850. All the souvenirs Freya's kids requested cost $300. Transportation, fast passes and extras, $400. Total thus far, $8,300. Previous assistance for 6 months, $8,000. Total loss, $16,300. We still had 4 days remaining, and Freya expected me to continue paying for her family's ideal vacation while treating my children like unwanted luggage. I opened my banking app and checked our joint account, which Freya had access to for emergencies throughout the trip. I placed $15,000 into the account particularly for this holiday, confident that my sister would not abuse her access. I then made a phone call. Hi, this is Mary Martinez. I need to report suspicious activity on my account and freeze all cards associated with it immediately. Of course, Ms. Martinez. Can you describe the suspicious activity? Someone has been making unauthorized purchases using my account information. I need all cards frozen until I can review the charges. Absolutely. All cards associated with accounts ending in 4739 are now frozen. You'll need to come into a branch or call back with verification to reactivate them. Perfect. Thank you. I hung up, and a sense of serenity washed over me that I hadn't felt in months. Tomorrow was going to be quite intriguing. The next morning I got up early to prepare our suitcases. I had made a decision during the restless night of cradling my weeping children. We were leaving, not only the motel, we were leaving Orlando completely. I booked our flights back home that afternoon and began loading our luggage into a rental car. My children awoke bewildered but delighted when I informed them we were going on a different kind of adventure. Are we going home? Elias inquired. We're going to have our own magical day, I assured him, just the 3 of us. We're going to do everything you want to do. I drove us to Universal Studios instead. For the first time in 3 days, I saw my kids' faces light up with true happiness. Elias rode every roller coaster he was tall enough for, twice. Elsie met every character she'd imagined and had her stuffed mini autographed by numerous Universal characters who were eager to join along. We ate ice cream for lunch, went on rides without a plan, and simply had fun. It was really fun. The kind of spontaneous, joyous delight that cannot be planned or controlled. Around 2 p.m., my phone began ringing. Freya's first call arrived when we were riding the Mummy ride. I let it go to voicemail. Her second call arrived 20 minutes later. Then a third. Then texts began pouring in. Mary, where are you? We're meant to meet in Epcot in an hour. Hello? We've got supper reservations at 6. You should be here. Are you really ignoring me right now? We have fast passes. I put my phone on silent and focused on my children. Elias had just overcome his dread of the park's largest roller coaster, and Elsie had convinced a park staffer to give her free mini ears because she had been so sweet. This was what a family vacation was supposed to be like. The real fireworks began at 5 p.m. Freya's tone had changed from annoyed to scared. Mary, I had my card denied at a gift shop. There must be an error. Please call me quickly. Mary, Beckett's card is not working either. We are unable to pay for dinner. Where are you now? This isn't humorous anymore. We're stuck in Disney World without any money. Call me back right now. I finally answered the phone at 6 p.m., while my children were eating character-shaped pizza and behaving like the happy children they are. Hey, Freya. What's up? What's up? What's up? Our cards aren't working. We can't pay for anything. We're supposed to have dinner at California Grill in an hour, and Beckett just got humiliated trying to pay for Mickey pretzels. Oh no, I replied, not sounding sorry at all. That's terrible. Mary, this isn't a joke. We need you to come pay for dinner, and we need to figure out what's wrong with the cards. Actually, I know exactly what's wrong with the cards. Silence on the other end. I froze our joint account this morning. Funny thing about banking security, when you report suspicious activity, they take it very seriously. You what? I reported that someone was making unauthorized purchases with my money. Technically true, since I never authorized you to spend my money on a vacation that was specifically not for my children. Mary, you can't be serious. We're stuck here. We have 3 more days. You're not stuck, Freya. You have that inheritance money Beckett mentioned, right? The money that made this whole trip possible. The stillness was so extended that I feared the phone had been dropped. Freya, are you still there? The inheritance. Her voice was low now. There wasn't really an inheritance. So there it was. The reality I suspected but didn't want to believe. So, you lied. We were desperate. Beckett's been out of work for almost 8 months, not the few weeks I told you. We're behind on everything. Rent, car payments, credit cards. The kids kept asking about Disney and I thought if I could get you to pay for it, we could give them one perfect week before everything fell apart. So, you manipulated me into funding your family vacation by lying about having money, then made sure my kids would have a miserable time so yours could have a perfect trip. It wasn't supposed to be like that. You told my 5-year-old daughter that some kids just tag along, Freya. You made my son ask when it would be his turn at Disney World. You treated my children like second-class citizens on a trip I was paying for entirely. I'm sorry, No, you're not sorry. You're panicked because your free ride just ended. I could hear Beckett's voice in the background, questioning what was going on. Freya was crying now. Mary, please, we can't afford to get home. We put the flights on credit cards that are maxed out. If you don't help us, we're literally stranded. Part of me, the old responsible big sister, wanted to give in. I wanted to swoop in and solve their issues, like I always had. But then I looked across the restaurant to my children. Elias was carefully assisting Elsie in cutting her pizza while they both laughed over something on the children's menu activity page, happy, calm, and finally able to be kids on vacation. You know what, Freya? I have a suggestion. Anything, please. Call Mom and Dad, call Beckett's parents, call one of those credit card companies you mentioned. Figure it out like the adults you're supposed to be. Mary, I'm hanging up now. My kids and I are busy having the vacation we deserve. I hung up and shut off the phone completely. We spent the remainder of the evening in Universal City Walk, eating dessert and watching street performers. My children were beaming with joy, and I realized it was the first time in months that I felt truly proud of a decision I had made for my family. The following morning, we traveled home. At the airport, I finally turned on my phone, which had 17 missed calls and 43 text messages. The messages told quite a story. Freya's frantic appeals for aid are followed by wrath, guilt, and manipulation. Beckett sent apologetic messages, stating that he knew about Freya's plot but was too desperate to stop it. Freya had called my mother, crying. What occurred in Florida? From my father. Your sister claims you abandoned them at Disney World. Kindly call. The final message from Freya was sent around 2 a.m. We had to contact Beckett's brother for emergency funds to get home. The kids grieved the entire last day, wondering where you, Elias, and Elsie went. I hope you are happy. You spoiled their holiday. I took a screenshot of the message. I'd keep it forever as a reminder of how distorted Freya's perception of reality was. The next few days were filled with family drama. My parents called several times after hearing Freya's version of events, in which I was the villain who abandoned them due to a small disagreement. I let Freya tell her story first. Allow her to present me as the unreasonable sister who abandoned them due to broken sentiments. Allow her to portray the victim, whose children's lovely holiday was wrecked by their horrible aunt's greed. I then shared the screenshots. Each text message. Every manipulative falsehood. Every harsh remark she had made regarding my children not receiving equal treatment. I also revealed the financial breakdown, how much I'd spent aiding them over the months and how much I paid for their Disney trip, which was allegedly sponsored by a fictitious bequest. My folks were horrified. Not at me, at Freya. My mother murmured, "Over $16,000?" during our phone chat. "You gave them that much money? And then she treated Elias and Elsie like that?" The inheritance story was completely made up, I verified. She manipulated me into paying for their entire family vacation, then made sure my kids would be miserable so hers could have a perfect trip. What she said to the children? My father's voice was strained with rage. That's unforgivable, Mary. Those babies didn't deserve that. Word immediately circulated across our extended family. Freya had made the mistake of trying to rally relatives to her cause by repeating her victim's story, unaware that I had proof of everything. Aunts and uncles who were initially sympathetic to Freya's plight gradually altered their minds when they discovered evidence of her lies and harshness. Her mother-in-law, who had always supported Freya's decisions, was horrified when she discovered how my children had been handled. What is the best part? Several family members began asking Freya detailed questions regarding the fortune she claimed. Under duress, her tale crumbled completely, and it became evident that she had been lying to several individuals about their financial status and Beckett's employment prospects. Beckett, to his credit, phoned me personally to apologize. Mary, I am so sorry. I knew what Freya was planning was wrong, but I was desperate. Seeing my kids so excited about Disney when I knew we couldn't afford it, I should have stopped it. I should have told the truth. You should have, I concurred. But Freya's the one who lied to me for months, manipulated me into paying, and then emotionally abused my children. That's on her, not you. Is there any way, could we set up a payment plan to pay you back? I know we owe you thousands of dollars. I've been thinking about this, Beckett. I'm not going to pretend that money doesn't matter, but honestly, I'm not holding my breath for repayment. Consider it an expensive lesson in familial boundaries. I understand. And Mary, for what it's worth, Freya hasn't been the same since we got back. I think she finally realizes what she did. That happened 3 months ago. Since then, my life has altered tremendously, largely for the better. I set tough boundaries with Freya. No further financial assistance. No more bailing her out of trouble. No more playing the part of the responsible big sister who solves everything. She's written several apologies texts, but they all sound the same. I'm sorry you were hurt, but I was just trying to help my kids. Notice how she has never apologized for lying, manipulating, or assaulting my children. She's sorry I was harmed, but not sorry for what she did. There is a distinction. In the meantime, my children are doing well. We enjoyed our own Disney vacation 2 months later, just the 3 of us, and it was everything their first trip should have been. Elias traveled up Space Mountain 4 times. Elsie met every princess in the park and gathered their autographs in a special book. Most significantly, they discovered that their happiness matters. That they should be handled with care and respect. And that sometimes the best family time occurs when toxic family members are excluded. The financial loss stings. I will not lie about that. Losing over $16,000 as a single mom working in healthcare is difficult to recover from. But I learned something valuable. No amount of money is worth enabling someone to treat your children as inferior. Freya's marriage has struggled since the Disney incident. Beckett obtained a new job, but their financial hardship has become crushing. They had to move in with Beckett's parents because they couldn't afford rent, and rumor is that Freya is still trying to figure out how to blame their position on someone else. My parents have had a relationship with Freya, but it has changed. They no longer reflexively side with her, or expect me to make compromises for family peace. They've also made it plain that Elias and Elsie are welcome at family gatherings, but any events Freya planned must be paid for by Freya. The most pleasing update came last month, when my cousin noted that Freya had asked her for money for a small family vacation. Something simple for the kids. What was my cousin's response? Why don't you ask Mary? She helped you with that Disney trip, right? My relative described Freya's face as priceless. But the true victory isn't Freya's defeat. This is the chat I had with Elias a few weeks ago. He was telling me about a school friend whose family was planning a vacation to Six Flags. And the friend was concerned that his little sister would ruin the enjoyment by wanting to do little kids stuff. That's not how family trips should work, Elias observed carefully. When we go places, everyone should have fun. That's what makes it special. My 7-year-old son learnt more about fairness, generosity, and family devotion from observing his aunt's bad behavior than from a dozen lectures combined. Sometimes the best lessons come from observing what not to do. As for me, I'm currently dating someone. Michael is an excellent paramedic. When I told him the Disney anecdote, he responded. Immediately and clearly, anyone who treats kids that way isn't family. You did the right thing. It's wonderful to be with someone who knows that defending your children is non-negotiable, even if it means standing up to family members. We are arranging a trip together this summer. Michael, his daughter Lisa, name change to avoid confusion, and my children. We're heading to Yellowstone. And we've already planned things for all of the kids to enjoy, because that's what normal, healthy families do. Freya still contacts us on occasion, mainly when she is in need. The latest text arrived 2 weeks ago. Mary, I know things have been weird between us, but Beckett's hours got cut and we're struggling with groceries. Could you help just this once? I promise I'll pay you back. I gave Michael the text and he just shook his head and laughed. Does she really think you're going to fall for the same manipulation twice? My response to Freya was simple. Number one word. No. A simple no, because, rather, no. But here are some resources. Just no. It felt fantastic. The truth is that cutting off Freya, both financially and emotionally, was the best thing I ever did for our family. My children taught that they deserve to be treated with respect and kindness. I learned that being the responsible sibling does not imply being a doormat. And Freya discovered that acts have repercussions, even when you're family. I still receive messages from relatives urging that enough time has passed and that I should forgive and forget in order to maintain family harmony. To them I say, I don't hold grudges. But I don't forget when someone reveals who they are. Freya showed that she is willing to lie, manipulate, and emotionally abuse children in order to obtain what she wants. She showed me that she thinks my children are less deserving of happiness than her own. That is not the type of person I want influencing my children. And it's not the type of person who deserves my trust or money. Some might call my response extreme. Some may argue that families should forgive each other regardless of the circumstances. To those folks, I ask, how many times should I allow someone to damage my children before I say enough? The answer for me was once. Only once. My children are happy, healthy, and learning to properly appreciate themselves. I'm restoring my finances, but I'm also emotionally stronger than I have been in years. And Freya? Freya is learning to solve her own difficulties for the first time as an adult. Sometimes the most effective vengeance is not extravagant or theatrical. Sometimes it's simply refusing to be someone's victim anymore. Sometimes it's as simple as saying no, and really mean it. Sometimes it's freezing someone's access to your money exactly when they need it the most, and watching them scurry to explain why they can't afford the vacation they claimed they could. That section was also extremely pleasant. Update for those who have inquired about Freya's present situation. Freya and Beckett are still together, but barely. They've been living with his parents for 4 months, and according to family gossip, things aren't going well. Beckett's mother appears to have strong feelings about Freya's financial management, and she isn't afraid to express them. Freya had to take up a part-time job for the first time since her children were born. She works in retail, specifically at a mall clothes store. The same mall where she used to purchase with the money I gave her for emergencies. According to what I have heard, the kids are doing well. Violet and Mason occasionally inquire about Elias and Elsie, and I've made it plain to other family members that my children would be delighted to have supervised playdates. The emphasis is on supervised. I will not punish my children for their mother's actions, but I will not put them in a position to be wounded again. Beckett recently obtained a better job, and they hope to move out of his parents' house shortly. But Freya hasn't apologized. I really apologize. Not just apologize for hurting me. So our relationship remains precisely as it should be, non-existent.